Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first ever and possibly only ever WoW GAs. I was in the middle of doing the LGAs for last year, and for those of you who don't remember, we played WoW last year, the whole frickin' thing. All 140 whatever hours of it. And the problem was, because of how large of a game WoW is, because of how expansive it is, because of the depth of 20 years of content, I realized very quickly, so did everyone in chat, I don't want to take full credit for this, that it was just going to sweep. It was just going to sweep the goods and the bads. Best voice acting? Wow. Worst voice acting? Wow. Best character? Wow. Worst character? Wow. Right? Like, it was just going to crush everything. And so the decision was made relatively early on to split WoW off into its own thing. Now, that's... Sorry, I just saw something that distracted me there. My apologies. You didn't have to. The LGAs, the Walker Game Awards, which we will not be doing today, by the way, that's tomorrow. That's something that WoW was only nominated for periodically, so I wasn't worried about that. But for me, I had to discount WoW for all of my runner Game of the Year awards. So I'm like, okay, I'll just make my own thing. And so I just kind of copy-pasted. I got the spreadsheet right here. I copy-pasted the LGA spreadsheet and just kind of started plugging WoW stuff into it. And I sort of just, in the middle of it, had this idea to do more. So, I did. So I did more than I probably should have for this. So, let's go ahead and start off. Let's go ahead and... It's going to be weird, but just bear with me. So we're just going to pause that, okay? So, as usual, we're going to start out at the top. Worst bug. Okay. So let's talk about some bugs here. So, nominations for worst bug. This is all WoW exclusive, obviously. Being disconnected, but still playing. So, this story, there's going to be a lot of stories in this, bear with me. So, there we were. We're in Tannerus, okay? And out in Tannerus, I'm just roaming around, doing Zul'Farrak. This was, oh god. This would have been circa Kata, I want to say. So we're doing Zul'Farrak. It's fun, it's cool, everything's cool. Let's see if I can find the song in the next 5 seconds. I probably can't, because I'm terrible. Why are these not alphabetized? That's actually kind of strange. Why aren't these alphabetized? There we go. So there we are. Just some mood music here. So there we are. We're doing Zul'Farrak. And we clearly disconnect. The enemies are doing the run and place thing. We can't, but we can still move around. I'm like, okay, that's strange. For those of you who remember, a lot of this is going to be kind of for those of you who remember, so forgive me. But for those of you who don't remember, you can just, like Zul'Farrak is one of those outdoor zones. Obviously, it is still a cell, it's still an instance, but it's out up in the open, right? You can mount, and you just literally walk in from the overworld. So I walk out. And usually there's an invisible wall, a collision barrier that prevents you from going any further. And of course, you always obviously run into the zone line. I didn't zone. So it's like, okay, I guess I'll keep going. And so I kept going, and I kept going, and I kept going. And this whole time, I'm chatting with my friends in Ventrilo, trying to figure out what the heck is actually going on. I made it all the way to the ocean. And I'm like, okay, obviously there was no ocean there. There was no water loaded. So there was nowhere to go. So I just kept going, and I jumped off into the giant pit of the underwater, like you know, the ocean shelf that's usually underwater, and just, and then landed. Nothing happened, of course. And I'm like... And I could keep playing. This went on for, I'm pretty sure, about 30 minutes. And I at any point in time, I probably could have just relogged or tried to fix it or whatever. But I was just fascinated by the fact that I could just keep running around Tannerus while being a ghost, essentially. Not literally a ghost, but, you know. Wenlock. For Final Fantasy 1. Dragon Age 4. And Metroid Prime 4. Thank you, Wenlock, for the sub. Always appreciate you. So anyway, that's the first suggestion. But these are nominations. That obviously didn't win. So what's our next nomination? Well, the Hellfire Bottleneck. I'm putting this under bug because it was something that was clearly unintended by the devs. How many of you remember when BC came out? I remember when BC came out. I remember walking into Hellfire Peninsula, or excuse me, I remember trying to walk into Hellfire Peninsula, but I remember actually successfully getting into the Hellfire Peninsula. And for those of you not aware, that zone was really not designed for, you know, large groups of people. There were so many bottleneck quests, and they were bottleneck quests. You had to do them to progress. Like, what's that? It's the Roban thing over in FF14. Picture that, but like 5 separate times throughout the course of the zone. It was, and never mind the fact that this is BC questing. So stuff doesn't share unless you're in a party. And tags, and so tags don't share, none of that shares. And the drop rates aren't 100% for quest items. The worst one, and I actually talked about this, I'm pretty sure, during the run last year, was those frickin' blood. You remember that? The Bone Chewer blood? Because that's quest sucks if you're there by yourself. Imagine 40 people swarming over that spot from both factions, by the way, because both Horde and Alliance came through the same area and did the same zones in a very similar space. Yeah, once you got out of the bottleneck of Hellfire, it was fine, because then you could spread out a lot more, and there was a lot less bottlenecking. But oh my god! Next nomination. I put this nomination as The World Exploding. I know I've told this story before. So, some people recently were complaining about how their add-ons were broken during the recent Acclamation patch, getting preparation for the new expansion, Midnight. And they were just like, this is so crap, Blizzard sucks. And let's be clear, let's be honest. Blizzard needs to hire about 100 new QA features, QA people, because the bugs are getting worse, and they are. How many of you have been having the tooltip bug right now? PAX has too, by the way. We're both having the tooltip bug. Not an add-on thing, by the way. It's just tooltips are bugged right now. And they're probably thinking, what, you mean like an equipment? No, all tooltips. This is 100% Microsoft's fault, by the way, and I'm not super happy about that. Anyways, getting off topic. But the thing is, other than the buggy nature of the game in general, the Acclamation patch has been very smooth. Yeah, exactly. Rehire with maybe some better pay, Xavier. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. So, that's still a pretty smooth Acclamation patch. I remember how most of the Acclamation patches have been very buggy. In fact, I think, off the top of my head, I think Warlords was the first one that was relatively smooth. Off the top of my head. I don't know, maybe Pandaria? I remember being so underwhelmed by Pandaria's. Kata's was fun, the event was fun, but I remember there being a few issues there. And I know they completely borked every class, so that was another thing. Unrelated. Point being, back in the day, Acclamation patches were a thing. So, on the off chance you don't know what that means, so let's say you're in this expansion, you're getting ready for Expansion 2, right? So, obviously, before Expansion 2 goes live, you have to update the game as a whole to the status of Expansion 2, right? So all of the changes under the hood, all of the engine changes, all of the class changes, anything about loot drops, all that stuff has to be changed so that the game is now functionally the new expansion, even though none of the new content is accessible. Yeah, exactly. It's beta 2. It's a very common thing, and most MMOs do it for a good reason. This is an old thing. This goes back to like the Bronze era. So Acclamation patch for Wrath is the one I'm zooming in here specifically. Some of you probably remember me telling you stories about the Wrath Acclamation patch. Some of you might have even been there for it because it was a trip. So a lot of our characters were logged in Shattrath for obvious reasons at that point in time. And let me tell you, logging into Shattrath was a death sentence. What would happen is you would log into your character, be unable to do much except for chat. Like, you literally couldn't move in some cases. In some cases, you could move, but if you did, you would immediately get disconnected. So you could just sit there chatting for a while until eventually you get disconnected. Here's the thing. You get disconnected, but your character doesn't. This turned Shattrath into this really eerie graveyard thing, where there were just dozens upon dozens of characters all standing there doing nothing. Because all the characters were still in the game and all the people had been disconnected from them. So, like, let's say I have 5 characters, Bob 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I log in on Bob 1, who's in Shatrith. I get kicked out. Bob 1 is still in the game as I log into Bob 2. By the way, that shouldn't be possible. There's actually a check in WoW that if, for whatever reason, you somehow log into a character while one of your characters is still in the game, it's supposed to automatically boot any other characters from your account from the game. Wasn't working. So me and several of my friends had multiple Bobs just in the game world in various places. And it turned into this wonderful thing as we were coordinating, me and my friends and some of my guildmates were coordinating, trying to find the safe spots. Because some zones were fine and some zones weren't. And the world of BC, the Outland, turned into this minefield. And I'll never forget this. There was this unique path going through Zangarmarsh from Shatrith. You got out very quickly. You could get out to Zangarmarsh. And you can imagine how much we brute forced this by just throwing characters at this. So you could, if you managed to get out into Zangarmarsh, took this really weird path west and then straight north to that lake right in the middle of Zangarmarsh, that was safe. You're safe. You're safe. That one lake is fine. Stay at that lake and you'll be fine. And so I was sitting at that lake on one of my characters having successful reach there. And every time a new guildie or a new friend would pop in, I would immediately talk to them and be like, here's the situation. And I was acting like a dispatch coordinator, just standing there at the lake being like, okay, look, so your character, did you log in at Shatrith? Okay, you logged in at Shatrith. You're probably stuck. Do you have any characters anywhere that's not Shatrith? Okay, you've got this character over here. You might be able to get that character out of this area, but you're probably better off just waiting a day. I know you took the day off to play WoW because everyone wanted to try out the acclamation patch. It was a whole thing. Speaking of, I know I just said that Warlords had a smooth acclamation patch. How many remember the Garrison bug? This is getting a little more forward. I'm not sure all of you have played Warlords at this point, especially at launch. So, for those of you not aware, Garrisons were like a pseudo, not quite instance. It was kind of a weird effect of layering in addition to instancing. So, like, you'd go into this... Yeah, Maverick knows what I'm talking about. You'd get near the garrison, right? And you would like load into a pseudo layer, and then that would be your garrison, right? But when you walk out, there's a pretty clear dividing line. I could probably point you to it because I have distinct memories of this. There's a pretty clear dividing line where that specific load screen is. And if you were just on the outside of this, you were safe because you were in, you know, the overall zone of the place I can't think of the name of, Frostfire Ridge. But if you go 2 feet this way, you're in your garrison. And so I remember standing here, and there's like, I don't know, a few hundred players just standing in this gigantic spot right here. Just swarming this spot right here. And because they couldn't get into the garrisons, and if they tried to get into the garrisons, interesting things would happen. Sometimes they would get into a garrison, which would not be there. Sometimes they wouldn't. Sometimes they'd get bounced out. Sometimes they'd just run into an invisible wall because it refused to load. And sometimes they would get stuck and disconnected. This is what Maverick mentioned, because there was a flight master there. And so you come fly in, and what's supposed to happen as a flight path ends is it triggers like, okay, teleport player to here, re-enable player, player control, done. And that last script wasn't happening. So you just see 20, 30 people all in this giant ball in this exact same spot right by the flight master trying to fly into their garrison, thinking they could bypass this problem. Hint, didn't work. Thank you, Seraphim, always. If you give me a moment, I will jot that down. Hang on. And that will go towards Kingdom Hearts 4. Oblivion R, and Dealer's Choice. And thank you, Jesse's Mask. And I need to acknowledge what Frieza said about that at some point. Star Fox block. Bartender block. And we'll call it To the Moon block. Thank you, as always, Jesse's Mask. So, yeah. But this still isn't the winner. The last one I want to mention as a nomination for Worst Bug of WoW is the Jump Cap. How many of you know what the jump cap is? So anytime, this has been true since, well, technically I believe vanilla, but it really started being a thing in BC. In WoW, if the game isn't sure of your Z-axis coordinate, it forces a quick disconnect while it readjusts where your character is. Sometimes it'll reset you to the 0 coordinate. I forget what that's called. But for the most part, it's just chunk. There you go. It's very, very common, especially nowadays with dragon flying. But to be clear, this has been a thing that's been a regular feature of the game since Wrath. It's actually arguably not even a bug. It is arguably an aspect of good code. It is a error protection bit of code. It's the kind of thing that prevents you from going through walls, kind of a thing. But it's really common, and we started calling it the jump cap because what would usually happen to my friends is they would be jumping around Shatrith or Dalaran or whatever, and then disconnected. But no, none of these are the worst bug of World of Warcraft. For me, the worst bug can only be one thing. So, BFA was better than I thought it was, and I'll accept the egg on my face for that. But there's one part of BFA that I've never stopped hating, and that is the fact that it's quest stringing and the way that quests are required for other interactions is very FF14 in WoW. So, if you want to do this thing over here in BFA, you had to do all of this stuff to gain access to this. Doesn't matter that you're playing a character in Dragonflight. Doesn't matter that you're level bajillion. Go do these 3 campaign arcs, plus this thing, plus this zone, plus a daily quest for 6 days in order to gain access to this NPC who will then give you the ability to interact with this thing. It's worth noting some of these particulars in BFA have been patched over the years, including like the worst offender. But to this very day, BFA quests are strung together very, very linearly, and that is aggravating as hell. Because if you want to just go back and do X, Y, or Z, sucks to be you. And the reason I put this as the worst bug is most of the bugs I just mentioned they're mostly fun, right? Like, they're mostly just, oh, that's cool, that's neat. That's a decent little story, and that's a slight irritation or whatever. This almost made a friend of mine quit the game. Because this was so frustrating. It's worth noting BFA Legion did this a little bit, a very, very, very small amount. So it's not like that was the beginnings of this, but still, not super fun. Anyways, moving on. Best bug. Okay, so, a couple of ideas. First, and my personal favorite, the Rollerblade Brigade. That's actually a new bug. But we saw it during the run. How many of you remember that? The Stormwind Rollerblade division. So, there was this bug, a very, very recent bug, where people would... Their walking animation wouldn't happen, so people would just do this. And this actually happened to a lot of BFA quests, and a couple of Shadowlands ones as well. We're pretty sure it had to do with how they were changing how animation rigging was working at this point in history. And so when they did the overhaul and updates to the animation, there's just this kind of in-between space. Anyways, point being, a lot of people just kind of like, ooh, ooh, ooh. The Griffin bug, vanilla. How many of you know the Griffin? There's actually 2, but there's one I'm specifically... I'll tell you the second one first. If you got on a Griffin to fly to a space, and as you were fleeing, someone hit you with a snowball from the Christmas event, what would happen is the game would be like, well, I need to play this animation, which is you getting hit by the snowball. But I'm on a Griffin, so I don't know what to do. So you would instantly teleport to your destination. We started doing relays to help people out. We started having alts with snowballs parked in major hubs like the Stormwind Flight Hub, for example, to help other people be able to get to places very, very quickly. It was very useful. But no, the actual bug I'm talking about is the drunk one. So for those of you not aware, when you get drunk in World of Warcraft, there's a little algorithm that plays in the background that makes you randomly sway around as you're walking, like The thing is, in vanilla, for a brief period of time in vanilla, there was this thing where that would affect the flight, the griffins. I keep calling it griffin. You can tell I was a human. I was playing on the Alliance side here. It would affect the flight path. And that would mean that you would just keep going in a direction forever until you died from hitting the, oh God, what's it called? The yellow barrier outside of, there's drowning and then there's blank. I can't remember what it's called. I haven't seen it in so long. Someone help me. Someone help me. Evo, you run into it once. Because you're amazing. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. Fatigue, thank you. You run into the fatigue barrier, and then you die. But that's still not it. No. Then we had the Westfall Graveyard. So there was also the Red Ridge one. Or not Red Ridge, excuse me. Stone Talon Peak one. So there was a default location if the game ever wasn't sure where you should be. And there was also some issues with the boats back in the day. I've actually shown on camera, I'm pretty sure, a picture of the boat being in the Stone Talon Peaks, as in inside the ground. But yeah, exactly, going to coordinate 0. And the Westfall Graveyard was coordinate 0 for the Eastern Kingdoms. So I have distinct memories of getting on the boat periodically with like 20 other players. We wait for the boat to finish. The boat would finish its thing, we'd get a loading screen, and then 20-ish players would be in Westfall's Graveyard. But none of this is still the best bug I've ever encountered in a while. Which can only be... Once upon a time, I was on my priest, actually. And it's literally this character. I still have this character. And I was up in Netherstorm, and I was fighting, the stupid Legion turrets? And so I'm fighting the Legion turrets, and I leave combat. I'm talking with a friend of mine. Pax is on at the time. I'm talking to Pax. I'm doing a thing. And the turret is still shooting me. Or rather, I didn't notice that at first, because the feedback wasn't great in BC. But I could tell something was hitting me, and I was taking damage from something. I turned, I see this turret, and I'm like, how is it still hitting me? So I just left, because I could still mount. I wasn't in combat. So I leave, right? And I fly away, and I start flying south. And I look behind me, and I see this goddamn turret floating through the air, chasing me across the nether, which is very strange. And so I'm a little bit nonplussed by this. So I'm just like, okay, whatever, I'll just keep going. I get all the way to Shadowmoon Valley, pretty much the exact spots I'm currently at. Yeah, Legion Tech was crazy, man. And I fly all the way over here, and I'm just walking across. And by this point, I've landed, and the thing is it's about 30 feet up in the air. And it's still chasing me. And it's still shooting me, it's worth noting. And at this point, I'm starting to freak out a bit. Because I'm like, and I managed to get up here. Because what was going through my head at the time was, I need to get the guards involved. Because there's a thing called pulse aggro in World of Warcraft. So if you're near someone else, and you're in aggro, you'll pulse, and they'll be pulled into aggro. It works in reverse, too. So I'm over here with the guards, and the guards are like, what? What's the issue? And the turret's right there, and the guards are like, what? And the turret's right there, and I'm like, but, and it just keeps shooting me. And I probably could have kept alive, but instead what I ended up doing was I just stood there in disbelief until I died. Yeah. And I'm just sitting there dead. And Pax is like, why are you dead? And I'm like, the turret killed me! And I think I've told this part of the story during the run. The turret kept shooting my corpse. Like, as I'm lying here, there's these green fireballs periodically just smashing into my corpse. Nothing's happening. To this day, I have no idea how badly that had to have broken for this to even be possible. The amount of things that had to break at the same time for everything there to happen. But yeah, this turret really wanted me dead. I logged off for that. I'm like, okay, that's a sign. I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna go. So, worst instance. So this was an interesting one. There were several nominations. Obviously, we've got Molten Core, which is, I mean, Molten Core was made in what, a week? Oh, and it shows. God, it shows. Even by vanilla standards, Molten Core was pathetic. And then, oh gosh, what else we got? We've got Dragon Soul is another excellent example of the final Cataclysm raid, which was very thrown together out of absolutely nowhere. Honestly, there's also pretty much all the other vanilla raids. Blackwing Lair had issues. Rack had issues. Tack had issues. Noxeramus was all right. Um, Zul'Gurub had some pretty strong issues. Yeah. But yeah, this is worst instance, right? So it could be like a dungeon. And let me tell you, there's some bad dungeons in this game. But no, I honestly think, and I put some very careful thought into this, because if I you notice I said instance, so that could be a raid, it could be a dungeon, it could also be a scenario, but none of those are going to be that bad. And I'm thinking across all of WoW, and I was very tempted by Dragon Soul as we were going through Cataclysm. I pointed out how lazy, how low effort Dragon Soul really is. While some of the fights are fine, almost all of them are recycled. And by I say almost all of them, I mean, like, I think 90% of the encounters in there are recycled encounters, recycled mechanics, and recycled enemies. And it's frustrating. And that's never mind the fact that the narrative is just kind of weird and the ending is just kind of dumb. And, oh, then there's the frickin' spine. But no, I actually think, and I'm curious how many people are going to agree with me on this, the worst instance in the game is Mount Hyjal. And I want to talk about why, because I put some real thought into this. So, first of all, it's a hold the line mission. Now, hang on, this is weird, but just bear with me for a second. Blizzard makes some of the best hold the line missions ever in RTSs. They pretty much invented what we think of as the hold the line mission in RTSs, all the way back in Warcraft, like 1. But for some reason, every time they do a hold the line thing in WoW, it's just worse than everything else. This is called foreshadowing. And so this is another example of this. You just sit here and you hold the line, and yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing here. There's nothing to do. You've got all these NPCs. They're junk. These NPCs might as well not even exist. They do not assist. There's no gameplay. There's no mechanics with them. There's no way to, like, position the knights so they can intercept the banshees and maybe do interrupts. There's no, like, using the sorcerers and mages to support your healing line. There's no getting the gunners. They don't exist for all intents and purposes. Then there's the fact that it's the worst combination of takes too long while being too short. Your experience, you, the player's experience doing Hyjal, is what I'm staring at. That's why I picked this shot right here. This is your experience doing this mission, is standing here at the bottleneck, which is designed to be a bottleneck, and killing the mobs as they come, and that's it. So it's too short, because each encounter is just this little encounter of trash pack. And it's too long, because all you're doing is standing here at the same spot for hours, because Hyjal was a huge raid in terms of doing it at the time. So it's boring as sin. And most of these, yeah, I agree with that, Maverick. Most of these enemies were very low standard trash, even by BC standard, because they were trying to make them RTS units in WoW, which sounds like a cool idea until you realize that even by BC's time, most trash was already more complex than RTS units. Look at the Eye, right? Look at Tempest Keep. Most of the trash in there is brutal. So, like, right? It's just, most of the trash in Tempest Keep is harder than the bosses in Tempest Keep because they actually have mechanics and ideas and concepts and synergies with each other. Here it's like, so here's some Nerubians. And yes, several of you in chat have already said this. Any fail means restarting the entire wave. To explain that for a second, what I mean by that is you see how these waves are coming and I have to kill them? If we wipe here, if we died at this point, then we would have to redo this entire series. So it's 8 waves per boss. And we would have to do all X waves again from the beginning. If you kill a boss, that's your checkpoint. But if we wipe on the boss, guess what we get to go do? Hang on, it gets worse, because have you thought about the bosses in Hyjal? almost every boss in Hyjal has at least one mechanic that if you screw it up, if one person screws it up, the raid wipes. Now, I get the idea of doing that, especially in modern stuff, especially in modern mythics, but think about that for a second. Think about how frustrating that is to have 24 people doing things perfectly fine, and person 25 has a lag spike. Wipe. Do all the waves all over again. Oh, and by the way, in case you missed me saying that, there are 8 waves per boss. Even by BC standards, that's a lot of trash per boss fight. There's actually, we didn't talk about this too much, there's like a trash to boss ratio. Oh yeah, Archimond is also very experimental, which means he's very glitchy. That's what happens when you're pushing the envelope a bit. In fact, the later Archimond fight was way better designed, but I'm getting off topic. Yeah, no, this and let's see. So it was the Lich dude, it was the Nothrazim dude, then it was Khazragal, then it was Asgalor, and then it was Archimond. So 5 bosses total. Which doesn't sound like a lot when you say it out loud like that, but trust me when I say this was your afternoon and also evening. And yeah, this raid came out alongside Black Temple, which, by the way, is a good frickin' raid, even today. And yeah, sorry, there's other little irritations I'm not mentioning. There's the Orc base, where you have... So we've got a nice bottleneck here, right? And the Orc base, enemies will come from one of 3... Well, no, that's not fair. One of 2 major directions, and one of 5 directions in general, depending on the specific wave. So like there's your frontline stuff, but then there's the stuff back here where all the gargoyles are going to show up, and then the infernals will spawn all over the place, and then there's the stuff that will come over the hill, like over in this area. But in general, you still have to split your raid up based on the thing. And did I mention that these areas are huge? Which means even with mounting, remember there's no flying or things, so even just with a mount, it takes up tons and tons of time, longer than it should to get from point A to point B within a single base. And that's ignoring the fact that, again, a lot of these bosses just had screw-you mechanics. Khazragal and Asgalor specifically were just unnecessarily punishing. And in case you forgot, Archimond had a mechanic where if he kills anyone, you probably have wiped. You can recover, but every player that dies during his fight gives him a power-up, which he can spend at any time. There's just a random number generator going on in the background, which will just allow him to do something, which will nuke the crap out of the raid, which you might be able to recover from, but what's more likely to happen is another player will die, which will allow him to nuke the rest of the raid, which will make another player die, which will allow him to nuke the rest of the raid. You get where this is going. I hate this raid. I legitimately think Hyjal is the worst overall, like pound for pound, not like from a review perspective, but just as an experience. I think Mount Hyjal is the worst instance of the game. Even the music's boring, and the visuals are dull. Like, this is BC. We had cool-looking stuff in BC, right? Yeah, Molten Core was made in a week by people who were rushed and didn't know what they were doing. Onyxia was made as a direct homage to the Dragon raids back in EverQuest. Dragon Soul was made on a crunch and a budget. This is nothing. There's no excuse for Hyjal. Anyways. Best instance. Now, I'll circle back to this question later because there's more to this. For right now, off the top of your head, anybody in chat, what's the best instance? Dungeon, scenario, raid in WoW. And let me tell you, that's some competition right there. Again, this is not really from a review perspective, more like a personal experience perspective. What do you think is the instance that gives you the most joy in this game? And let me tell you, there's some interesting competition there. We got Blackrock Foundry, which is phenomenal. We got Black Temple, we just mentioned that. A lot of great raids, right? Ice Crown Citadel. I was actually part of the world first race, server first race, let me be more clear. Server first race for Heroic 25 Lich King on our servers. That was great. Yeah, Siege of Orgrimmar is pretty cool. A lot of people love Ulduar. Amir Drasil was a banger out of absolutely nowhere. Aberrus is also a banger. Huthor is insane. And there's some really, really, really great dungeons, too. There's a lot of dungeons in this game. They don't get as much attention for whatever reason, but I tend to enjoy them more than raids in several cases. And yeah, Cataclysm Dead Mines is a good example of that. There's all kinds, but yeah, unfortunately, and I cannot believe I'm saying this. Unfortunately, there really is only one raid that could possibly, excuse me, one raid. Listen to me. One instance that could possibly win the best. Now, unfortunately, I couldn't get you proper footage of this. That's going to be a recurring trend in several things from modern stuff. But Monoforge Omega is just so good. It's just good. And that's the simplest way I could possibly explain it. It's good narratively, it's good music, it's good theme, it's good atmosphere. I love the music for this place. I love the visuals for this place. The bosses are crazy well designed. Some of them are complex, some of them are simple, but all of them are extremely well designed. The best way I can possibly describe how freaking awesome Monoforge Omega is that the Dementius fight is one of the most intuitive, complex fights I've ever seen in any MMO ever. Name another raid boss which has, what is it, like, it was like 87 something abilities, and yet just sitting down and playing the raid is so well constructed that it tutorializes itself. That it informs the player visually and audibly. Here's what you should be doing, and it's like, aha, right? Like that's I cannot overemphasize how well designed the Dementius fight is. It is one of the best raid bosses. No, I'm going to take that back. I'm going to go so far as to say it is the best raid boss ever. And I haven't even seen heroic or mythic Dementius, and I never will at level. It's a banger. I love Dementius. I love Monoforge with Omega. But what I really love is music. Now, I was going to pick the worst song here, but then I started thinking about it. And for reasons... What? I'm streaming! I'm streaming! Exclamation mark. People are like, hey! I'm like, I'm busy! I'm busy! I'm busy! Okay, so, song. I was putting together the worst songs in the game, but this is WoW, right? We probably do not, period. We will not know until we have all three computers hooked up simultaneously, period. So I couldn't come up with enough songs to really justify it. But I could come up with 3 songs that I really hated in this game. Let me go ahead and play all 3 for you. So song number 1 is Loading. Hello? 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 Wake up, wake up. There we go. I think this is the perfect visual for this song. I hate this song so much that I would log outside of it. This is actually not a joke. Like, obviously I'm memeing a little bit, but I would log outside of inns in Pandaria so that when I logged in I would not hear this. I unironically hate this song. Like, I'm not actually joking. I can't stand this song. It could be worse, but it's not actually a bad song, obviously. It's actually a very well done song, but nah, I'm good. So, another candidate for worst possible song. This is clearly one of the worst songs in World of Warcraft. I think, without hyperbole. I mean, who even likes Undermine, anyways? This is actually a lot of songs. Let's see, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Oh, God, it's like 20. It's like 20 different songs. So I'm not going to play all it. It's like an hour and 20 minutes of music. But no, I actually do unironically not like that music, Taquito. But the actual worst song, there's only one, right? There's only one song that can actually qualify as the worst song in WoW. You know it. I know it. There's a real song in this game. I hate this song. This obviously the previous two were kind of like tongue in cheek. Screw this song. Screw this song so hard. And it plays for huge swaths of large zones, like for example Felwood and both Plague Lands. Moving on. So. So, best city gameplay. I came up with 4. So the first one that occurred to me was Dalaran. Dalaran is no kidding, Zeba. Dalaran is very small, and it's very well laid out. You've got like the entire crafting section, which is right up here. There's a bank plus mailbox right here. There's also a bank plus mailbox right here. So literally, no matter where you are, it is less than half of the route across the city to reach a bank and an auction house, or not auction, sorry, a mailbox. Crafting is right up here. We've got our portal hub right here and right here. Once again, 2 of them based on your faction. You've got most of the questy stuff right over here, and you've got your launch off point right over here. Very well designed. Everything's nice, well laid out, and close together. We've also got Ironforge. Ironforge surprised me a bit when I was thinking about it, but actually, it's probably the only vanilla city that worked from a gameplay perspective. Several of the vanilla cities looked decent or cool or interesting from a narrative perspective. They, Darnassus is a good example of that. But nobody hung out in Darnassus, and there's a good reason for that. Darnassus' layout was terrible. So, Ironforge, though. Obviously, you've got the ring, you've got like the rogue section up here, you got the NPCs over here, you got the crafting stuff over here. But really, the thing about Ironforge that worked so well, and this is actually kind of funny, was that everything was located in this one tiny spot. You had bank, you had auction house, and then you had flight path. And like a mailbox right here. So there's a reason why in front of the bank in Ironforge, to this day, is a hangout spot. And that was like the hangout spot back in Manila. It was so much the hangout spot back in Manila that, and this is a true story, a friend of mine at the time who was playing on a dial-up modem, anytime he accidentally headed to Ironforge, what would happen is he would try to connect with the game, and he would be stalled so long that he would get kicked out for idling. He would be disconnected. You know how, like, if you idle too long in a while, you get disconnected? He couldn't connect quickly enough, so he would get disconnected. So most of his friends, including me, had his login stuff memorized, so that if he ever got stuck, we could log in as him, move him out of Ironforge, usually to get to, like, a flight path, and then log back out so he would be freed. I know that sounds like a bad thing, but really that's a separate problem. Anyways, then we also had the shrines in Pandaria, which does the same basic thing that Dalaran did. Everything is very, like, you've got your lower area here, which is mostly like your crafting and stuff like that, and you've got your upper area here, which this is your heart spot. There's your portals right here. It's like 10 feet. 10 feet between where you hearth and where the portal hub is, which is great. There's a repair vendor right here, and there was a restock vendor right over here, and you had like your transmog stuff over here. It was cool. Very well laid out gameplay-wise. But no, the winner for best gameplay city. Now, obviously, I'm very fond of Valdrakken from a narrative axis, too. But this little central circle here is extremely well laid out. Hearth spot. Auction house, bank, just right there. Also a portal hub right there. Down here we've got crafting, we've got vendors, we've got tons, basically everything to do with that layer of gameplay. There's actually 2 layers of crafting. There's the PvP vendory stuff. There's the thing where you customize your dude. Here's where you help with the whelps. All of this is obviously designed to be flown around, So it's technically pretty far apart, but from a flight perspective, it's very smooth. And yeah, you notice how the roads are a very distinct color and have an outline, and they serve as natural lines to guide you through the city, which I know sounds duh, of course roads should, but really think about how rare that actually is in a game, for like the roads to really indicate where is what. Oh yeah, there's also the portal to Emergisil while we're on the subject. But all of this merely makes Valdrakken a great city gameplay-wise. What really makes it pop gameplay-wise is this. So, Dragonflight, for those of you not aware, especially when Dragonflight was new, dragonflying mostly involves going down. I know what I mean by that is going up was a whole thing, but going down was smooth and fast. So they made sure to give you a teleport to the very top of the tower where the aspects are. Obviously, there's some quests up there. That's cool. That's whatever. But the relevant point is this is one of the highest spots in the game that you can reach within about 20 seconds from hearthing. You get it? This was such a brilliant design decision that I want to pat the back of whoever came up with this. I agree with that, Xavier. Because, yeah, there's the world out there. There's the whole of Dragonflight. Wherever you want to go, you can get there from here and just aim and fly down at it. And you'd go full tilt. It was such a smart decision. And so this is why, from a gameplay perspective, I put Valdrakken as the best game, or best city in the game. I am curious if Silvermoon will surpass that. But now we have to talk about the best city from a story perspective. I'm going to go ahead and mention Valdrakken really quick. It's not the winner. I just want to nominate it. Obviously, we've got the wonderful Titan plus dragon architecture. We've got the foliage. We've got the arcs. We've got the gold. We've got the people walking around. Everything's cool. Everything's awesome. It's very well laid out. I love it from a story axis, obviously. We've got Dazar'alor, which is another excellent one. I do very much like what they do with Dazar'alor. Oh, yeah, and here's the inn, of course. Just going to stop there. Universal language there. Anyways, Dazar'alor obviously has some very serious issues on the gameplay axis, but narratively is fantastic. I love the last spit of a dying empire. I love the docks. I love the giant golden architecture. It's so good. I also have to admit, I'm one of those weirdos who likes Legion's Dalaran from a narrative perspective. The additional touches, mostly NPCs wandering around, talking, doing stuff, helps make Dalaran feel like a frickin' city. Which, as I've talked about extensively, hi Starfield, the city feeling like a city in a video game has really nothing to do with its size and everything to do with its density and what you do with it. And I think Dalaran Legion did a good job of that. I also was reminded of that recently because of Lemix. I also have to give mention to Stormwind. Narratively, Stormwind was just kind of whatever until the overhaul in Wrath and then Kata, and then the other overhaul after that. Legion would be the last one, I do believe. No, I think there was one actually after Legion. There was one in BFA too. Stormwind keeps getting overhauled. Point being, modern Stormwind is definitely a very cool, awesome looking city. You got your distinct areas and districts, and you've got the foliage, and you've got the architecture, and you've got the docks. I love the docks, and you've got everything going on with like the Allied Center, and you've got the earthen hanging out in the fountain. You got a giant statue of Varian. It's all cool. But I think actually the best city in the game, story-wise, and I think Uthor's going to make fun of me for this. You remember what I just said about a city not being a size? From the perspective of a video game, Borealis is gargantuan. It is enormous. And it's actually shocking how much density there is, despite the fact that this thing is basically an entire zone to itself. This is Suramar 2.0. Let's just call that what it is. And I love the slightly bronzy rust, not like sea rusted, whatever that's called thing. Yeah, it feels like a city. It's got the statues, it's got that wonderful like the wooden and like copper bronze, I don't even know what that is, look going to it. Yeah, it's walkable, it's climbable, it's flyable. It has fantastic doodadding. It has NPCs everywhere. There's people, there's like criminals being sentenced. There's people who are just hawking fish in the market. There's people who are just chatting. There's kids playing. People spent entirely too much time on this stupid place. And even if you look at it from a gameplay perspective, Browlis is not exactly bad, because the gameplay part of Browlis is this section right here at the docks, and then the thing right up, right northeast of where I am right now. Verdigris, that actually is the word. I could not think of it. And you've got the Warfront thing, back when Warfronts were a thing. Damn it. I love Boralus. Boralus is, yeah, exactly. Boralus is so good, I'm still mind gobbled that this is a real thing, especially in BFA of all things. As we all know, BFA was like the worst expansion ever, filled with nothing but total garbage. But Boralus proves me completely wrong. Oh yeah, the music also is a banger, while we're on top of everything else. Like, just... oh god, this frickin' city. I love Boralus. I'm sorry for gushing. And I couldn't get on these frickin' cannibals. I was so mad. I just wanted to get on the cannibals. Anyway, sorry. So, most punchable character. Hi, Judo Joker. Now, this is something I'm going to clarify when we get to the LGAs tomorrow as well. Punchable does not mean bad. In fact, by definition, a punchable character is probably a good character. A character is well written or well presented or whatever, right? A punchable character is someone you love to hate, right? The example I love to use is Kai Wynn over in Star Trek Deep Space Nine, for those of you familiar with it, who is a well-written, well-acted character that I just want to slug right across the jaw because she's just so horrible. And this is that distinction, right? I had to come up with this term of get off my screen versus punchable. That's the difference here, because punchable is still a good character, but God, you just want to... Fun fact, I was actually talking to my sister, and she demanded that I add Garrosh to this list, because he wasn't originally there. But, you know, honestly, yeah. Garrosh is one of the best written characters in this game, which at least pre-Dragonflight, which is weird. And kind of concerning, but it's still true. And we also have, I have to mention Greymane. Again, Greymane. He's chilled out a lot, but honestly, a decent amount of his character development didn't even really happen until Dragonflight and the stuff we did in Gilneas. So, Greymane was a dick, as I pointed out several times. Even historically, he was an asshole. He's the one who decided to make a giant ass wall in the middle of his territory because screw y'all. He's the walking, I need to use past tense, he was the walking embodiment of NIMBY. Not in my backyard, if you don't know what that means. And dude was pretty much just a terrible king and a terrible person and a terrible father. Excuse me, he was a terrible father. Not bad, Greymane. I'm sorry, that's mean. I shouldn't say that. But the point is, he was someone I just wanted to slug. Then we had Zayella. How many of you even know who that is? I agree with that with Wolfenstein. So, although he is kind of retired now. So Zayella was Garrosh's Belle, if you remember her. She was a Dragon Maw orc who helped us, during Cataclysm and ended up becoming the leader of the Dragon Maw in Cataclysm. And if we point to individuals, she's probably the single most responsible for Garrosh becoming what he would eventually becoming, Hitler Light. Because, as we've talked about, Garrosh he had no core, right? It was one of his main character traits is he had no core. And he would just take other people's ideas and follow their ideas. And Zayella was one of his lead advisors. And that says all I think it needs to. She did, though, so it's okay. And then I wanted to mention, and this is a weird one. Yeah, Magotha Group Totem, oh my god. Constable Henry Framer. How many of you even remember who that is? I wrote this guy down when we were doing the run. When we were actually live, so I wouldn't forget the name. It's the jackass over in Drustvar. Drustvar, excuse me. It sounds better, Drustvar. Over in Drustvar, here in BFA. Who, when we first get to Drustvar, the local lady, I can't remember her name, is being held by Constable Henry Framer, who's like, hey, You're hereby accused of being a witch. So go, we need to satisfy these. Yeah, exactly. He was the one conducting the witch trial. And even when, like, proven demonstrably innocent, he's just there like, well, I'll let you go this time with a warning. Even though you've been categorically proven innocent, and I'm a terrible person. You just want to slug him. But no, we all know who the most punchable character is in this game. I said well-written characters, man. See, Nathanos is well-written. He's a simp. He is a straight-up simp. But, like, the game acknowledges that and makes it clear how toxically awful that is. He is also very well voice acted. I really hope we see more of... Oh, God, I can't remember. The elf this guy voice acts in Midnight. Because he does such... Aethys, thank you. Aethys. I hope we see more of Aethys. Because this actor is so good. God, he's such a great actor. And he's pretty much the primary reason why Nathanos is such a great character. He is well written. He's got some cool stuff. Yeah, Sylvanas literally murdered, I think it was his brother, I want to say, in order to sacrifice his soul into giving Nathanos a Type 4 undead body. It was in a short story, Mr. Floyd. Was it his cousin? I know it was some relation, and it was an innocent, which was the whole point. But yeah, this jackass. And the best part about Nathanos, he's never not been a jackass. If you know his backstory, he was a jackass back in the day, back in Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3 era. If you have been around, if you only ever played WoW, he was a jackass in vanilla. This asshole was still a jackass back in vanilla. He has never not been an asshole. And he's dead now. Possibly turbo dead. Although, well, I don't want to spoil, but let's just say, he's probably still simping. Halo, SPV 3, Secret, Weapons, Over, Normandy, and Sky Odyssey. Thank you, Jay Palmer, as always. So, worst voice acting. This is actually a fun one. I was thinking, actually, yes, Mr. Floyd. I was actually thinking about this one because, you know, there's Cataclysm voice acting, which was intermittent in quality. There's BC's voice acting, which was bad. And then there was Vanilla's voice acting, which generally wasn't even there. I always tend to forget how little voice acting dungeons and bosses had back in Vanilla. But actually, I'm going to go ahead and say, and I'm just going to jump right ahead, because this one surprised me. Legion. Now, I know what you're thinking. Legion has some good voice acting. Yeah, it does. Legion has inconsistent voice acting. Very inconsistent voice acting. To the point where it's jarring. Sometimes it is very good. Sometimes it is very bad. And a lot of times there's a clear lack of direction. I do mean lack of direction. Yeah, Legion would arguably get worst and best because it's just, huh? There's so much weirdness to Legion's direction. Very funny side story here, really quick. Oh God, what's her name? Yeah, randomly recasting Aethys in the middle of it, by the way. Oh God, what's her name? Let's see if I can find it quickly. I was just looking this up, and I can't remember her freaking name. There is a legendary voice director. And she's been voice directing since the late 80s. She voice directed on Chippendale's Rescue Rangers. She did the original DuckTales. She is the reason Batman the Animated Series has good voice direction. Yeah, I can't... What's her name? Tracy something. I can't remember it. Of course, and it's always hard to find a voice director's name, which is just really frustrating. Is this her? No, that's not her. That's actually not who I'm thinking of. Is it... Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. Here it is. It's actually Andrea Romano. That actually is who I was thinking of. Andrea Romano. And you're probably thinking, well, what does this have to do with anything? Well, given that we're talking about voice direction, you probably don't know where I'm going with this. So she was voice director and casting director, by the way, which is also important, on Batman the Animated Series. She was a voice director for Freakazoid, for Pinky and the Brain, for Animaniacs in general, and for basically the entire DCAU and Avatar The Last Airbender. She knows her stuff, is what I'm trying to say. They brought her in for BFA. Also Diablo 3 and StarCraft 2. If you know anything about those three games, you know that they're all three amazing. Well, okay, BFA is amazing. But it was still like a particular era of WoW. No, she's retired now. But like, the point is, all three of those games' voice acting is freaking good. So Legions was just all over the place. But the best voice acting, well, I just gave it away, didn't I? Because it's BFA. I was... Okay, technically it's War Within. Let's just ignore the obvious. The reason I'm giving this to BFA is because of how much it surprised me. How much BFA's voice acting was just so much better. Like, obviously, we had good voice acting in Wrath, we had good voice acting in Pandaria, in Warlords, in Dragonflight, and War Within. And technically, Dragonflight and War Within are better. Let's just get that out of the way. But BFA surprised me with how good it was. Yeah, I found inconsistent information on that Von Falkenstein. And that's all I'm going to say about that, because let me tell you, finding credits for some of this stuff is just nonsense. Anyways. But I do know that they specifically brought her in during the production of BFA. So yeah, maybe they brought her in for like the patch stuff in Legion or something like that. But I just wanted to comment on that because, good lord, oh I know, BFA's music was so damn good. The BFA's voice acting, and we showed this during the run, was just better. No inconsistency. One of the things that irritated me most about Legion's voice acting, just personally, the same characters would voice names and pronounce them differently. Now, for those of you not aware, that is part of a director's job. A director's job is to give you a key of this is how word is supposed to be pronounced. There can be variances to account for, like, accent or maybe a different variant, like a regional variant. But generally speaking, the director's job is to say, oh no, it's pronounced Quel'Thalas. Sorry, Quel'Thalas. Excuse me, I actually just screwed it up. So if they said Quel'Thalas, I'd be like, no, it's Quel'Thalas. Oh, okay, cool. You know, that's the director's job. Legion had that issue all over the place. BFA did not. BFA was just solid, top to bottom, which is why I'm giving the mark to BFA. By the way, shout out to Huthor for getting me the add-on that helped me get a lot of this footage. Thank you, Huthor. You're awesome. Biggest character assassination. I got a lot here. Let's just go down the list. It's camera something. I don't remember Jay Palmer. So, biggest character assassination. Rexar in BFA, who went from being Rexar to being a low 2-bit mafia thug. Lillian Voss in BFA, who went from being Lillian Voss, who I remind you is still a great character, to being a 2-bit mafia thug. By the way, the double frustration is Lillian actually was also cool in BFA. She was just also terrible. It's very frustrating. The entire Horde in BFA. I'm not going to bring up that old horse. I just wanted to mention it for the sake of it because it's BFA. Jaina Proudmoore. Yes, there are several not in BFA. So Jaina Proudmoore in Pandaria specifically. There's a reason. It's technically Pandaria and Legion. But there is a reason that Jaina is a Dreadlord became such a recurring meme. It's because a lot of people really thought she was a Dreadlord. And as we went back through it, the reason why is because she was just so badly written in Pandaria. Pandaria was a great expansion, but it did several female characters very, very badly. Speaking of which, Tyrande in Pandaria specifically. Now, I know that's impressive, but I just want to stress this. Tyranda's already not a good character. To put her even further down, which they did in Pandaria, just really emphasizes just how ridiculous and nonsensical that crap all is. Then I have to also mention Ner'zhul Some of you, just real quick, this bothers me, and not a lot of people know this. So hear me out for a second. Ner'zhul wasn't exactly a good person. Like, I don't agreed, Huthor. I don't want to like overpraise Ner'zhul as a character, but he was just kind of a generally bad leaning person who was stuck in very bad situations and trying to get out of it. And then he got trapped into the domain of the first Lich King. And then in Warlords, he turned into torture and kill everything because in an alternate timeline, I become the Lich King. And then we have, speaking of Ner'zhul, Kel'Thuzad. I'll come back to that later. There's more to talk about with Kel'Thuzad. But let me just say that it really, really, really frustrates me that one of the most interesting and well voice acted characters of Warcraft 3 turned into a raid boss in Vanilla, a raid boss in Wrath, and an idiot in Shadowlands. That's it, by the way. Those 3 points. That's it on Falkenstein. Kel'Thuzad. They took Kel'Thuzad. Oh, yeah, excuse me. And a raid boss in Shadowlands. Forgot about that one. Oh. Anyways. Then we have Kael'thas. I know that the book did some decent work to try and smooth this over. But a lot of people, if Magister was here, he'd probably agree with me on this. A lot of people got very pissed off at the way they portrayed Kael'thas for a good reason. Because he went from being a complex character with who was troubled and being pushed against because of racism and having to deal with all kinds of stuff as a consequence of that. And he got turned into a raid boss. This is something WoW had an issue with for years, by the way, is they would take cool, interesting, fun characters and then they turn them into a raid boss. And in almost every case, it either ruins them or wastes them. You remember Tychondrius? Arguably the main villain of Warcraft 3? Yeah, he's a raid boss in Legion. That's it. That's all they use Tychondrius for. In the entirety of WoW is one random-ass side raid boss. By the way, what do they do with Bear of Authors? He's a raid boss. Anubarak, he's a dungeon boss. And a raid boss. Oh my god. Drives me crazy. But I do agree, Kael'thas was one of the 5 characters who got some character in Shadowlands. I'll give you that. And then I have to mention Sylvanas. You'll notice Sylvanas did not win for me. So Sylvanas technically probably should win. We'll explain why she didn't in a second. But Sylvanas is one of those characters who didn't get character assassinated. She got character assassinated I think it was 5 times we came up with. Because they just kept ruining her. Ruining is the wrong word. I shouldn't use that. Nobody could agree. Nobody in the writing staff could agree who Sylvanas was. And so it was the same damn problem we had with Luke over in the EU. You remember that? Back when the EU was still coming out and there's a lot of books and games, all that fun stuff. And in every single one of them, Luke Skywalker was a different character. It's the exact same thing. The writers all couldn't agree on who the hell Sylvanas was. And so every time another writer got a hold of her, they would just do something else with her. Even when it was in complete contradiction to something that just happened. Sometimes in the same expansion. Cataclysm added some interesting and kind of cool nuance to her as a character, and then ruined it in a different zone. Just to put this into perspective. So technically the winner is Sylvanas. But, I mean, honestly, for me, the biggest character assassination in World of Warcraft is World of Warcraft itself. Or more accurately, the entire Warcraft franchise. I know this is a bit of a technically, I know I'm stretching the definitions of it, but I stand by it. Because the entire Warcraft franchise was assassinated by Shadowlands. It's one of the reasons I still have so much vitriol for that expansion. Despite the fact that if you break it down, it's not super terrible. There's worse, right? But the fact that they tried to drag an entire... This is so unprecedented. I've never seen something do this before. They tried to drag the entire Warcraft franchise through the mud in Shadowlands. Is the worst possible assassination I could think of in fiction. I'm gobsmacked by this. Oh, and by the way, if you don't feel like reading, Mr. Arthas, If you don't stop the bandits, they'll kill more people, sending their souls to the Shadowlands, where they'll be judged by the Arbiter, and someone will be sent to the Maw, and they'll be twisted into agents of the Jailer's eons-old scheme to make reality. Oh my god. Screw you. Screw you. Moving on. Just going to leave that there. So, but along with in character assessment, we have to talk about most inconsistent character. And that is Trafen. Thank you, Trafen, very much. Always appreciate you for the sub. I will put that towards you being the most inconsistent character in World of Warcraft. Also Factorio, and Metroid Prime 4, and MechWarrior 5. Ahem. There was definitely some issue with Bobby Kotick's cronies with regards to Shadowlands, but no, that wasn't really the issue. Anyways, we talked about it extensively in the run. I'm not going to repeat all that. So most inconsistent character. There's actually I only have 4 here I want to address really quickly. One is Varian. You remember Varian? So Varian started off as a noble king who will fight for his people. Then he turned into a warmongering idiot who was genocidally racist. Like, literally, I want to kill all orcs is an actual line that comes out of this guy's mouth. Like, what? Okay, brother. And then he goes to from that, and then the next time we really interact with him is him being a little bit of an overprotective father in Cataclysm, and then to being, I agree with peace. We must use wisdom in all our interactions. I am a good guy. And then he died. Like, heroically, of course. What? Inconsistent character. Then we have Jaina Proudmoore, which, yeah. Once again, a character they just could not figure out what the hell they wanted to do with her. And I just talked about this. Jaina was a Dreadlord. We're walking. I also want to mention the PC. You, the player character. So Trafen, I was actually right if you play WoW. The PC bounces all over the place in terms of consistency. What about Thrall, Eliezer? So, yeah, like there are some times when we're like, and sometimes we're like, yeah, and then sometimes we're like, I will help kittens, and then sometimes we're like, I like murdering kittens, and it's all over the place, even within a single class. Probably because we don't have a lot of character, we're walking, but no, the winner is the obvious one. I kind of already made this point. No, Elazar, I kind of already made this point. I don't have much else to add to this. The most inconsistent character in the game is Sylvanas, for the reasons we just talked about. This is why I didn't give her biggest character assassination, by the way. It's because she wins this category like a sweep. Nobody could make up their minds on who the hell she is. By the way, they're still changing her character. She is currently going through her latest character. Maybe it'll be her last one. I don't know. That might be a thing. There's some point in time where she might actually be capable of finalizing her character. You know, the Jailer was actually extremely consistent, which is funny when you think about it. So yeah, I've kind of already made that point. Let's just move on. Most wasted character. I have so many here. I have so many. We've got Tyrande. Like, like really think about this. Let's just run this down here. Think for a moment about what Tyrande is. So she is the remaining... She was a priestess converted to war leader who had to keep a vigil for 10,000 years in the absence of support from half her society, and was thrust into the position of leadership in an unprecedented era of prosperity. Like what? There's so much potential with that character, and it's all just pissed away until Dragonflight. As usual, Dragonflight fixes a lot of things. Then we have Ner'zhul. I've kind of already talked about this one. Let's just go ahead and move on from that. We also have Kael'thas. I already talked about that one, but I want to mention Lady Vaush as well. Lady Vaush is so close to being an interesting character because she's our only insight into the Naga, really. For those who are not aware, from a fictional perspective, you want to have a viewpoint character, right? You want to have someone who is inside the head of a species or a faction or a polity or whatever. And Lady Vosh is our only real Naga character across everything, from Warcraft 3 all the way up to War Within. And so there's a lot you could do with that that they turbo don't. I should also mention Deathwing. Neltharion is a fascinating character. I should mention, I actually thought about giving this to Deathwing, except for Dragonflight. Does that sound familiar? Dragonflight actually did a lot for Neltharion as a character. Really fleshed out just how twisted of a person he was before he gave in to the Void, before he gave in to the old gods. And yeah, that's Deathwing well utilized. But as you remember, during Kata, Deathwing was just the best characterization for Deathwing, in my opinion, and I do think this is good characterization, was during the End Times dungeon, where he is sitting there impaled on Wormrest, which is not only a great visual, but it is a great characterization moment for Deathwing, what he wants and what he was after the entire time. I should also mention Grom Hellscream, who they did him pretty well in Warcraft 3, so I guess what I'm saying is alternate Grom, who, once again, they could have done all kinds of things with, and instead they do, like, the most bog-standard things possible with him. He starts off as Turbo Hitler, and then he turns into, I am a wise warrior who respects you. Draenor is free! And so they do nothing with him in both directions, villain or hero. I should also mention, and I'm going to say this very specifically, War Chief Vol'jin. Don't mistake me. I actually think Vol'jin does some cool stuff in WoW. But he never did anything as the war chief. They never went anywhere with that. We spent all this time and effort and work and a book setting up Vol'jin as the war chief. And then he was just like, Commander, during Warlords. And then he died. Like I said, most wasted. That's what this category is all about. Wasted potential. Speaking of which, Sylvanas! While we're on the subject, I've talked about this so much during the run. I cannot be the only person who finds the idea of Sylvanas fascinating. Let me zoom in on specifically what I mean, because there's a lot of things I can mean. So this is someone whose soul was ripped out of her, and her body and mind kept going and got to be a worse and worse and worse person, and then the soul was reattached. And until pretty recently, they have done basically nothing with that concept. Right? I mean, honestly, Arthas would fall into this exact same thing, by the way. Speaking of which, Arthas, he's the next one. Moving on. They do nothing with that. They do nothing with it. While we're on the subject, Zool. That is a spoiler, by the way. Just saying that is a spoiler. You realize that, right, Spartan? Zool. Zool is... I thought Zool was a fascinating character. I enjoyed him every time he was on the screen back in BFA. And he was just some old god Stooley. That's it. Like, the closest thing he got to characterization, other than being kind of an amusing dick, is... No, it's still a spoiler, Spartan. Don't double down on me. You've already done it. You already spoiled it. Zool was a fascinating character, and he could have been interesting. For those of you who don't remember, we had Zool lore going as far back as Wrath when they first started to mention him as part of this Andalari group. And we saw a bunch of stuff for him for what I call the Zool Confederacy over in Pandaria, as he was putting together his group, mixed of all the other different troll tribes. And then he finally showed up in BFA, and our introduction to him is him using his foresight powers to what I can only refer to as fantastic effect. And yeah, I think he was J-Paul. I'm not even sure, to be honest with you. I think he was. And then he's just an old god Stooley, and they don't do anything with it. It's like, okay. I was so excited to hear what big plan he had and what his final end game was for why he was working for, you know, we have old god at home. And it was nothing. He's just, yes, I'm evil. Oh, okay, whatever. Something about becoming a raid boss just kills the minds of most characters. Anyways, and then the last one I wanted to mention, Sally Whitemane. How many of you even know who that is? This was one I actually jotted down again recently because Sally, because we had just, during the Lee mix, me and a friend of mine were doing the Death Knight Order Hall. Sally is, she's a Death Knight. Sally Whitemane is an undead Death Knight. If you know anything about that character, that is already an interesting character arc. So she was a young, yeah, no kidding, Dakota. She was a young girl who was like in her teen years when Warcraft 3 happened. As a young girl, as a teenage girl, she had to kill the undead forms of her own parents, which broke her mind, and literally, it actually did something wrong to her, which led her to joining the Scarlet Crusade and becoming, one of the leaders of the Scarlet Crusade and just becoming on this huge undead, massive murder rampage. And then she died. We killed her. You're welcome. And then, during Legion, the Death Knight main character picks her back up and says, "You're going to be a Death Knight now. You're not going to be given respite or peace, but you're going to have servitude in order to help the people you have hurt." To which she says, "Done." And that's the last we heard of Sally Whitemane, not counting one short story. That is a fantastic beginning, and that's like what do you call it? A character prompt, right? That's a character prompt right there, and they've done nothing with it. But my actual pick, I was really torn on this one because a lot of these, she was not brought up in Wrath. No, sorry, I kind of dipped over this. Arthas. I know some people disagree with this, but they didn't. They did a couple of things with him which I did like in Wrath, and that's it. Other than turning him into fuel in Shadowlands. So, but actually, for me, the winner for most wasted character, I kind of already ranted about this, so you probably already saw this coming. Kel'Thuzad. The first time... there's kind of an interesting asterisk here, because Kel'Thuzad is a good character once in all of WoW. In War Within, by the way. I kind of hope they do something with that. Sorry. It's Thaddeus in the background, don't mind him. Yeah, like, the only time they do anything with Kel'Thuzad is in War Within. It's part of the Dalaran quest chain. If you haven't seen it, I won't spoil it for you, but it's awesome. Don't go do it. Yeah, bringing Kel'Thuzad back wouldn't be that big of an ass pull. The dude's known for coming out. It's one of his main traits. But no, he's again, he was an awesome character in Warcraft 3, and if you know about his overall backstory and history, he is a fascinating character. He was never exactly a good person. He was very much one of those, what do you call it? Amoral instead of immoral kind of characters. He just didn't give a crap, right? He cared about results. He cared about this and that. And so when, he was essentially forced into servitude by the first Lich King, he broke under that and did what he could in order to accommodate that, and always had his own little quiet plans in the background, and he knew that he was playing with forces that were above him, like higher tier than him, and so he had to kind of like maneuver his way through that. And yeah, exactly, Jay Palmer. Like, there's so much cool, interesting stuff. And again, and we already said this, he's a raid boss. He's a raid boss. Then he's an idiot and a raid boss. Yeah. And a cat lover. Dedicated cat lover. No, like, again, his scene in War Within perfectly lines up with who Kel'Thuzad is as a character. Like, his big shtick in War Within was how pissed off he was at how much the rest of the Kirin Tor were, just, walking on eggshells. It's around necromancy because it's such an evil art. Don't be ridiculous. Power isn't evil, it's power. Like, that was his whole shtick there. It was great. Anyways, sorry. I have several times, Jay Palmer. In fact, I did for getting the footage for this right here. And yeah, Bragwin's right. Arthas had more support in being evil than he had being good. Remember, Kel'Thuzad was like a legitimate ally to Arthas, to Death Knight Arthas, I should say. Anyways, best utilized character. So that's a little bit different. Let's go down the list here, shall we? I'm just going to hit these in order. Illyria. So obviously, Illyria is a very well-utilized character. So to be clear, well-utilized doesn't just mean like it's a good character. Anybody can be a good character. It means how much they use that character for themes or for concepts or for fleshing out of stuff or just like examining things or whatever, right? So Illyria, right? Elf, who is a veteran of the Second War, completely skipped over the Third War. Um, and also is pretty much the prototypical void elf who constantly wrestles with the aforementioned void. Her character arc is one of the most interesting parts of War Within, in my opinion. So very well utilized, and she's also our viewpoint character, not just for the void elves in general, but also for the void in specific. See you around, J. Palmer. Speaking of which, Anduin. Anduin's an interesting one. I actually think Anduin is better utilized than Lyra because not only is he well utilized in War Within, which he is, because, you know, light, faith, rediscovering who he is, and trying to come up with, wrestling with identity, blah, blah, blah. Cool stuff. But he's been a cool character since Kata. He had one quest chain, which isn't in the game anymore, back in Kata, where he was trying to do something. And even back then, he showed that he was a thinker. That was something that was, you know, part of his character arc. And then we said Pandaria, where he was one of the people who was like one of the front lines. He was actually one of the main characters of Pandaria alongside Rathion, actually. Became friends with Rathion along the way. And then, you know, we've seen him periodically ever since. He's done some great stuff. So, Anduin's probably the closest thing we've had to a main character. Like across, if you just look at WoW, he's been a main character in a PC for a long time. Farron. I really like Farron. They do a lot of good stuff with her. Farron is probably, in addition to the fact that she's insight into nobility, insight into the Arathi, and insight to the life for Hallowfall, she is also probably our best paladin ever. And I mean that. This is what Uther failed at right here. I'm just going to lay that right there. I mean, I can mute it. Yeah, let's mute it. There you go. Is that better, Brigham? She is our best paladin ever. She is the Tuvok of paladins. Points if you get that. She is most paladins in Warcraft, for obvious reasons. They tend to fall a little bit too much to the light. I have a feeling we're going to be seeing more of this in the future. Like, Tyrion is actually a great example. Tyrion definitely went too hard into the light. You could argue some of that is because of Zira, and he has certainly mellowed, almost assuredly, at least in part, because of his wife, who is a void elf. But, I will give Tyrion credit. He's actually been pretty cool since then. But Tyrion still had the same problem that most paladins do. Farron doesn't. She has faith without zealotry. She has actual wisdom and answers to hard questions, rather than... Oh, sorry, I meant Tyrellian. I don't know why I said Tyrion. I'm sorry. I saw a Y, and I thought Tyrellian. Tyrion was 100% a bad paladin. Oh my god. Dude was retribution to a T. Jesus Christ. Sorry. No. There's a reason why everybody, when you see Tyrion pick up the helm of domination, everyone who's ever seen that scene for the first time goes, no! No! Because that would have been terrible. That would have been game. That would have been awful. Anyways. But yeah, no, Farron skips all that. She is a true Jedi, for lack of a better way to put that. She is a true paladin and someone who succeeds where Uther and Tyrion and most of the other paladins, including Arthas, failed. And it's great because it serves as a great counterpoint to Anduin. Yeah, she also has lack of certainty. She isn't just faith. As we've talked about, extensively, because faith is such a huge theme in Warcraft, and will be, again, in Midnight. If you have total faith, what you are is blind. If you don't question anything, right? Like, I don't even need to make that point, do I? Now, Farron was awesome. I also want to give mention to Korgrin. Most of you probably don't know who Korgrin is. That's totally cool. He's an Earthen. He's part of the Earthen Allied character unlock chain. And he's still, God, he's still holding up that lantern out there. Um, again, this is all about best utilized character. And that we've seen a lot of characters who give us insight into what it means to be an earthen. I think Korgren nails that better than any of them. Like, if you had to pick one earthen to be our viewpoint character, it'd be him. For those of you who weren't there for that, real quick reprise. He was suffering from memory breakdown and degradation because he's a robot who was not designed to last past a certain shelf date. The Titans' solution to their bots gaining sentience was to periodically wipe their memory, which, to be clear, kills them, deletes their personality, and would allow a new personality to then emerge amongst the basically factory default robot. Now, they would take those memories and dump them into the database, but the person's dead. Yeah, it's the droids thing. And no, they all sound pretty similar, push-ups. It's the Saruman and Sauron problem all over again, right? There's a reason I always do Sauron in order to distinguish it from Saruman. But anyways, he was a great, again, this is about best utilization. He was a great way to really see in an extremely personal manner exactly what it's like to be an earthen. Speaking of a viewpoint character for a species, Renzik. I know it's interesting to pick someone who had no voice actor for some reason. Someone who's been around since vanilla in mostly a non-story point. But Renzik in Undermine was great. There's a part of his quest chain where you find out that he bought a fishing pole and it was just collecting dust because he never got to use it. That says so much about him. And he was a great insight into how bad the Undermine was, how bad goblin culture was getting, and just everything about that entire cultural norm and how it was descending. And the thing that was interesting is, I actually, technically the next one is Gazlo, so I'll just say Gazlo as well. But the Gazlo and Renzik, they rotate around each other, right? Both of them don't work without the other. Just use the good wiki, push-ups. There's a good wiki. Here, I'll link it to you. I'll link it to you right now. There's a good wiki. It's right here. Oh, here you go. Good wiki. Do not use Wowpedia. It's Garbo. Use the good wiki. It's the good wiki. Wowpedia, I'm dead serious, by the way. Don't use Wowpedia. First of all, it's abandoned. The team left Wowpedia for a good reason. Screw Wowpedia. Go use warcraft.wiki.gg. I use Wowhead periodically, but why would I use Wowhead for, like, lore stuff, Moog? Anyways. So, Renzik and Gazlo rotated around each other because Gazlo was the guy who got out and just was done with it. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to have that problem in my life anymore. I'm done. We're done. Moving on. Renzik was the guy who never forgot where he came from and always wanted to go back to help the others who didn't get out. And these two mentalities are extraordinarily similar and bounce off of each other perfectly. And a huge portion of the Undermine quest arc was about those two mentalities bouncing into each other until, the Undermine quest. It's like, okay, now we're going to do something about it. Great characters, both of them. Sarkareth. Now, I was torn on this one. I have to give bonus points to Sibelian and Rathion. But Sarkareth was a great... Again, a lot of these are viewpoint characters. He was our viewpoint character for the... I almost said the Evokers. I always want to call them Evokers. For the Drakthir. And I know that's weird considering he was our enemy. He's even a raid boss. But he was a raid boss. It's okay. He was a Dragonflight raid boss. So he was allowed to have some character. He was a viewpoint into, for lack of a better way to put it, the crimes of Neltharion. And exactly how messed up what Neltharion was doing. Because, I gotta just be clear about this, Neltharion was using alchemy to try and craft sentient, blindly obedient soldiers. And if that sounds familiar, congratulations, you've heard of the Titans before. And it's never portrayed as anything other than horrible. At no point in time does anyone say, well, he had a point. No, what he was doing was wrong. And Sarkareth is a perfect insight into exactly how much that breaks someone. Yeah, Sarkareth was stuck in a loop. And several of the other Drakthir had found ways or individuals or something to get out. Yeah, clone troopers, exactly. It was clone troopers. It was all about the freaking clone trooper nonsense again, which I love the clone troopers over in Star Wars. So, speaking of, a lot of characters from Dragonflight here. Stelagosa 2. Or not 2. I don't know why I said Stelagosa 2. Sorry. Stelagosa. I know why Stelagosa 2 says it. Stelagosa. She is one of our inside characters into the Blue Dragonflight. And we interact with her twice overall. Once back in Legion, once over in Dragonflight. Both times, she is kind of awesome, but also a great viewpoint in what it's like to just kind of be a blue dragon in a world where that's not as impressive as it sounds. The first time we ever see her, we are rescuing her from a few Legion people, and she was about to have her soul ripped out and turned into fuel. And she never quite leaves that space, but it works very well for kind of showcasing insight into dragon culture and mentality and a bunch of other cool stuff. Sorry, I'm going to fast forward a little bit because the next one I'll talk about is Rastakhan. Rastakhan was such a fascinating character. He was stagnant almost in a good way. He was very, as long as things work, they work. Stay the course. Don't make big waves. And he kept... we were talking about this semi-recently. One of the biggest reasons why the Zandalari never got worse is because of the fact that he was the dude at the reins for what, like 200 years, I think was the time, something like that. And just kind of holding them there and pushing away all the contestants who were like, we should go Stoof. No, he wasn't truly idle. That's true. He was never truly idle. He was never just sitting there squat on his throne. He would get out and he would do stuff. And then he'd be like, okay, we're good. We're cool. Status quo. And so it's funny because in hindsight, one of the only reasons the Zandalari were able to then get better was because Rastakhan held what was left of the city-state together for that long, and then died, which enabled someone who was more progressive to take over. It was very strange, very unique combination. But again, utilization, as you know, Rastakhan is a fantastic insight into the Zandalari and why the Zandalari have been the Zandalari for like 1,000 years. I also want to mention Runos the Shamed really quickly. He is probably our best viewpoint character for the Nightborn. I know that sounds strange, considering he's a one-off dude who's in like 5 quests in one zone in Ajuna. In one zone, which is named Ajuna, in Legion. But I stand by that. Fantastic voice acting and smart writing. And some good utilization made him a really good viewpoint character for exactly what the Nightborn were going through. I also want to... Yeah, Jim Cummings. Just, oh my god. I also want to mention Kill Jaden. This is kind of as an aside, because this is more like Kill Jaden probably should have been better, but I do have to mention that Kill Jaden was very well utilized in the patch content in Legion, because up until then, Kill Jaden had just been, whoa, I am an evil demon lord. But in the patch content, what we saw was the Saruman parallel, right? The point that's made over and over, especially when we get to Argus itself, is that Kill Jaden was wise. He is actually our viewpoint character for the Legion, which I know sounds strange, but I mean that. I was talking about this to a friend recently as we're going through Lemix. Really think about this for a second. So, hey, Mr. Red, hey. I can kill you and then torture your soul until you stop existing. Or you can join me and I will give you power. Eventually, you will stop living. Eventually, you will go away. But I will guarantee that you not only live, but live for millennia as part of my army. Pick. Kill Jaden was the insight into that dilemma and why so many planets fell to the Legion. Even planets that resisted. Oh yeah, also, I'll put you in control of that army. You want to be in control of an army? You want power and prestige and wealth and all those fun things? It's so easy to see why so many beings across so many species, across so many worlds, gave in to that. Because, it's the Sauron thing, although it's the Saruman thing. At least from the movies. Sorry, I should clarify, the books are different. Saruman from the movies, as I talked about during my Saruman rumination years and years ago, he gave in. He started serving Sauron because what else is there to do? He looked at the situation and said, this is hopeless. And his solution to the no-win scenario was to capitulate. And that's what Kil'jaeden picked. Yeah, exactly, Adam Ciuta. And so you have chosen death. Because Gandalf, lol, ogre, Gandalf chose foolish hope. It is luck and many long shots that made it so that Gandalf's side won out on that. Because by all accounts, Saruman was correct. Just like Kil'jaeden was correct. The Legion was unstoppable. It was this overwhelming, gigantic wave of doom. Nothing was going to stop the Legion. Nothing was ever going to defeat it. That battle had been decided before they even reached out to Kil'jaeden. Yeah, exactly, Xavier. Like, most people probably would make that deal. Kil'jaeden was interesting because of all this. Speaking of which, last one, and our actual winner. Sorry, I've been sitting here for a while. Let's turn the music back on. Because our last winner for Best Utilized Character. I mean, come on. So, Lorewalker Cho wins this for two reasons. Because the thing is, almost every other character I've mentioned is a good, interesting character, usually a viewpoint character or an insight character who is part of getting us to know thoughts or concepts or themes or culture or world building or whatever. Lorewalker Cho is all of that. He is actually our viewpoint character into Pandaria and Pandarans. He is the first real Pandaran we interact with, first named significant character we interact with. And he is with us for a huge portion of... Shut up, Uthor. He's with us for a huge portion of Pandaria. Pretty much all of it, really. And then... he is also our lore walker character. He is still being utilized as recently as, like a month ago when the last patch came out. He's still being utilized as a storyteller to help convey additional bits of WoW lore, of Warcraft lore, to be more clear. And he's doing it in such a wonderfully diegetic way. It's so in character to have him learning about the history of the world and then share that with us through his own vision, through his own perspective. And yeah, his wonderful bit of the Pandaran heritage was fantastic. And amusing, but still amazing. Lorewalker Cho's phenomenal. He is easily the best utilized character in all of WoW, bar none. And yeah, I wanted to comment on that because, oh my god, I've been sitting in here waiting to guess on that. So, okay. So let's talk about the worst villain in Warcraft. Now, World of Warcraft has a lot of bad villains, right? We've got dumb villains, we've got stupid, we've got bad. I mean, you know who it is. You know exactly who it is. I mean, come on, you know this. I'm not even going to build this up. I'm not going to build this up. It's not even close. It's me! Oh, it's always me! No, it's not even close. I refused to get footage of this asshole. It's not a contest. It's Zoval. It's the jailer. He is such a terrible, goddamn villain. And he is the villain of, like, the franchise in a meta sense. He's so bad that I have been talking about how horrible he is for actual years. I thought about it, Uthor. And then I realized that I didn't care that much. Screw the jailer. I hate him. I hate him. He nearly killed WoW. Literally, nearly killed WoW. And we can thank WoW Classic for that not happening. Okay, so. Best main villain. Now, to be clear, notice I say main villain. So it has to be a villain of large significance and substance. Like Netherwind here. Time Lord Netherwind. So let's go through the list really quick here. We have Kil'jaeden. I already mentioned all the reasons why I think Kil'jaeden qualifies. So I'm not going to repeat myself there. We have Deathwing. While Deathwing had some issues, he did have a lot of presence. And there was still some cool stuff in Kata. And of course, there's all the characterization stuff we had there. And it was fun seeing him like 3 or 4 times in Kata. We have Sargeras, who is the arguably main villain of the entire franchise. We don't get a lot of screen time for him, but I will actually give Sargeras credit that every time we see him, they do really good stuff with him. Sargeras is also very much a Sauron type character because most of what he is developed in his absence. A negative space character, right? You learn more about what kind of a character he is by what he's doing. I also have to mention N'Zoth. There's actually several old. In fact, at this point, we've interacted with every old god that was on Azeroth, each of the bullets. But N'Zoth is the one we interact with the most, the one who's the most main villain, and the one who's behind most things in terms of like that kind of a thing, right? Yeah, exactly, Zar. So N'Zoth, he's interesting, and of course he's voiced by Darren DePaul, which is just joy in a voice. But no, even ignoring his amazing voice acting, N'Zoth is a fascinating character in that he is very full of himself, but he's also smart. Like it's a weird combination of egotistical and prideful, alongside humble and willing to do what is necessary, very pragmatic, right? And that's part of what makes N'Zoth so engaging. He is willing to outmaneuver. He is willing to out-engage. He is willing to eat humble pie if he needs to. And he is more than committed to the long run. At least he was until we destroyed his ass. Anyways, your heart will explode, Luke. I also have to mention Iridikron. I have to mention Iridikron. We haven't seen as much of him as I would like. I hope that will change. Probably in a couple of years here. But Iridikron is a fantastic example of a villain who looked at the world, looked at the setup, looked at us and said, nah, I'm good. Most of the main plot, the MSQ of Dragonflight, is unironically Iridikron throwing an entire arc and group and army and villain at us to get us out of his way and distracted. Like, that's not even a joke. And, of course, I have to mention the second Lich King. Notice I do not say Arthas there. I know that one person in chat has hackles on it, and that sucks to be him, because they are different characters. The second Lich King, of course I have to mention the second Lich King. He's not the winner, though. Because while the second Lich King has presence and power and all sorts of cool stuff, in WoW, they don't actually do that much with him. Not nearly as much, and not nearly what I'd like. In fact, quite frankly, I actually think the third Lich King made for a more interesting villain, especially with how they utilized him in Legion, than the second Lich King did in Wrath. And of course, both of those only really had one expansion each to them. I would be remiss if I did not also mention Xal'atath. As I talked about, as I would not stop gushing about during the patch content, Xal'atath is a very interesting villain. Very, 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 very well written, well acted, well presented, well utilized. We still don't know what she is, like literally what she is. We're still not 100% sure what she's after. There's still a lot of question marks in her, which hopefully we'll find out about a month or two here. There's still a lot of cool stuff about her. But ultimately, while Xal'atath has been around since Legion, I had to give it to someone else. Because the thing is, even though he's a part of older WoW, which is just kind of worse than modern WoW, Garrosh is a very, very good villain. He is arguably one of the most main villains of WoW. Like, everything that he did, everything that was a part of his arc and his actions and his motivations drove the plot pretty much from Wrath all the way up to Warlords. That was a huge swath of WoW, and a lot of the fallout of that was being dealt with up to and through BFA. This is, like, if WoW is Germany, then he was Hitler, right? Like, that, I don't have a nicer way to put that. There was just so much damage he caused, culturally and personally, and in terms of like literal real deaths and destruction and overhauls. And most of WoW's overall story, especially the Horde, excuse me, not WoW, most of the Horde's story arc in the absence of Garrosh has been recovering from Garrosh. That's still true, by the way. That's still something we're still seeing quests about, even as recently as War Within. And you add an amazing voice actor and a surprisingly consistent character in an era where that wasn't really kind of thing. And Yeah, that's why I give it to Garrosh. Rotten hell. But really, it's Taranzu. We all know Taranzu is actually the worst. I mean, look at him. He's just hovering there in the air. You're not supposed to hover in the air. So now let's talk about the worst main character in the game. It's us. It's the main character. Yeah, hi. So I can't even give it to anyone else. I really can't. Because there is no other main character. And you could argue it's Anduin, arguably. You could maybe make a case for Thrall. That's about it. And I realized as I was sitting down looking at this character, there's no second one. There's no second option here. That's the problem. There is no other main character for WoW. Not really. Expansions can have major characters and primary characters. Janine can have a major character. Yeah, but there's no other real main character other than the PC. And the problem is, we all suck. Which brings me, of course, to the best main character of WoW. No, not the PC. It is specifically Swiftshot. It is specifically Swiftshot. It's the best main character. Fun fact, I wasn't going to grab footage of him at first, because obviously the idea is the PC. But then I was like, no, I've got it. You like his new transmog? I've actually messed with it a little bit. I love so many of the humble mods and like just the civilian clothing stuff they keep giving us. It's great. Okay, so yeah, exactly, Blade Trail. Like, we have dipped in and out of having character periodically. There are occasional moments, Death Knight Order Hall says hi, where there has been like some characterization for the WoW PC. But for the most part, we aren't even there in lore. And that's sort of my point. So, let's talk about the worst through line. Now, just to explain that briefly, a through line is a narrative arc. You could call it an MSQ. Why would he, Adam Suda? He's... Hey, guys. What's going on? Oh, don't worry, I cleaned it. I cleaned it yesterday, so we're cool. Oh, it's a pretty terrible move. A through line is exactly what it sounds like. It is a overall arc, usually like a thematic arc that goes through an entire expansion, right? So let's look at some of the worst through lines first. First of all, we have Burning Crusade, which didn't have a through line, which is the problem. I actually, in my notes, I wrote down BC and bumbling, because BC's through line was, and that's BC's through line. I also have to mention Cataclysm. Now, you're probably thinking, what was the through line of Cataclysm? It's sort of the same problem. Obviously, there was the Cataclysm, but, you know, I call it the kitchen sink. Hey, Mr. Red. I like the kitchen sink. I like Cataclysm, excuse me, but the kitchen sink approach of Cataclysm was real, right? Like, they just did everything. It was all over the place. It was everywhere. And then we had Warlords, where, and I'm gonna read my notes word for word here. Okay, so Warlords. Okay, and that was Warlords through line. You'll notice there's a trend here, by the way. All three of these really aren't through lines, which is kind of the problem. It's just... and that was Warlords in a nutshell. Warlords was actually really good until it stopped. And that's really the problem. I was talking about that recently. Like, Garrisons, everyone talks about Garrisons badly. Garrisons were cool until they stopped. The quest zones were cool until they stopped. The Iron Horde was cool until it just went away. Like, that was Warlords' problem in a nutshell. It was just kind of like I also have to mention, sorry, Huthor, BFA. BFA was a huge shifting of gears for 3 separate through lines, and it showed. BFA tried to have through lines, and they kept running into each other. But I have to give it, and you know where I'm going with you know where I'm going with this, because I have to give it to Shadowlands. What was Shadowlands through line again? Oh, that's right. The office being on fire. I can't even summarize this other than by saying the office was on fire. There was so much screwing up in Shadowlands. They're even like the afterlife, as weird as it sounds, wasn't even the through line of Shadowlands, because even that was inconsistent depending on which zone you're doing. And there was the whole thing with how each zone was supposed to be a different thing, and they kept changing their mind on who the villain was. The jailer wasn't even invented until they were mid-development of the expansion. Just everything about Shadowlands was just what? What? But what? But huh? And I'm going through Ouroboros here to get the footage for this because I just felt like this was a perfect encapsulation of how there was not a through line. Yeah, the death to Emerald Dream to the infinite of all infinite ever to infinite. Like I used Ouroboros because it's such a mess of a town. This is like one of the worst cities in the game, and it's just why. Okay, whatever. But best through line. Let's talk positivity. Let's talk positivity. Whoosh. Let's look at that person's mouth. That's a cool mouth. Yeah, the airport. Oh my god. So best through line. Okay, so you're okay. So Dragonflight. Let's start with that. And you're probably thinking, what the hell is Dragonflight's through line? So there were several. I like to summarize it all by saying the word exploration. Exploration of self, exploration of the world. Dragonflight had a crap ton of world building. We learned more about dragons and the titans and a lot of other little things. There was a lot of development. We learned our first tidbit about the Scourge in years in Dragonflight. Did you catch that? I reminded myself of that as I was doing research for all of this, that there's actually a mention during the tier quest chain about the fact that Northrend is basically metaphorically on fire right now because the Scourge are just causing so much damage up there right now. And I was just like, oh. And there was just that kind of thing, right? All over the place. There was lots of smart little background details in Dragonflight to just flesh out the world and explore the world and getting out there and flying and understanding who and what we are and why the dragons exist and why the dragonkin should have their own fates and why we should be allowed to live outside of the Titans thing. It was great, right? Cool stuff. Legion. Hear me out. Legion was closing the book. I know Huthor disagrees with me on this, and I don't care, because Legion was in many ways the end of the story that had started in Warcraft 3. It was, and obviously we could argue this, especially with regards to like the zone quests, but everything to do with the Broken Shore, everything to do with Argus, the major overall MSQ stuff like the Illidan quest chain and the Battle for the Exodar, as well as the Return to Karazhan. Those I called them the 3 points. You remember that? Those 3 points coincided into all of the events happening. And if those 3 points hadn't happened, we probably would have lost. That probably would have been game. Yeah, Velen's was a really, really important one. Velen had such great stuff in Legion. Again, closing the book was a huge theme of Argus on Velen and on the Draenei in particular. Excuse me, the Eridar in particular. But also the artifacts and the order halls. Obviously, I had several significant issues with those, especially on the gameplay axis, but there was a whole lot of taking dangling threads and tying them up in Legion. You could tell that people just sat down and thought, okay, what haven't we touched on since Vanilla or BC or Wrath or whatever? And tying up all kinds of loose ends and just kind of putting a bow on a whole lot of the game. But that still wasn't the best, because then we have Pandaria. Pandaria's through line, I think, is best described by the line that's in the opening cinematic. What is it we fight for? Fighting isn't the problem. Not lack of fighting isn't the problem, especially in a setting called Warcraft. No, it's what do we fight for? And we see that everywhere in Pandaria. We see that in the Horde and Alliance conflict and the Hellscream War, which stopped. We see that in Anduin's story arc. We see that in Raytheon and how the two rotate around each other. We see that in everything to do with Chen and his hope and discovery of his family. And of course, obviously, we see that in the finale. I also have to mention, don't let Huthor hear this. I'll never hear the end of it. Vanilla. While I obviously have spit a great deal of venom at WoW Vanilla over the years, and will continue to do so, The through line of WoW Vanilla was legit. It was adventuring. You were an adventurer. Go. Have fun. And that was a predominant theme. While there were some little story arcs and some quests that were like more interesting and more in depth than that, for the most part, you really were just adventurer number 357. But that worked. It helped flesh out the, and forgive me, world of Warcraft. It helped add some depth to it. It helped give some investment in it. It was one of the things I liked best about Vanilla, other than the fact that it was the best MMO at the time. So, as FF11 is reminding me a great deal of recently, it was so much worse before WoW Vanilla came out. But no, you all know the answer to this. The best throughline in WoW. Notice I have picked this shot very particularly. Gazlowe, Illyria, Khadgar. War Within's through line is it's hard to even name a single through line. Mental health, trauma, doubt. How do we deal with things when things happen? Usually bad things happen. Everything about Anduin's entire story, everything about Faerun, everything about what Illyria and Gazlowe and Khadgar have been going through. This... it's the mental... I know it sounds strange to say mental health, but I kind of mean it. The mental health angle in War Within is real. We see... yeah, no kidding. That's another good one, Bregwin. We see people who have Alzheimer's. We see people who have PTSD. We see people who are struggling with like their relationships. We see people who are having issues with their identity and who exactly they are, and just it's all about that. It's all about up here, right? Which makes sense considering this is leading into a void thing. It's all about what's going on in your head. See you around here. And yeah, fantasticness. So, this next one's easy, because I actually ranked these. What's the best vignette in the game? Real quick, what's your favorite of the vignettes? Those little painted stories they did up until, I think BFA was the last. Or no, Shadowlands, excuse me, was the last one. So I actually ranked these, because this is part of the review. So I can actually tell you this pretty much in order, but I'm just curious. What's your favorite? The Khadgar one. So Old Soldier is not a vignette, to be clear. Old Soldier is different. That's a cinematic. It's a full 3D render thing. The Lords of War. I meant like an individual one, but yeah, Lords of War is a vignette. The Burdens of Shaohao is a vignette. All of the Legion ones, those are vignette, and then the BFA ones and the Shadow. Each of them had one. So from Pandaria to Shadowlands, there were little animatic cinematics, which unfortunately they stopped doing. I get why. They also lost the main dude who did it. I Am My Scars is still not a vignette. So I'll just tell you. Because I wrote these down in order. Sylvanas' got +2, which wasn't great. This is net, by the way. Obviously, I broke this down more. Maldraxxus, the Maldraxxus one with... Oh, God, I can't remember think of her name. Graka? No. Thrall's mother. That was +2. And Syrex. That was actually a pretty good one. That was +5. Revendreth's introduction was +6. The Illidan one, also part of the Demon Hunters one in general, was +7. The Bastion one was +7. That was all about Uther proving why he's not as good of a paladin as Faerun. Ardenwield's one was really good. That was +8. The Jaina one, that's Daughter of the Sea, the one Tyr just mentioned. That's +9. The Khadgar one, that's a great one. Him returning to Karazhan, that's +11. The Gul'dan one, alternate Gul'dan, is actually probably kind of a personal favorite, but by sheer virtue of the fact that I haven't mentioned it, you know what the winner is. And I just want to clarify this. The Gul'dan one, just to be clear about this, these are so good. The Gul'dan vignette got 12 positives by itself. One cutscene got 12 positives. But the Ashara one got 21. I'm just going to sit here and let this play. Need to rest my throat a little anyways.
Let go. No! I am queen. This is the empire I built.
It is over.
This is so good. I could do a whole essay on this movie, this cinematic. The level of detail, the complexity, the implication, the themes, the visual storytelling, the audio storytelling, the sound design. Transitions.
No. My people.
My queen. We loved you. You betrayed us.
This is my fault.
No! 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 This was not the deal I made!
Deal. I like deals.
Who are you? Show yourself! At once!
For 1,000 years, bound beneath these waves, I have watched you. I have tasted your essence.
You.
It won't be long now. Your death is near. Only I can sustain you. Let go. Serve me.
You? You are nothing.
Nothing.
I am a god! Before you walked this land, I ruled.
Magnificent.
Serve me, and we will rebuild my empire.
No.
No? You dare! You will die!
A queen! Not a slave.
You've watched me for 1,000 years, so you know what I want. Take my people. With them, I will raise an army, conquer your enemies, build an empire as queen. Or let me die, and you will remain here, a prisoner, the god of nothing.
This is my favorite part of the whole thing right here. He just had to wait. And she's so smug. And he just waited just long enough till she started really panicking. Love it. Yeah, best vignette. It's not even close. It's not even close. I'm sorry. I love the symbolism. It reminds me of some of the best Square cutscenes, except arguably better. There's so much going on there. Ah, you see why I was so excited that we were going to get a Naga expansion. We didn't. We got one raid. The second best was Gul'dan's. Alternate Gul'dan's. Anyway, so personal worst story beat. Oh, wait. I promised myself I'd answer Elizar. No, I'm not sure why you think Varrock was done badly at any point in time. I don't even know where that's coming from. That's such a strange sentence. Do you mind clarifying? Ahem. So, yeah, that was caused... No, this was way before the Cataclysm tracks. That was caused by the Well of Eternity imploding, which is called the Sundering. It's why it's multiple continents instead of one. So, and yeah, I know, we have the Sundering and the Cataclysm. There's also technically the Stabinating. So, worst personal story beat. This is not a review. We're leaving reviews at the wayside. This is just, for me personally, which story beat was the worst. No? That's such a strange question. Why would you say that? It's the... yeah, it's the stab just with it's like jelly, you know. You stab a jar of jelly, it doesn't do anything. Personal worst story beat. So there's three I want to mention. The first is the Horde is evil. Hang on. To explain that a little bit, I'm actually not talking about BFA or anything like that. No. Although BFA followed through on this. No, for those of you who remember, there was a lot of this back, most notably in BC and Vanilla, where they clearly were thinking about the fact that the Horde were the bad guy faction, because that was the norm. As we talked about, it was the normal thing to have good guy faction, bad guy faction, or like, you know, one bad guy faction amongst multiple factions, right? Command & Conquer Generals and StarCraft are two examples where they had three factions, and one of which was clearly the bad guy faction, right? Yes, I know the point of Generals is that they're all bad. You get my point. So, it was the GLA or whatever, I think, in that one. The point here is that the Horde were going to be the bad guy faction. That was what they designed it with, and what a lot of WoW was built around, including BC. But a lot of people disagreed with that, and because nobody was coordinating with anybody at all, there back in the day, all the way up into like Pandaria, I would say, there was a whole lot of weird moments where the Horde would do something that was just like really just unabashedly evil, mwahaha. And then also noble and cool and everything's awesome and we're like noble savages kind of a thing. And it's just this weird thing that persisted for years. Second least favorite is the fact that the PC is not a character. I know this I understand why. I do. I don't agree and I don't care. The fact that we are not a character in the story frustrates the crap out of me. FF14 is only relatively recently starting to come out of this exact same pit. Guild Wars 2 managed this back in the day because Guild Wars 2 was designed around being narratively focused and us being the PC. But most MMOs fall into this exact same problem for the exact same reason. The PC is not part of the story. The idea there... The point behind this is so that you can roleplay whoever you want. I'm going to go ahead and say I don't think that's a very valid reason in this case. Because you can't, can you? There is no role-playing. There's no actual... No, I've said it before, Mr. We're more the mage group than the alliances, which is funny. In Legion we came close to being a character. In War Within, we kind of came close to being a character. That's kind of it, really. I mean, technically we were a character in Wrath for like one scene, and then we left for the next scene. You get my point. It irritates me. It irritates me that if you remove the PC, nothing changes. So that one. There's also the lack of continuity, consequence, and logistics. Now, this is something they've been getting away from lately, thank God. But for the longest time, stuff would just happen because plot. no thought into what it would take to raise an army, no thought about supply chains, no thought about anything, right? There's actually one exception to this, which is Wrath, the through line of Wrath, which was the filter. You remember that? And I'll give you that. The filter was actually acknowledging things like internal continuity and stuff like that. Yeah, the Twilight Highlands intro was just, what? And as I've complained about many times in BFA, both powers suddenly just have like all of the resources of God and can just field gigantic titanic armies and airships and just tons and tons of hardware and just throw them at each other left and right. Immediately after Legion, where we were invaded by the Burning Legion, okay, whatever. Yeah, exactly. It's just, ugh. So, yeah, it bothered the crap out of me for the longest time. But the actual worst story beat, and you know what it is. You know what it is. Anybody in chat can tell me, what's the worst personal story beat in a while for me? I decided to take this shot because it's one of the more infamous spots. Because the Horde and Alliance used to fight a bunch over Tarnmel. Yeah, it's the HVA. As I've talked about many times, the HVA could have worked. There are ways to make Horde and Alliance conflict and make it interesting, make it make sense, but they never did it. They never made the HVA work. It was always just they're the good guys, they're the bad guys, or they're against each other. Go fight. And that's it. That's all the thought. Cool, Zektoff. That's all the thought that was put into it. Nobody actually sat down and figured out how to make the HVA. That's why I call it the HVA. The specific term HVA is supposed to refer to when they do Horde and Alliance conflict badly, right? Which is basically all the time. Yeah, why did the Forsaken invade Gilneas? Yeah, exactly. No, the HVA is a narrative anchor around the story because it had to exist for PvP reasons at the time. And even that I disagree with, but admittedly I have hindsight working on my side, so it's debatable. Point being, screw this. But that's okay, because now we can talk about the best narrative beat. I'm just going to let this play for a second. Best personal beat. I like the fact that none of the powers in this setting are inherently evil or inherently good. Something about that appeals to me so much that I've basically stolen it full tilt, and I've been using it in my own setting, the extant, because I love that concept. There are good people who use the Void and Fel, and there are bad people who use the Light and Druidic and Shamanistic powers. It's all up to the person to take the power and do something with it. It's actually, that's great, Lord Harabot, that you got there, because the next one I mention is things keep getting better. WoW is a shockingly progressive setting for something that has so much war in it, because over time, things have actually been improving. The Night Elves have been slowly recovering and becoming less stagnant of a society and been trying to push forward. The Forsaken are trying to reclaim some of their lives and push away from being abused or misused by the Lich King or by Sylvanas or by Veramothras or whoever else. The Nightborn, who went from being a stagnant, basically dead society to being a fascist state to recovering from that and becoming part of the greater world again. You know, ties of trade and culture and bonding is a very common theme in this game, and that is absolutely another big one. Which it's technically tied in with my actual pick, but whatever, I'm cheating. The last one I wanted to mention is family. This is what Mr. Red just referred to. Clip, this is what Mr. Red just referred to, which is the Horde. As I've complained about many times, my biggest issue with the Alliance is that the writers don't know what the hell the Alliance is. Like, what is the Alliance exactly? They have no identity. They have no through line. They have no thematic core. They're there over there. Ignore them. The Horde does. The Horde are family. The Horde are the castaways and the melting pot and all kinds of people. Why is this? I just noticed something weird. who are all... That is being weird. That's strange. Hang on one second. There we go. Sorry. There we go. The Horde are... the Horde are family. The Horde are found family, as some people like to say. I prefer chosen family, but whatever. It's cool. It's interesting. I love it. But my actual pick... And I chose this specific spot to do this. Oh, trust me, Midnight's going to fix that, Spartan. Because this spot right here is... Yeah, exactly, I'm Romagus. Is a great showcasing of coming home. I mean, obviously, they literally... I thought about doing this at my house, and then I realized I haven't done anything for my house yet, so I can't do anything near that. But, home. This is part of the things getting better thing. This is part of the family thing. If you're paying attention, the final beat that I love in this game is the fact that it's my home, and has been for a long time. For Azeroth, right? A recurring theme for a long time has been for Azeroth. This is one of the first areas you meet. It's actually the second area, specifically in the Waking Shores, where there's a bunch of Horde, Alliance, and various Dragonkin all around here, all of whom are working together to try and get the expedition going. There's actually very specifically a quest you have to do, whether you are Horde or Alliance, and it's to help the other side. Briefly, it's one quest, but it got across the point so thoroughly of, no. I've called this the Mass Effect thing before, but you know the idea. That's my favorite beat. Only two more things, I swear. Beg your indulgence. What's the most unexpectedly bad thing? It's Legion. It's Legion. It's just... Legion was still a pretty strong net positive, but I was expecting Legion to crush it. I kept talking it up during the run, and I kept talking about how Legion was what was going to be in the running for like the second highest scoring, because I figured Dragonflight would win, right? No, Legion was like fourth. Because it just kept stumbling over itself. Obviously, there are narrative issues and story problems all over the place, but the gameplay was a mess. That's even ignoring at the time. That's from a now perspective, when we can fix some of those issues with modern systems. Legion was just such a mess. And the order halls were so frustrating. Let me give you a bit of an anecdote. When we were doing Lemix, me and a friend, we were doing the Paladin order hall chain. And so each order hall has 3 quest chains. There's the initial, there's the recruit, and then there's the mount. Okay, we were doing the mount one. And we were going through the mount quest for the Legion. And it's like, hey, go to this person. And we went to the spot. And there was no one there. And I realized what was going on. We had to go do a non-insubstantial amount of the Suramar quest chain so that the NPC to buy the item we needed for our quest was there. We had to go do a decent chunk of Suramar again in order just to be able to access an NPC to progress. And that's just that's just how the padding worked in Legion. That kind of stuff was all over the place. And it was frustrating as hell. Yeah, it was a very padded expansion. And like I said, it was surprisingly bad. That's what this category is. Unexpectedly bad. Don't mistake me. Unexpectedly bad can still mean good. And it did. I still like Legion. It's still a good expansion. It's still got a lot of great stuff. I enjoyed Lemix great deal. But holy crap, I was not expecting it to do anything other than knock it out of the park. Which leads us to most unexpectedly good. You're probably expecting me to say BFA here. Because one of the things I was shocked by was how good BFA was. Once you got past the initial, once you got past the launch stuff, where there was the stupid Horde and HVA stuff, and there was some nonsense and dumb stuff and all that, BFA was actually solid, like for the whole rest of it. And the zones were good, and the quests were good, and the raids were good, and it was good, but no. I'm going to give a slightly different answer. The most unexpectedly good expansion. Now, I have to explain this slightly. Yeah, no, Adam Ciuta gets this. So, Legion was unexpectedly bad because I expected it to be super amazing in review. BFA was unexpectedly good because I was expecting it to review badly. But Dragonflight hits the core of what this question means. What was the most unexpectedly good expansion in WoW? For those of you who don't remember, I quit WoW, as in put it down with no intent to ever go back in Shadowlands. And Shadowlands was a goddamned mess. And that was after BFA. So I went from BFA to Shadowlands to done. If you remember, and I've talked about this, I didn't even play Dragonflight at launch. I was done with WoW. I walked away from it. And then, I don't remember right now, I think I said it during the run, but something pulled me and Pax back into it. And we decided to go back into it, and I was in that mentality. I'm going to call it the Bragwin mentality, because she's cool and I can poke fun at her without her getting mad at me. I was in the Bragwin mentality of just pointing at every little irritant and detail that pissed me off in Dragonflight, and being like, ugh, no, it's still crap. It's still garbage. I hate it. And what happened as we were going through Dragonflight's MSQ and getting up to the patch content was I kept, like, that just kind of very slowly, like there was no big moment. It was just this nice, slow decline. And it just kind of kept being replaced with me having what I can only refer to as joy. I was loving Dragonflight, and it just kept overwhelming me how good it was. Dragonflying was a treat. The zones were fantastic. The quests were awesome. The story was interesting. The world building was interesting. I loved the new talent system. I loved the interface changes. I was just like, like it was this whole thing. It was this whole thing. And yeah, and then of course, if you remember, I started playing after patch content was out. So I went straight from Razageth leaving the narrative to Zaralek, which is why I took that footage just there. And I was just like, oh, it was the redemption arc. It was the redemption arc. I was not expecting Dragonflight to crush it that way. And that's why Dragonflight is my most unexpectedly good WoW expansion. Now, I know, right? Azure Span. This zone is so good. The frickin' Tuskar and the Blue Dragons. Oh my god. There's a reason I'm just doing this tour, and you'll notice the zones I picked. Anyways, this goes on for several minutes. I should pause here. But if you will indulge me, I'm not actually done yet. That's not the whole WoW GAs. So give me 1 second, please. I do rather desperately need to get something for my throat. I've been talking a lot. I haven't streamed in like 2 weeks. I don't talk when I'm off camera. People say, hey, what do you want for dinner? I'm like... And they're like, okay, cool. I'll be right back. I do need to make a cherry emote at some point. I don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would use. So if you're paying attention, if you're smart and amazing and fantastic, which it's worth noting you are, That's not a lot of categories. The only reason that took me so long is because I was giving you all the nominations alongside the winners. I sat down and I was thinking, like, well, what would be like the worst gimmick in WoW? Okay, what's the best gimmick in WoW? What's the worst raid in WoW? What's the best zone in WoW? I was going through that list. And very quickly, I was like, I kind of had an idea. And I want to share this with y'all, if you'll forgive my indulgence. Because I realized this is kind of a unique opportunity. The only real time I'm going to have to do this. There's never going to be another WoW GAs. We've covered it. We've covered WoW. We're up to date, right? The only thing left now is the expansion, which isn't even out yet. So I was thinking, why don't we really do the WoW GAs? Hang on. I, of course, muted it. Of course I did. That's very on purpose. Let's go ahead and pop on Netherwind, the true villain! No. So the idea here is I've got a couple more categories, which are kind of... Some of them are the same as the LGAs, and some of them are kind of unique. And we're going to do these per expansion. Don't worry. I'm not going to give you tons and tons of nominations building up to it. This shouldn't be quite as much of a time thing. Yep. Sorry. Oh, the Cult Within, which I still haven't done that quest. So here, how do you like my... This isn't finished, but here's my around town outfit for Netherwind. It's not 100% finalized yet, but I like it. Anywho, so let's talk vanilla first. So, what we're going to do is we're going to go down the list of these categories per expansion, starting with vanilla, the thing we didn't even review. Because again, this is just kind of the review of WoW in general. Not the review, sorry, the award ceremony for WoW in general. So, first we're going to start off with Gimmick. Now, Gimmick was something I stared at for a minute, because I realized, and I actually had to redo this entire section. As I was staring at what I considered a gimmick, I kept staring at the category right below it, which was Kit. Now, Kit is usually things like class design, or talents, or equipment, or set bonuses, or whatever, right? But then a gimmick can delve into that quickly. Like, a lot of gimmicks are an aspect of Kit, and vice versa. So I decided to much more cleanly divide the two, and make it very, very overtly clear that, okay, so no, there's a gimmick, which is a gimmick of an expansion, a back-of-the-box feature kind of a thing, right? The kind of thing that they trumpeted. It's like, yes, this is something that's cool and awesome and people will want to do. Some of you will probably be able to guess some of these before we get there, because of just where I'm going. But what's the worst gimmick of vanilla? Like, what would qualify as the worst gimmick in something like vanilla? Because there weren't a lot of gimmicks in vanilla, really. It was a better MMO than everything else at the time. Like, I keep repeating that. And again, you've really got to understand, the other MMOs when Valve Vanilla came out were just, they were on a different level. Like, whatever you think of Classic or Vanilla, oh my god, it was so bad. Yeah, we had weapon skills. Yep, that was a good example. You had to train weapon skills. And let me tell you, you get a new weapon you don't have a skill for, well, that's going to be fun. People had mapped out individual spots where you can go and just smack something for a while until you raise your weapon skill so you could use it in an actual dungeon. And speaking as a warrior, as well as a paladin, that was a huge hassle. And then there was the fact that there was one graveyard and flight path in most zones. All of that sucked. But my actual pick for the worst gimmick is a little bit different. Ah, Janine got there before me. Yes, it's rep. Anyone ever done this one? Because I am exalted with these assholes. Now, that may sound weird, because rep is actually pretty cool of a system in the game, especially nowadays. But no. You gotta understand. In vanilla, rep was a whole other thing. It was actually experimental. Some of you probably don't remember that the very first rep in the game was actually the hinterlands. You could gain rep with the Wildhammer dwarves, or the, I forget what they are, trolls. And there was no reward. There was no benefit for doing it. It was literally a tech demo of the rep system. And then they implemented the Timber Maw, which is what I'm staring at, and there was the one for Molten Core, which is Hydraxian. There was, oh god, I'm trying to remember all of them. There were several reps in vanilla. They all sucked. Every single one of them sucked. They were all horrible, slow, boring grinds. They were designed to be treadmills, but they were designed to be treadmills in like the worst possible way. These were designed to be the kind of things where you would spend real life months inching your way forward. Let me tell you something about Molten Core, because I'm actually most familiar. Obviously, I did the Timbermaw rep. I just mentioned that. Bloodsail is... I never did a Bloodsail. I never will. Screw the Bloodsail rep. But I know Molten Core the best. So let me explain to you how Molten Core rep worked. So you start off at like unfriendly with the Hydraxians, right? And you had to kill trash in order to get rep. And bosses and stuff like that. So you kill those. Okay, cool. Okay, you get some rep. But at a certain point, I don't remember exactly where, I think it was actually Honored, trash stopped giving you reputation gains. So you'd get tons of rep until like Honored. And then you'd only get rep from bosses. Oh god, yeah, the Manor, Janine, I forget what it's called. Oh yeah, by the way, rep sucked back in Legion too, while we're on the subject. Rep was tied to a whole lot of stuff in Legion, including the aforementioned Mount quest we were just talking about. Ravenhold. That was it, Ravenhold. And the Syndicate. Oh my god, the Syndicate. So you'd kill trash until you got to like Honored. And then you'd have to kill bosses. Let me be clear about that in case you missed that, in case you didn't understand the math here. Let's say you're making, let's use made up numbers. Let's say you're making 20 rep per run. That's obviously way low, but just bear with me. So to get to Honored, you would need like 50 rep, okay? So it would only take you a few runs to hit Honored. But now you need 100 rep to get to Revered, and now you're making 2 rep a run. It was both directions, is what I'm trying to say. It was an increased amount of reputation you needed and a reduced amount of reputation you gained. Hang on, it gets worse. At a certain point, Ragnaros, the final boss, was the only way to gain rep in Molten Core. Good morning, Primarch. Rep! It was, yeah, the reps weren't exactly great in BC. The reason you did the reps is because you wanted a flying mount. Let's just be blunt. You wanted the Netherwing Drake. That's why you would do a rep in BC. Oh, God, Skyguard. I actually didn't do Skyguard until, like, Wrath. Or it might have even been Kata. It was pretty far in. Anyway, so this is your big back-of-the-box feature that sucked. But wait. Do we have a back-of-the-box feature that was actually good in WoW Vanilla? Now, there were actually several. Obviously, you know, the fact that you could group up and do raids and have drop points. Not really, Spartan. You know, there was some cool... Oh, God, Shendralar. I forgot about Shendralar. There were some dumb ones. What are my talents? Why did they screw my talents again? Okay, whatever. Moving on. The way that the combat worked, the nature of auto-attacking, the nature of how casting worked, you know, buffs... being able to eat food out of combat. I know that sounds so strange, but you have to understand that was a back-of-the-box feature in WoW Vanilla. That's not a joke. The ability to sit down and eat food... This music goes hard, oh my god. The ability to sit down and eat food out of combat was a feature, because before WoW Vanilla, in most MMOs, the way you would restore you know, health or mana was you would sit there for minutes. Minutes. This was by design. We've actually talked about this. I've actually since done my due diligence on this and looked it up. It was a deliberate thing in EverQuest, for example. In EverQuest, you were supposed to fight a group of things with your friends, and then sit and chat while you're waiting for it to go. Yeah, it's the chat room, exactly. So the ability to eat food was a big thing, but no, actually, I'm obviously talking it up a bit. Because for me, oh god, and yeah, the crap fast food. There's a reason why so many of the holidays gave free food, by the way. It's actually quests. How many of you remember pre-WoW Vanilla quests? Because I do. No, I'm sorry. This was such a game changer. Being able to walk up to this dude, and he's like, hey, could you go help me fight some wargs? And I'm like, yeah, sure, I got your back, fam. And to go do the quest, and then turn... Quests as primary content was a gimmick. It was new. It was brand new. You know what you do? Blade Tavel, are you there? because Blade Terrell's going to agree with me on this, I think. I'll use Asheron's Call as an example while I wait to see if he's there. In Asheron's Call, what did you do? What was your content in a game? Well, today I really want to raise this, and I need to get some arrows for this, so I'm going to need to hunt these here, and I want to go hunt these. And you know what? I need some money, so I'm going to go hit the wisps. Yeah, you go grind. That's what you did. That was the content. In FF11, what is the content? Well, you do a couple of quests to unlock a couple of pieces of gear to help you go do the treadmill. You would go do to the next area, hunt that area, get loot and experience off of it, and use that to go hunt the next area. That was the primary loop. That was core content for MMOs. Now, I hated that, even back in the day. I put up with it because of the uniqueness of it and because of a few specific things. But I had no idea I was looking for quests as content until WoW showed up. Let me tell you, obviously this is a bit personal from my perspective, but I know 3 people personally, that's interesting of it, who would see, this, Marshall McBride, because we all rolled humans. Of course we rolled humans. And we'd talk to him and be like, hey, and he'd be like, go do a thing. And we immediately went and turned it back in, and then we'd go do another thing, and there's like this little storyline of the Defias and how they were causing issues. And it was just like, this is like an RPG. Like a single-player RPG. Except with Fred. We can quest. It was mind-blowing. It's so stupid. I understand how stupid this sounds now. But getting 10 bear asses was innovative. It shocked the entire MMO space. There's a reason why quests as content has become the new norm. Is why most MMOs drifted into the space and said, yeah, that. Including FF14 and Guild Wars 2 on subject. Yeah, exactly, Kara White knows. This was genre changing. This was Metroid 1, right? This just plunked right in the middle. Because yeah, the reason I mentioned Blade Travell was FF11, which also predates WoW, was the same thing. That was your content. You would go and you would grind. I say grind. The correct word is hunt. That's what we all called it. That's what content was. You would go find a spot. This was my favorite hunting spot. Everyone had their own favorite hunting spot because they had a certain gear setup or they had a preference. Maybe they liked the rewards of this area. Maybe nobody was hunting in this area. Remember, because competition was a big issue in MMOs. Maybe they had a group so they could hit this one particularly hard area. There's this one spot in Asheron's Call that Gary used to love where he would fight... oh god, I can't think what they're called. They were the lizard things. And they would do elemental damage, and they were brutal unless you had really, really good elemental protection armor, which he happened to have. And they dropped incredibly high-value items. So if he needed money, he wouldn't go farm wisps, which was camped to hell and back. Instead, he would go and he would hunt, I think it were Gromnies. He would go and hunt the Gromnies, and that was his hunting spot. That's what you did. WoW added quests. It was a game changer. Moving on. So... But here's a question. So I mentioned the difference between gimmicks and kit. So what's the worst kit? What is the worst kit in WoW Vanilla? Any thoughts? Any perspectives on that? I want to stress... Hi, Stimulant. Stimulant. Gotta say that right. I was torn on several of these. I really was. Because holy crap. Yeah, ammo. Oh my god. And yeah, mail armor, which was there was a whole thing with that. Tanks wearing mail at 60. It was a thing. But no, I'm actually going to go with... a load screen. That was the worst kit. Yeah, man. Wow. No, Hunters. Damn it. Ah! Yes, I know my talents have been reset. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that. Druids. How many of you played a druid in vanilla? Let me start by saying that leveling a druid in vanilla was miserable. So, you gotta understand, first of all, they didn't have boomkin form at all. You got druid form. Oh god, no. It was bear form or cat form at 10, and then the other one at 20. Just picture that for a second. So you were stuck as a crap caster for quite a while. And then You would get the ability to tank slightly better and be a worse warrior, or be a worse rogue. Oh, it was bad. The problem with druids, I can actually explain it very simply because it's an objective problem. The problem was that druids had no identity at all in vanilla. They were supposed to be a catch-all, and they didn't catch anything. So there was no flight form. There wasn't really much in the way of forms. There were only really the 3 forms, or 4, if you want to get technical. And that was your lot. You know what druid's role was when you got to endgame stuff? You would be the combat res and the innervate. That's your job. Go res people if they die in a boss fight, or go innervate the healers when they need mana. That's it. Now, I do understand that there were exceptions to this, and as vanilla progressed, some of the gear sets came out, which basically gave druids additional abilities and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, the only things that made druids unique, innervate and rebirth, was what guaranteed you that slot. And that was it. It sucked. So what's the best? Well, okay. I'm gonna kill this for a moment. Hang on 1 second. I want to show you something. I know I'm mostly just driving, but I do kind of want to actually show, because I captured some footage of something very specific that I want to share with you. So, come on. There we go. So, if you recognize the character, you already know what I'm going with. Best kit in vanilla. This is my rogue. Rogues have sucked, I would say, ever since vanilla, to some extent or another. But not in vanilla. So the reason I wanted to zoom in on this exact area is I wanted to share an anecdote. I was leveling a friend's rogue. And there's a quest for this area back in vanilla. And as you can see, this place is swarming with enemies. And if you know anything about vanilla, you know that farming, going through an area where you aggro more than one enemy at a time is very dangerous. If you aggro 3, you're dead, especially as a squishy rogue. This quest sucked. I hated doing this quest every time I went through the Badlands. And then I got on my friend's rogue. Stealthed in, walked in without any issue. Although it took a moment, trying to navigate, trying to figure out. I'm mostly just trying to show off how dense this is and how many enemies there are here. Went down here, went straight to the boss with the quest item. Just killed the boss with the quest item. He's right there. This is obviously Kata, so it's a little different now, but it was the same general idea. Looted the quest item and then left. Oh, yeah, hang on. Loot. And, okay, there we go. And then I could just leave. And I've never forgotten this moment of being gobsmacked. Whoop, oh, hang on. That was actually a misclick by me. Of being absolutely gobsmacked by how you could just do that as a rogue. Rogues had lockpicking, which was useful. They had pickpocketing, which was useful. They had tons of ability to CC enemies, especially if they were humanoid. Because they could stun, and they could sap, and they could blind. And I don't remember the full list. It's been a while. But they could do all kinds of stuff back in WoW Vanilla. And they were kind of the kings of PvP, and they were great in raids, and they were great in groups. You always wanted a rogue in your party, and it's the only time that's been true. Oh yeah, chest unlocking, that was a thing. Yep. No, that was actually a whole thing. They had kick. They had like the most reliable interrupt in the game. Nowadays, a lot of classes, I think almost every spec has some form of interrupt. But back in the day, you wanted interrupts, you brought a rogue. Rogues were badass in vanilla. Yeah, exactly, Jaded Font. Like, I actually kind of wish, you will not hear me say this very often, I kind of wish they'd go back to the old idea for rogues and bring back the utility instead of trying to like, turn them into various combat-y things. Because right now, I talked about this during the review recently. Right now, we've got the Poison Bleeders, which is whatever. We've got the I Wish I Had an Identity. And then we've got the Shadow Blades. And that's rogues right now. Anyways. So that was the best kit in vanilla, in, obviously, my opinion. So what's the worst zone? What do you think the worst vanilla zone is? Other than Braegwyn, who is just the worst zone. Oh my god. That Braegwyn zone. It's... I'm trying to picture what a Braegwyn zone would look like. Oh my god. Yeah, Legion was the last time rogues had something going on for them. There's another... There she is. And of course... No, zone. Zone. Like a overworld zone. Cure white noise. Not an instance, not a raid, not a dungeon. Hey, anybody in chat, what's your worst zone? Mine is kind of a gimme, I'm not gonna lie. Badlands, yeah, Ashara. Ashara is almost cheating. It basically had nothing in it. Because, you know, Blood Mist was BC, which was not in Vanilla Spartan. Old Barons, oh god, yeah, there's a reason Barons has a rep to this very day. Tannerus. Oh my god, the desert. What's funny is I actually like a lot of the deserts in WoW. Now. Yes, Dazar'alor is the worst zone. The Shimmering Flats, which actually we actually mean is Thousand Needles, but yeah. Like, my god. When I thought to the Transmog system, 20 thumbs up. I love it. I'm going to give it many pauses when we get there. But, Ashenvale was pretty rough. But, no. It was Silithus. It was Silithus. Silithus had the unique distinction of being terrible twice. A lot of the bad zones in Vanilla are bad zones. Like everything you just mentioned, right? But Silithus was bad twice. Let me explain that. So when the game launched, this was just a big empty area. Like some of these buildings weren't even here. The nests were here. Obviously Encourage was still sealed up. And that was it. Like it was just a big empty zone. No quests, no content, just some weird bug things. So an entire overworld section with no content is already pretty freaking bad. But there are several other zones, like we just mentioned that with Ashara, right? There are several other zones that kind of have that same problem. Then, with the opening of the Gates of Encourage, they patched up Silithus into its current state, which it's still in, it's worth noting. To this day, this was a zone that wasn't touched by Kata. And its current state is like 3 quests, and then some pseudo, like this was before dailies were invented, but pseudo daily grind in order to get some cheapo, not that particularly good blue suits. But in some cases, you really had to get these if you wanted to raid, because this is the stuff that had the nature resistance, and by golly, you needed the nature resistance. Yeah, what sword? I don't see a sword. You needed that nature resistance. Silithus sucked twice. First it was empty, then it was terrible. I think Silithus qualifies. But what's the best zone? Again, anyone want to jump in and chat? Anybody want to answer that? What was the best zone in WoW Vanilla? This isn't really from a review perspective. Like anybody want to give their own personal take on this, right? Just, I know my answer immediately. And again, based on the fact that I'm zooming around to get, I thought about capturing footage for all this, and I realized how miserable and slow that would be, and I decided to just kind of fly around a bit instead. So forgive me for this kind of crude way of conveying this. Stormwind, Darkshore, Dune Morrogue, or Lochmadon, both good ones. Dune Morrogue was one of the best starter zones. I would say only really surpassed by Tearsfall Glades. Stranglethorn, yep. Moonglade. Alright, so Spartan's memeing, obviously, because Moonglade was all another empty zone of nothing. Elwyn. Elwyn was actually a pretty good starter zone, too. I'll actually give it that. Again, Elwyn and Tearsfall. Durotar was actually not too bad either, now that I'm saying that all out. But, yeah, my answer, I was actually torn, because it's kind of both Plaguelands. But let me just say, the Plaguelands were just such a breath of fresh air for me. Now I want to explain this a little bit, for those of you who don't remember how this was back there, or weren't there for it. So, WoW Vanilla had something called Hell levels. In BC, or rather right before BC, they actually patched Dustwallow to try and help the Hell levels. Let me explain what the Hell levels are. So, if you did every quest, and I want to stress this, every quest, you would still come up short. You would not have enough experience to get to the 50s. So you needed to go do something to fill that space. And that sucked. So how much of the 40s sucked depended on your class and depended on your specific route and what you knew about and what you could do. But either way, the 40s sucked in WoW Vanilla. And technically BC and Wrath. It wasn't really a problem that was fixed until Kata. Once you finished that, you could go do West Plagues and East Plagues. That's why I say it's technically both Plague Lands. But West Plagues is different in Kata. That's why I'm hovering over East Plagues here. Because the Plague Lands, all of a sudden, were flooded with content. There was quests... Oh, hey, it's our favorite song in the game. There were quests everywhere. There were quests absolutely everywhere, and a lot of them were actually decent. It's also worth noting that West Plagues and East Plagues started doing this brand new, insane concept. It was this brand new thing. It was the idea of having a plot line. I'm barely joking. In WoW Vanilla, there weren't very many plot lines. There was the Defias through line, which was Elwyn Forest to Westfall, and then touched on briefly in Dustwallow and Redridge. And that was basically the Onyxia story arc, was what that really boiled down to. And then you had the West Plaguelands and the East Plaguelands, and that was pretty much it. But you'd get out here, you'd have actual stories, you'd have actual quests, and I will never forget it because I leveled a lot of characters in Vanilla as well as BC and Wrath. And it was always just this massive breath of fresh air to finally get to the point where the West Plagues quest, I forget the exact number now. At the time I had it memorized. There was a specific number where you could finally pick up West Plagues quests. And I would beeline the moment I could just to get out of the hell levels. So that was my best zone for Vanilla. What's the worst dungeon? Worst 5-man, or whatever, non-raid. Any thoughts? Has to be a Vanilla dungeon. I'll tell you a bit of a story. While we were going... Nobricon, oh my god. While we were going through FF14, specifically for the FF14 run a few years ago, I was chatting with Pax about what exactly would constitute a universally negative dungeon. And we were having trouble because even WoW Vanilla dungeons tended to have good parts, right? Things that made them slightly better than just universally bad. And we were talking about that. We were arguing, and there was some tidbits, there was some ifs and some ups. And so Pax gets credit for this. He came up with a specific dungeon, and it's just the moment he said it, I was like, yes, that is the worst dungeon in the entire game. And I still, actually, as of this moment, think this is the worst dungeon in the entire game. If you caught it, you already see where I'm porting to. Because, I hate Sunken Temple. I hate Sunken Temple so goddamn much. Sunken Temple was kind of a unique one. This is one of the ones that was patched in I believe, beta. I'm trying to remember the exact time, because it was right around when Scarlet Monastery came out, too. Scarlet Monastery was such a weird dungeon when it came out, because it actually had better gear than, like, level 60 stuff, so everyone was farming Scarlet Monastery. It was very strange. So yeah, Sunken Temple was a maze. Let's start with that. With samey... So it was a maze with samey textures, and some of you probably remember this. It didn't have a mini-map back in the day. So, like, nowadays you can actually use the map or mini-map and help navigate it a little bit. But that didn't exist back in the day, so you just had to know the route. Now, I'm pretty good at that, so I was the guide for a lot of groups to do Sunken Temple. And by the way, I should stress that what I'm talking about is reaching the instance portal, because the instance portal was way down at the bottom of this ziggurat thing that I'm standing on top of. If I go in right now, I'll show you. If I go in right now, I will actually reach the instance portal very quickly because they moved it. Because they recognized how terrible it was putting an instance portal at the bottom of a maze. Then you got to the actual dungeon. And the dungeon, you start off in the middle. You can go up to do some bosses. You can go down to do some bosses. All the bosses sucked. And it was, once again, more of a maze and more samey. It also had that wonderful feature of that pit. Now, there's a grate over it now. There's a reason there's a grate there. Is because back in the day, you could fall into that pit. And obviously, that would kill you. But if you somehow survived, it was arguably worse, because now you're in a whole other layer of the dungeon. So you can see how I've got a bit of a mini-map right now up in the upper right. Do you see that? Yeah, you didn't have that back in the day. So there's the dungeon portal. It's right there, right in front of me. That's not where that portal was back in the day. Yeah, that portal, you used to have to go this way. And then this way. And then this way. And I'm not going to keep going. This is, by the way, the wrong way. I have gone the wrong way. I am so stupid. There's no brain up here. It's just memes. It's just the number 67 up there. There's nothing else there. You have to go this way, excuse me. And I believe, yeah, it was the first right here. And then don't go down. So follow this one this way. Yeah, by the way, all this stuff had enemies in here. And these enemies were not kind. You had to do this as a group. If you did this, you couldn't do this solo. You couldn't come in here solo, at least not in most classes. You had to have the group to get down here. Like maybe the tank could manage it, but if you're your mage, you probably want help. Hang on, we're almost there. We're almost there. Yeah, Wailing Caverns had a similar problem. Wailing Caverns wasn't nearly as bad, though. Okay, so then we get up here, and then we jump down there, and right down there, that was actually where the dungeon portal was. Anyways, Sunken Temple is also where they fell in love with the knock-up mechanic, because you need to be pregnant. No, I don't have another word for it. It knocks you up into the air. I don't know what you want from me. It was the knock-up mechanic. Now, you're probably thinking, who cares? Well, there's two problems with the knock-up mechanic. First of all, when you were knocked up, obviously you can't really do much in the air. But second, and much more importantly, they would almost universally do it to the tank. And every knock-up had an additional mechanic which reset your aggro. So it was an aggro wipe, while the tank is up in the air and unable to pull aggro right back. Sunken Temple is where they started using that. They would absolutely mash that in Dire Maul, because that was just a whole thing. But what about the best dungeon? What's the best dungeon in vanilla? Yeah, Mook, of course there is. You remember when those quests were absolutely all over the place, Mook? Because I do. BRD, good pick. Blackrock Depths, the first mega dungeon. Or ultra dungeon, or whatever they call those nowadays. Big dungeon? I don't know, it's something. What is going on here? What is this? Maradon. Why? Sorry. Why Mara? And no, Inixi's a raid. Doesn't count. Dead Mines? Yep. Pretty much the culmination of the Defias story arc. We used to call it VC back in the day, because if you called it DM, people would be confused why you're going to Dire Maul. Where am I going? Ragefire Chasm. Not exactly a bad pick. Yeah, DM, Dire Maul. It's all another perfectly valid answer. I'm going to admit, well, yeah, obviously, Janine. I'm going to admit that I was so torn on this that I gave it to 2. Oh, yeah, sorry. VC stood for Van Cleef, if you're wondering where VC came from. Oh, yeah, Scarlet Monastery. That's another good one. Whee. So it's probably already obvious where I'm going, because there's only 2 dungeons out here. So it has to be one of them. And the fact that I'm on the southern end of the West Plagues probably gives away one of them. I admittedly have a lot of fond memories of this place, which probably helps. Sure, Elizar. They're the worst story character in the game, Elizar, because they aren't. back to this. Yeah. Yeah, Schoolio. Shalamance, or Schoolamance, or Schoolomancy, or... There's a few ways you can pronounce this. But Shalamance, right? You'd go down here, and there's a door, and you go through it, and it's cool. It was a very large dungeon, very dense, very dense. A lot of undead, some cool narrative stuff going on, some of the cooler bosses, great loot you could get in here. And a lot of the bosses were very unintentionally designed in a way that you could bypass their mechanisms and mechanics. And I should know, because one of the things we used to do, this is true, is anytime we were testing a new healer, we would force that new healer to come here and do Shalamance with us. And the tank would be wearing twill gear. How many of you know what twill gear is? I'll give you a hint. It had no actual armor value and no stats. It was what a gray armor was back in the day, which was vendor trash. Yeah, it was the gray set. I don't think twill is in the... I guess check. Surely I would have it if it is. Huh. What do you know? There it is. Oh, nope, that's not it. Ah, well. I think that's actually yeah, that's got to be a new thing, because that's slightly higher texture value. But yeah, no, I was just like, no, we're not a character, Elazar. We don't exist. Anyways, so Shalamance was a good dungeon for that kind of a thing, because you can do that in some dungeons. Some dungeons were just stat checks, right? The bosses were, I hit you hard, and you heal through me, and you DPS me down. That was most vanilla bosses were like that. Very, very few mechanics. Shalamance actually had mechanics, which meant you could bypass some of those if you were clever and careful. And so me and another person I knew, a friend of mine, we would jump around as warriors, of course, because that's what the tank was, and run around in twill gear and be healed. And yeah, this is how we would recruit healers. But there's one other one that I think also qualifies. And I'm still a little torn on this one, if I'm being completely honest with you. Like, if I was actually to review Classic, I'm not sure which one of these would score better. Or even if something else would score better. Who knows? Lord knows I'm really dumb and stupid about a lot of things. But... By the way, that's my sister's least favorite city in the game, Thunderbluff. Almost entirely because of what I just had to go through. Going through that stupid cave to get outside to be able to mount is just something that irritates the crap out of her. No, it's probably obvious already. As usual, you could probably, if you know the geometry... Geometry? Really, Laura? If you know the geography of the game, you know where I'm going. So forgive me for the spoilers. Like I said, I thought about recording footage for all this, and I realized it was just impractical. And also kind of a waste of time. I mean, I would rather die, Spartan. Come on. Ah, trees! Trees! Ah, there's trees everywhere! Oh god. Ahem. I'm a little off. There we go. So, yeah. This is not it. Ah, damn it. Where is this stupid dungeon? Who moved the dungeon? Janine! Janine! Did you move that? Where am I? I went over it. Janine! Ahem. Dire Maul. So, Dire Maul was a super dungeon. Nowadays, it's actually chopped off into 3 sections. But, yeah, DM. At the time, East, North, and West were actually all part of the same dungeon. And you could do, in fact, in that order, East, West, and North would be the best route to do. You could do all 3 of them if you wanted to. East was kind of plain-ish, but had some really good and interesting caster gear and some cool mechanics here and there. West had all kinds of weird stuff and like tons of optional bosses that you could go do for extra stuff. But everyone cared most about North. North is where you do tribute runs. And tribute runs, oh god, so you had to go in with, you had to have a leather crafter, a leather worker, and you had to have several other things walking into it. But you would avoid the first guy, and then you'd avoid the second guy, and then you'd like use the trap on the third guy. You'd have to get the ogre suit with the tannin with the fourth guy, and you'd have to freeze the no, sorry, that was the fourth guy. The fifth guy was the tannin in order to convince the guy to leave, and then you'd have to kill one of the bosses without killing the other boss, and that was a perfect tribute run. And the more bosses you left alive when you killed the final boss, the better the loot you'd get from it. And there's a whole gradient thing to that, and that was actually pretty cool. It's not super amazing, but it was cool. I was with it. That was cool. Again, this is vanilla. Which, of course, brings us to the worst raid in vanilla. I mean, you know what the worst raid in vanilla is. You know what it is. You know what it is. Don't look at me like that. Don't give me those doughy eyes. Let's talk about the raids. So, yeah, it's Molten Core. It's Molten Core. Of course it's Molten Core. It was made in a week. Like, have you ever been to Molten Core? The place is a giant empty cave. And I should mention, I have actually used WoW as an example of how you can make caves look interesting. Molten Core is not that. Molten Core is just this giant empty swath of nothing. With, like, each trash fight is actually designed like a boss, which I'll actually give them that. But it meant that clearing through there took forever. Trash was also tied to bosses, which meant it was possible to kill so slowly that you would fall behind the respawn timers. I want you to imagine for a moment, like, picture this whole hill section is Molten Core, right? So we're over here and we kill this guy, pwah, we kill this guy, pwah, we kill this guy, pwah. At a certain point, if you were able to zoom out, like when you get about halfway through, people over there at the beginning have started, the trash has started to respawn. And so you're stuck now. You're stuck in here. Nobody can run back. If they do, they'll end up over there, and they'll be stuck outside of the thing. So you got to be like, okay, we got to sneak our way through. And anybody who dies has to be rezzed. If there's a total wipe, we lose all progress. We can start all over from scratch. That's ignoring the fact that most of the bosses in Molten Core were really bad. Like, even by vanilla standards. Remember, most vanilla bosses were just stat sticks. The Molten Core bosses were, I use a curse. I have a fear effect. Oh yeah, and if you missed a rune, oh, it was so bad. It was so bad. It was just, it did give us the you have one job. And there's a lot of memes from Molten Core. And I did meet a lot of cool people, including Janine. In Molten Core. But Molten Core was just, it was terrible. It was terrible. But that brings me to the best raid in vanilla. Now, the fact that I'm right here already gives it away. I was actually torn on this. Because really there were only two, I thought, that were in contention for this. The one that didn't win is Noxoramus. Well, Noxoramus did do a lot of things right. It did one thing very, very wrong. It was a lot of content that most players never saw. It was very well tuned. It had a lot of great complexity, good visual design. I loved the branching wings. I loved how it retained progress, how you could slowly make your way through one thing or another. And it was like the pseudo open world design thing they later did a lot of. A lot of the raid bosses were really good, like actually interesting and well done raid bosses. But it was so tuned to people who had already been farming AQ40 and doing the rep grind to get the frost resist gear they need to do that. That it doesn't quite have the same oomph, in my opinion, as the other raid. The other raid here, the one we're about to show off, was a little bit more experimental and honestly failed more than Noxoramus did. But I will always give this credit. You can almost feel like Blackwing Lair was an apology for Molten Core. Let's just talk about the first three bosses, because I think the first three bosses really convey this properly. So the first fight here, there's no trash. This was considered unheard of. This is arguably still unheard of. You just walk in, there's the boss. Bam. First fight, boss. Okay. Now, back in the day, this fight sucked, and I used to give myself headaches every day. I would explain this fight to the raid group, and I learned to hate this fight. I could probably still recite most of this fight by memory, because there's stuff that... So each of these little spots right here, like that one, and that one over there. Trash would come out of that at regular intervals, right? Each of those would like boop, and it would pop out, and you get thing, and there's another one that would pop out, and so forth and so on. This was a coordination check. You had to have someone be on the mind control. The mind control thing actually worked worse back in the day. And you would mind control him. The goal of the raid is to have him destroy these eggs. We can't interact with them. I can't even target them. See that? There's nothing there to target. Only he can get rid of the eggs. The fight does not progress until you get rid of the eggs. Make sense? So there, you have to have your tanks over, and it has to be the tanks. Because whoever's mind controlling him gets tons of aggro. So you have to have your tanks on the mind control thing. You have to have the hunters kiting the dragonkin. You have to have the other tanks tanking the other dudes. You have to have the DPS focusing down the mages. It was this huge mess, and you would kind of do this thing where you'd have this running rotation run around the entire arena, trying to deal with all the ads while the tanks are rotating off of mind control and getting him. And it was just a unique fight. It kind of sucked, to be honest with you, but it was still a very unique fight. I'm not actually going to do it, because it doesn't matter, because I just want to talk about the next fight. I think you can see it. Yeah, there he is. Veilstraws was the next fight. You can see his tail over there through the door. The Veilstraws fight is actually, unironically, one of the better bosses in the game. In vanilla, I should say. Obviously, we're way past that now. Because, I'll talk about him later, but he's cool. He's interesting. And then the third fight is against the Brood Lord? I want to say his name was? Oh, God. Yeah, Brood Lord. Brood Lord Lashslayer. I was right. His mechanic was reaching him. I'm not even joking. The gauntlet up to him was part of the boss fight. And you had to go through the suppression room, which required rogues, and slowly moving as a group through a fairly small area as you're getting suppressed and dealing with trash as you're going through it. Yeah, the Guildbreaker. Once you got to the fight himself, it was actually fairly simple. He had a knock-up mechanic. Remember, they're in love with that mechanic. And so you had to have tank rotators ready to go when the aggro loss happened. And you had to have rogues constantly putting down the suppression units, and that was kind of it. So let's come back to this. Let's come back to this. So I'm just going to stay here because I don't feel like going to Molten Core. Is that cool? Cool. All right, him. What's the worst boss? Sorry, worst raid boss. I should be more clear. Well, no, I guess it isn't. It's just the worst boss in general, isn't it? I'm looking at my notes here. No, it is actually the worst raid boss. My bad. What's the worst raid boss in WoW Vanilla? I'm just going to stay here because I don't feel like it, because I don't care that much. Any thoughts? The worst raid boss. 4 Horsemen. Oh my god, I actually did 4 Horsemen. I never succeeded, by the way. Never defeated the 4 Horsemen. Actually, I did take footage of this. It just occurred to me, so I could just use my footage of this really quick. Yep, there it is. Yeah, so, Gehenna's. You're probably thinking, who? Exactly. How many of you remember Gehenna's is even a boss? This dude. You want to hear this guy's mechanics? This is great. So he casts Rain of Fire, which is an AoE fire spell. This guy. He did have a debuff, too. And the 2 ads. If you want to get super technical, he had 3 mechanics. He had ads, a debuff, and an AoE. To be very blunt, and I want to stress that I'm not just being facetious here, by my perspective, he had no mechanics. I actually usually thought of Gehenna as the no mechanic boss. He was a trash mob who had more health. Yeah, story significance? No. It's some dude. That's it. There's your boss. Some dude. Yeah, Gehenna's... he was just such a nothing burger. And he was always just like a speed bump at best. Amongst... It's not like Molten Core bosses were particularly good, but at least like Gar has something, you know? And Baron Geddon had Living Bomb. This guy was just, hi. Sup. I'm like a Defias Pillager, but higher level. Anyways, so Scroogaheadus, worst boss. But, who's the best raid boss in WoW Vanilla? Any thoughts? Anyone want to jump on that? I used to do this because I had a really good route for it. Of course, I can't remember it now. There we go. By the way, they really improved this. This has no cooldown now, so you can just run through these like this. Whoop, 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 whoop. This isn't it, by the way. This is not the best raid fight. This used to be a colossal pain to solo. I used to ask my friends to help me, like, do some weird rubber bandy jiggering just to be able to do this fight, because I was trying to get, like, whatever, quests or cosmetics or something like that. Yes, that's right. Even before transmog existed, we would go and get transmog items in this game. I actually did screw this up a little bit. That's my fault. It's because I don't have talents right now, so my spells literally don't work the way I think they do. Oh yeah, tier 2 was also pretty good for all. Hey, okay, so this is the fight I was just telling you about. Ooh. Ooh, baked onions. Might as well see. Is there anything new? I'll just loot it all. Anything new? 2 new things. I'll take it. So, Hunter 5. Oh, Jesus Christ. So I might get some hackles for this, because arguably some of the Noxramas bosses are better. But all jokes aside, I actually think Veil of Straws is kind of accidentally the best boss in WoW Vanilla. And I want to explain why. This fight sort of, like I said, it kind of accidentally into being really, really cool. And a very clever usage and creative usage of game mechanics. So here's how this fight works. So he'd get up. He's actually been with it. Some people don't even remember. This has actually been a quest NPC since before this raid. So some people get me like, who's this guy? So he'd get up and he'd be like, I'm not going to talk to him because he'll do it and then he'll kill me. And he'd be like, ah, he had so much health. Even, you'll notice he starts at 30% health. That's still too much health. He has so much health that the only way you'll kill him before you die is if you have some kind of buffs. That's on purpose. You need, it's a typical concept, right? You're fighting something that's higher tier than you, and the game gives you a tool to fight at a higher level, right? So he's got tons of health, and he hits like an absolute truck. How the hell could you possibly keep up with this? He then gives the entire raid a buff called Essence of the Red, which makes everyone fight at a higher level. Okay, cool. But then he has something called Burning Adrenaline. So he targets someone in the raid randomly, and I don't remember the time intervals, but he targets someone, they get Burning Adrenaline. And what they can do is their attacks do tons of damage. Their attacks auto-crit, their spells auto-crit, and their cast time is reduced to 0, meaning all of a sudden all their stuff is insta-cast. And so he targets someone randomly, and what we would do is we'd come back here to the back area, and there was a designated spot right here on this spot, and you just stand here and wait, and Burning Adrenaline, and you just pour healing or death or whatever out until you died, because Burning Adrenaline lasts X seconds. I don't remember how long. Once it runs out, you're dead. That's it. You're dead. Moving on. And you're probably thinking, why is that so cool? Think about how that neatly lines up with the earlier thing I mentioned. You need that Essence of the Red, and you need that Burning Adrenaline. But Burning Adrenaline is a soft enrage, because you will run out of people eventually. By the way, every X number of people he Burning Adrenalines, he'll hit the tank, his main tank, actually, whoever's currently on him. So while you're up there, and this is one of my jobs too on some versions of this fight, I think it was on Frozen, you have the main tank up here who's going to get adrenaline, and he's just going nuts, but he's watching his aggro very, very carefully, because the off tank is right here, also trying to pull aggro, but not too much, just trying to stay right behind the main tank in aggro, until the main tank gets Burning Adrenaline. Then the main tank goes hog, the off tank scooches off to the side to get out of the range of the explosion. The main tank dies from the explosion, The off-tank, who now is the top aggro, moves right back into the slot, rinse and repeat. And there was a lot of permutations on how you could do this. Remember, this is a 40-man raid, so you could have plenty of tanks. But you get the idea. Like I said, it was kind of accidentally an awesome fight. It was a natural soft enrage. It gave you tools to bypass it. And the way that instacast thing would intersect with certain classes was really cool. Like, Warlocks loved it. Because back in vanilla, the Warlock's big detriment was long cast times. So all of a sudden, they just turned into machine guns, right? Cool stuff like that. Anyways. But that's a raid boss. What about a dungeon boss? Can we think of... And you notice I'm not going to do worst dungeon boss, because honestly, I think that's going to just stop being a thing. So what's the best dungeon boss? What do we think? In WoW Vanilla. Any thoughts? Any perspectives? I'm going to org, so no hints here. Unless you think about it. I do hate that one boss. This is kind of a weird one. I actually stared at this question for a while because, as I mentioned before, most vanilla dungeon bosses were stat sticks. There was nothing really to them. So, like, I have a feeling I don't have anybody here who played vanilla. Yeah, 99% of the bosses had no mechanics. It was weird. So you can already tell I'm going to Zul'Farrak. But what's a good boss in Zul'Farrak? Is there such a thing? I'm not actually going to go all the way in there because I don't think it's worth the time investure. But it's Gazrilla, the big old Hydra thing. And I want to explain why. So for those of you who didn't do it, it was another knock-up fight. You get knocked up a lot in vanilla. And as you're getting knocked up in vanilla, there was a de-aggro, right? And the de-aggro mechanic sucked, of course, but that's not really the important part. Yeah, exactly, Mook. There was a water pool. So the fight, all of a sudden, it's right there. It's right in front of me. You can see it down there. So she would come out of the water pool, and you'd have to fight her. And damn it, played well. And there was a whole thing about trying to position yourself, and it would hit multiple people, not just the tank, to try and position her such that you would get knocked into the pool. In fact, actually, a strategy some people I know used would be to tank her down here at the bottom of the pool, which would interact very strangely with the knock-up mechanic, but it would basically negate it. It's not much. I'm not trying to oversell it, but it was kind of as close to boss design as we got in dungeons back in vanilla. Why did I have water bubbles? Oh, whatever. So what about the best song? What's the best song in WoW Vanilla? Individual song. No, it's not the East Plaguelands. Damn it, Mook. No! No! No, Mook. No, sorry. I was actually very torn on this. Ashen Veil was one. I'm just going to say this. I was very, very torn because I love the Ashen Veil music a lot. Who is that? It's Deathlord Gilamos, who was in non-instance Zul'Farrak for some reason. What are you doing here, man? Elwyn Forest, very good pick. WoW Vanilla, I spit a lot of venom at WoW Vanilla, but man, it had some music, you know? I was actually quite torn on this one, because there's so much good music in WoW Vanilla. But at the end of the day, I decided to go with this one. If it'll ever play. Which it won't, because it's lame. Play! Oh my god. Load! There we go. To this very day, this is on my Help Me Get to Sleep playlist. It would play when you were dead, obviously. But it would also play in other areas, like just to show some of the undead zones, things like that. Great stuff. So, visual design. Zone. What's the worst looking zone in vanilla? Just purely visual. You can tell it's in Kalimdor, because we're in Kalimdor. Any thoughts? Hyjal. Hyjal doesn't count. It wasn't a zone in vanilla. So, no. Silithus, good guess. I'm actually not going to go with Silithus myself, because honestly, I thought the bug things were cool, even if they weren't actually the Zerg. Like I thought they were. Barons is a good pick, Stone Towns. Honestly, a lot of vanilla zones looked pretty bad, but for me, the worst by far was Desolus. It's hard to show it off now, because it's actually been overhauled. There's a bunch of new stuff here. But back in the day, like, this was it. I actually specifically looked this up when I was trying to check. This area over here is almost unchanged from it. It's like right here, this shot right here. Do you see that? This was Desolus. And it certainly lives up to its name, but like in a really dumb way. Like, you can make Badlands look better. This isn't it. I was not particularly impressed with this. It probably isn't helped by the fact that Desolus quests sucked. So imagine doing boring, drab quests in a boring, drab zone with boring, drab music, and that's Desolus. I'm just saying, we can make Desolation look and sound cool. I should know, this very game does that. But what about the best zone? What's the best graphics zone? The best visual design zone in vanilla? I'm going to speed this up a little bit. Feel free to answer in the chat, but I'm going to just kind of try to speed this up because, well, it's right here. This is the only vanilla zone that got visual positives during the review. And honestly, I stand by it. Most of the other zones have some cool stuff that falls apart the moment you look past like anything on the ground. But Mulgore just looks awesome to this day. They even did that thing where the ground isn't just one repeated texture, even though it's all just grassy plains. You notice there's actual design and layout to the aforementioned grassy plains. There's actual like variance in the colors and the tones and the shades and the hills that are rolling through it and the trees which don't like look like Ashenvale trees. Yeah, this zone is a vibe. Honestly, I was actually kind of torn on this because frankly, a lot of the starter zones are pretty cool looking visually. Elwyn Forest, especially the ground, is cool. Teldrassil is cool. Tearsfall Glades is cool. Durotar is cool. But I gave it to Mulgore because look at this place. It's one of the only zones that I just mentioned that also looks good from the air and still looks good now. What about best atmosphere? I was actually torn on this, but you know what? I'm dumb. I like being dumb. What's the best atmosphere? Now, atmosphere can mean a lot of different things. It doesn't just have to be horrifying or death doom. What zone in vanilla has the best overall atmosphere? Yes, the southern end was changed slightly, Lunaris, to add more thorns to it. There's a lot of good answers to best atmosphere, because atmosphere is one of the things vanilla and PC did best. Like, you can see why I'm on my mage for doing this little tour thing, by the way. I should pick some talents just so that shuts up. Default loadout, please. You can't do that while moving. Gosh darn it. Fine, hang on. Ugh. Fine, give me a starter build. Give me a starter build. Yeah, sure, whatever. Go. Just shut up. I'm never gonna use any of these abilities. Moving on. I'll make a real build later. Just wanted to shut up. I actually had one person answer here. And that person is wrong. But Deadwind Pass. This is another one of those gimme zones like Silithus, which I almost considered for worst zone in vanilla. I decided not to because it's cheating. It's literally just a bridge zone. There's nothing there. Like, there's nothing there. No, I'm giving it to Duskwood. Hang on, I just realized I'm Horde, so I'm going to skip the town for a second. There we go. Okay, we skipped the town. We're cool, we're cool. Duskwood is really best experienced from the ground. This is what Drustvar eventually became, right? Like, this is the prototype for Drustvar. Creepy woods, haunted in like a vague, witchy kind of a way. Spider webs all over the place, weird werewolves attacking. There's something about Black Riders, which we're not going to follow through on until frickin' Legion. Or a comic book, if you count that. But it was still a vibe. And of course, every now and again you hear, Stitches alive! Or whatever. And yeah, up until now, it's been Open Skies and Beasts and, you know, Westfall fighting against the Defias. And then you come here and it's like, oh, okay. It was a vibe. Like I said, atmosphere. So what about best music? Now, I know I already said best song. I can't actually properly show this off. Forgive me. But which zone had the best music? Overall. Like, just the various songs that play in a zone in vanilla. I kind of already hinted at this. Because, while it doesn't have the best individual song, I think what it does overall have is the best music. If it'll ever play. At some point. It's getting there. Maybe. Hello? So, this technically qualifies for basically every Night Elf zone. I put down Ashenvale because Ashenvale had the best spread of music. Of the Night Elfy music. But yeah, Teldrassil, the Ashenvale, there's another one I can't think of off the top of my head. It's not Darkshore. Darkshore has different stuff going on. Darkshore had really good atmosphere too, by the way, while we're on the subject. No, Mulgar had different music than this. Mulgar had the Westfall music. I think Feralos had some, but otherwise it mostly had the jungle playlist. Anyway, sorry. So, let's get into some character-y stuff. Who's the best side character in WoW Vanilla? Can we even think of a side character in WoW Vanilla that's actually good? Can Kira Whitenoise get the Daystormer achievement? These are all very good questions. Any thoughts? I mean, I'm kind of giving it away by where I am, but this only is a cheat if you happen to know where I am and why I'm here. Which guy, Lord Herma? You gotta help me out with that one. The gnome in Mechagon, yeah. Oh yeah, what was his name? Marshall Windsor, I think, was the guy in BRD. That's Kata, Lord Herma. He's not there in Vanilla. Maximilian isn't there in Vanilla. She's not actually here anymore. That's why I'm just hanging out up here. But my favorite side character in WoW Vanilla is Chromie. Chromie, for those of you who don't remember, goes all the way back to Vanilla. She was a fairly simple quest NPC here, in this exact building in the Western Plaguelands. She was part of the Darrowshire quest chain, which was about trying to help. There was a curse on an area that got hit during the Third War, and you helped to do it, and blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, Chromie, she is no longer here, because this is Kata now. But she was in this building, and she was part of that quest chain, and she was kind of quirky and fun even then. And obviously Chromie has since gone on to being an amazing character, pretty much ever since. But I always like to point to this moment of where she first jumped in. And like I said, very side character. What about best major character? What's a major character? So this is getting harder because there's not a lot of major characters in vanilla. Like we had Van Cleef, obviously, if he counts. We have Onyxia, who probably counts. Not a lot of other picks there. Not a lot of characters with major narrative significance. But there was one. Again, he wasn't here. He isn't here anymore. But this hut right here belonged to a paladin named Tyrion Fordring, who you may recognize as being a fairly recurring character up until Legion. Tyrion's chain was part of why I enjoyed so much of finally getting to the Plaguelands. It was a great chain. It went in and out of some dungeons. It was an actual honest-to-God story arc. A little grindy at first. You had to go get like 20 like slime stakes or whatever it was. But Tyrion himself was an interesting character even here. He was a Retribution Paladin. And they kept going with that even back in the day. So who's the best main character in vanilla? I actually passed on this category because I couldn't think of a main character in WoW. I don't think anything qualifies. So we're actually going to just pass right over that. We're just going to... No, we're done. There are no main characters in WoW Vanilla. Moving on. Yeah, exactly, Evo. That's exactly the point here. Like, there's nothing here. So, okay, fine. Best species design. What's your favorite species design in WoW Vanilla? I know my answer to this. And as usual, my location is probably giving it away a bit. Humans, night elves, night elves. So I'm going to admit something. I'm a horrible graphics snob. Snob. And back in vanilla, it doesn't have to be playable. Back in vanilla, I wasn't super impressed with a lot of the visual design of a lot of the classes and a lot of the races. The one exception to that for me was the Forsaken. Something about the very stylized undead look just kind of clicked with me. The fact that their finger bones, if you're returning, Elazar, yes, sticking out of their hands as like claws, just kind of worked. The shoulder bones being visible, the draped hair, the slouch because, you know, their muscles aren't as well defined anymore. Everything about, like, there was a weirdly large amount of thought that went into the visual design of the Forsaken. Even down to, like, animations and stuff. Like, a lot of their movements are very loose. So, you know, like, you talk about precise movements, right? Where you have very little extra movement. Forsaken were just, like, almost putty as they just kind of bounced around and did their thing. And a lot of that was, again, trying to get across the idea of what they were. About the idea of these leftover undead. So even just from a purely visual perspective, which also includes animation, obviously, Forsaken were my favorite species design in vanilla. What about character? What about an individual character design? Now, character doesn't necessarily have to be like a person. As weird as that sounds, just bear with me, though. Exactly, Bladeville, you understand. I have my answer for this, too. It's super cheaty. I don't care. It's still true. Like maybe furbogs. Maybe you really like furbogs. Maybe you like how Thrall looked. Which would just be orcs at that point, but whatever. For me, though, it's liches. I absolutely love how the liches look in Warcraft. Ever since Warcraft 3, which is where this look actually originates. If you look up lich in almost any other setting, you see a whole range of stuff. But it's usually just like a skeleton with like a crown, right? Or like a zombie who happens to have robes on or whatever. It's just boring. Liches in Warcraft look badass. And even in vanilla, liches looked cool. So Eraj here, or like Aminar the Coldbringer, or Ras Frostwhisper, all of them looked badass. All of them looked cool. You didn't hear this, but I actually had this thing once where you could edit your local files on WoW. Hi, Nordame. You could edit the local files, and in the doing so, change certain graphics, and I was playing a druid at the time. So I would change it so every time I changed form, I would be wandering around as a lich. Anyways. Alright, so that's best characters. What else we got? What else we got? A couple other things, and then we're done with vanilla. What's the worst story arc? So a story arc is so what I mean by story arc is I mean like an individual chain, one particular quest arc. And I gotta be honest, I was kind of torn on this because there's not a lot of story arcs, period, in WoW Vanilla. Like there's the Van Cleef stuff we just talked about in the Initia chain. There's the Tyrion Fordring chain. There's Darrowshire, I just referenced. Yeah, Missing Diplomat is part of the Van Cleef / Initia one. Although that would qualify as worse because it just stopped until Wrath. There was Razalik, which was a quest back in the Blasted Lands. That's kind of it, right? I mean, there's not a lot of other ones, but there's one. There's one other quest chain that I've always remembered as just being really, really dumb. And hey, it's Desolace again! It was the Centaur arc. How many of you even remember it? How many of you remember there was a quest arc in Desolace? Because I do. So the quest arc started off, and it's like, so first go grind some rep. Have fun with that. That's like the first step, by the way, of the quest is go grind rep. It's not a full rep grind, but it was still like a rep grind. It's just okay. So the second few steps were finding out that there was it was like the Magrum and the Gulkin, I want to say, and then the third tribe, which I think was the Gelkir. I'm going off of vague memories here. And so these, you had to help one of the tribes against the other to fight the third. And eventually that quest would lead you over here to the Maradine, which was the fourth and final tribe. And it would actually go into Maradon itself. And so the story arc would, this is one of the first times, I want to say like the third time actually, that a story arc started and then concluded in a dungeon, which is something that would become very normal later on. Yes, I know the Van Cleef stuff did that first in Dead Mines. Still, you get my point. This was still kind of unusual back in the day. Nevertheless, this quest arc sucked. It was boring, it was dumb, they didn't do anything with it. The Centaur were just brutes. It would take until Dragonflight for the Centaur to finally be made interesting. I should mention the Centaur go all the way back to Warcraft 3 Vanilla, second campaign. Just... Anyways. So what's the best story arc? You'll forgive me for not warping right back to where I literally just was. It's the return of Tyrion Fordring. I'm just going to say that. So, I actually really like that story arc. It's actually probably the only story arc in all of WoW Vanilla I actually unabashedly like. No big asterisks. No like, oh, and then the story stops kind of moments. You would find some random dude in the East Plaguelands, and he says, hey, you help me get some food? And you do. And you say, hey, help me with this. And he'd give you several boring tasks. And it's the worst part of the quest chain, is those first few steps, because it's really boring. You are right, PM Tricks. I am wrong. It was the third campaign. My bad. And he would give you several boring tasks to help him out. He'd be like, well, for you to be willing to help an old man in the Plaguelands, you've got to have some decency to you. Let me explain who I am. And he told us he was Tyrion Fordring, someone who had been cut off from the light because he once dared to help an orc. And yeah, this is when Eitrig was invented. Was right here during the Tyrion Fordring chain. And there was this whole thing about that. It was cool. It was cool. It was interesting. It even ended tragically, which is a damn shame. But it ended with the return of Tyrion Fordring and his vow to try and do something about the Scarlet Crusade. Something that would be followed through on in Wrath. So that was cool. But what's the next thing? So that's the best arc. What's the worst cutscene? Now this is WoW Vanilla. So there's not a lot of cutscenes to speak of in WoW Vanilla. There was still the in-gameplay stuff I've banged on about many times. Like, almost every cutscene in WoW Vanilla was just, people chatting and then walking away. No, it did have cutscenes. You know, you'd talk to someone and they'd be like, "Hey, what's up?" And then they'd leave, right? There's like 5 of them. There were not many. But there was one in particular that struck me as worse. I should just come out here anyways. Yes, actually, Matt Overlord. Uther continues to not be a very good paladin. Funny how consistent that is. Because again, that goes back to Warcraft 3. One of my favorite bits about the lore walking section with Cho was it really showed how Uther was probably well-intentioned, but just had absolutely no idea what the hell he was talking about. He really didn't. No, I actually like that. I'm not even being facetious. I like the fact that Uther was just kind of what do you call it? Like light privilege? What do we call that? Just have faith. It'll work out. Uh-huh. Spoilers. It did not work out. Hey, you like the horns. We just keep coming. Don't worry. This is one of the last times we'll come back to these. But we'll be done with it. We'll be done with it. There'll be no more horns. But no, the quest I'm going to point out to for the worst cutscene in the game is Darrowshire. Darrowshire had a cutscene. It would evolve. So the quest, the gameplay of this was kind of cool. As I mentioned, Chromie helped us out, and she made this kind of weird timey-wimey thing where we were affecting the past while staying in the present, which shouldn't work under the current rules of time travel, but let's ignore that for a second. There's a reason that Darrowshire quest has been completely changed to be different now. Nowadays, we're just, you know, banishing ghosts and giving them peace so they can move on. But back in the day, we were actually affecting the past. And as you're doing this, the events of the Battle of Darrowshire would unfold before you. Now, how many of you who have actually done the Battle of Darrowshire back in vanilla, which was basically a raid, you'd have to get like 20-ish people together for this. By the way, I hope to God you're not actually in a group, because if you're in a raid group, you don't get credit, and you have to do the whole thing all over again. Vanilla, ladies and gentlemen. How many of you who did that Battle of Darrowshire remember the story of the cutscene that played during the battle? And this is my point. Before I even wait for an answer, this is the point I am making. It was, you know how WoW has this problem where it'll convey plot critical information like during a raid fight or in a way that if you're not looking for it, you'll miss. And so like people tend to miss plot critical moments. Yeah, that. Everyone's like, oh God, I've got to deal with these things. And the undead are coming from here and there's some coming down from the hills. And meanwhile, they're talking, oh no, there's no hope. And Red Path is like, I can't fail my family. I will take any curse to do this. And there's a whole cutscene playing, and nobody paid any attention to it because it's in the middle of this pitched raid fight. Yeah. Anyways. But what's the best cutscene? So, I can't show this off very well. So we're just going to land here. We're going to go back to Orgrimmar. Orgrimmar's cool. I like Orgrimmar. What's the best cutscene? Well, again, there's not many cutscenes in the game. But if you're paying attention, I went out of my way to... Really? Oh, no, you're right, Takoto. You're absolutely right. I didn't think about that. There's a reason I never really touched Titanfall 1. Yeah, so... There is what I would consider one cutscene in the game that I think legitimately did a good job of having a cutscene, and it is the Onyxia reveal. For those of you who don't remember, the way this would work out is you got this quest chain. So I'm going to give the Alliance perspective, because the Horde version sucked. But the Alliance version is you'd free Marshal Windsor from inside Blackrock Depths, and it turns out he is there because he was betrayed by someone in Stormwind. And so he was led to the Dark Irons to be captured, and oh, that sucks. Okay, cool. So what do we do about that? That's a good question. So we free him, and he says, you have to go take this thing, and I'm going to do this. And he shows up at Stormwind, and everyone licks his boots the entire time he walks all the way through Stormwind City. And I do mean walks. All the way through Stormwind City, all the way up to... I'm in the wrong place. All the way up to Stormwind Keep. And he shows up and he reads out this ancient ruined magic spell thing, which like, ah. And oh my god, Katrana Presto is a dragon! And she turned into Onyxia on the spot. Roar, how dare you. And it turns out a lot of her guards were dragons too. Roar. This was back before they'd really solidified the rules of dragons. So, in hindsight, a lot of this doesn't actually make as much sense. let's just walk past that for a moment. The point is, the relevant point is that it was this big reveal moment. She murdered Windsor on the spot, and this also freed Bolvar, yes, that Bolvar, from mind control. And he then gave us the quest to go kill Onyxia, and then we kill Onyxia, and that's why we plant her head on a frickin' pike in Stormwind. Yeah, also, then you need to not get involved in the fight, or else she'll kill you. It was a whole thing. Good cutscene for Vanilla's standards. Last two categories. Unique, negative. I call this unique because it has no category by definition. It's just, what's the worst thing about WoW Vanilla to you personally? Anybody want to answer this? I'd love to hear your thoughts. What's the worst thing about WoW Vanilla to you? You could probably guess what mine is, considering I'm floating over the hinterlands, but I'd love to hear your thoughts first. It's my throat for a second. Hi, Ross. Yeah. No, several people in chat have already guessed it. For me, the worst thing about WoW Vanilla was the 40s. So, I kind of already talked about this a little bit. But I really got to stress that the 40s were just absolutely miserable to me in WoW Vanilla. It was so bad that it kept being an issue in WoW BC and WoW Wrath. I know that they later patched the experience gain to fix it. I know they added the Dustwall of Marsh thing. I know they did things to make it better. But the 40s always sucked. Until Kata. There's always a hell level range. And, like, Jinthalor here was, like, a cool thing, and it, like, is completely wasted potential, because it's actually one of the last major troll cities, whatever. But doing this, the quests in here, it just sucked. Like, you get a quest to go kill that guy, and then you go walk, by the way, there's no flight, all the way down through hell to go turn it in. Then you go all the way back up to a higher tier. Then you go all the way back down. Then you go all the way back up. And you had to do this crap because there just wasn't enough content. Oh, it's miserable. And then you do Searing Gorge, all 5 quests that were added there. I'm being a little facetious. There were several. But there wasn't much. And then you'd go do Faralos, and then you'd go do Tannerus, and then you'd be done, and you're like level 46. And it's like, God damn it. Now what? When I got to the point where I actually had a group that I could call on, I started doing dungeons, because that was the answers. You go do dungeons, because dungeons were decent X. But oh God, I hated it. I hated it so much. I've actually analyzed this, self-analyzed this, self-reflection, whatever I want to call that. One of the biggest reasons I hate vanilla to this very day, it isn't the interface, it isn't the slowness, it isn't, tagging more than one mob at a time. I can tolerate a lot of crap when it comes to game design. I don't enjoy it, but I can tolerate it. I can play Metroid 1, I can play Zelda 1, I can play FF11, I can play Asheron's Call. I got that. I can slide into that mentality. But this was just such an arduous waste of my time. Having to slog through the 40s to get to the so-called good stuff. When I first got my first character 60, which was my paladin, by the way, someone asked earlier my first main. It was a paladin, human paladin named Silverfist. And it was the very first character I ever got to 60. I actually swore at the time I would never level another character. I would never make an alt. Keeping in mind, I was coming to this pretty much straight from Asheron's Call and like Lotro and stuff, where you would have tons of alts. I actually don't remember when Lotro was, but you get the point. I played a bunch of other MMOs where alts is a normal thing, and I'm just like, no, I'm never doing it. I'm never doing it again. It wasn't until... Yeah, exactly, Mook. It wasn't until my raid guild at the time begged me to make a warrior so that we would have another tank. And swore that they would help me level. And that was when Frozen Sorrow came into existence, my Night Elf warrior tank. Because I was just like, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not touching it. I refused to level again. I ended up leveling like 13 times overall over the course of WoW Vanilla's existence before Kata destroyed it. And let me tell you, even though it got better, it never felt like it got better. You know what I mean? But what about positive uniques? What's like the best purely subjective thing about WoW Vanilla to you? Who the heck is that? I'm not going to mess with that. Someone probably wants to add it for a quest or whatever. Vibe is a good answer. Cohesiveness of the world. Chill. Yeah, I'm with it. Gary also says world. Yes and no, Ross. Asheron's Call had instances before. In fact, everything was instance in AC. Running from Stranglethorn to Plaguelands with no loading screen. That wasn't completely unique, but it was close. It was like, I think, the third MMO to have that kind of concept. Because, yeah, EverQuest was all very, very zoned, very structured. Yeah, the setting feels very unique. I agree completely. You probably already know my answer, because I've actually already given it. WoW completely revolutionized what MMOs were. In fact, WoW, for all intents and purposes, invented the second category of MMO, which I still don't have a proper term for. We've talked about this, right? There's MMOs that are designed to be places where you chat and where you grind. FF11, WoW Vanilla, Asheron's Call, EverQuest, Ultima Online, RuneScape, right? Yeah, and then there's the co-RPG, exactly. WoW kind of invented the concept of a co-RPG, where you would the term co-RPG is very accurate because the whole point is it is an RPG that is co-op. The focus is on the RPG, not the MMO. And WoW was kind of the beginning of that. And WoW Vanilla, I've said this so many times, WoW Vanilla was such a game changer on so many levels from everything that came before it. It wasn't even close. Like, I spit so much venom at WoW Vanilla, but it was multitudes better than the other MMOs in the space at the time. There's a reason why me and every single one of my friends went to WoW and never looked back. Except for, like, retrospectives or just nostalgia. So that's Vanilla. That wasn't too bad. Well, there was Dark Age of Camelot, there was EverQuest, there was Asheron's Call. I believe Asheron's Call 2 was at the time. FF11, I don't remember if it was out in the States at the time. I don't think there were any other big ones. I believe RuneScape was out already at this point in time. Ultima Online, if you liked... if you like... what you figging? PvPing. Can't think of the word. Yeah, let me look at the list. I don't remember where City of Heroes was either on that, or Guild Wars 1. Oh, hang on. Someone do me a favor. Someone look up, when did WoW Vanilla launch, please? So we get our timestamp here. There we go. Timeline. So here we go. So there's AC, there's EQ, there's Ultima Online. And then we had a few other ones. There's Dark Age of Camelot, obviously. Anarchy Online, which I think died pretty quickly. Dark Space was there. RuneScape. RuneScape was 2001, so that does predate it. Asheron's Call 2 predates it by 2 years, apparently. Lol. Earth and Beyond. Final Fantasy 11, which I'm not sure when that came out in the States, but I'm pretty sure it was before 2004. Neocron. I remember Neocron. Ragnarok Online. That's 2002. EVE Online was 2003. Lineage 2 was 2003. I remember that one. Maple Story was 2003. Shadowbane was 2003. Star Wars Galaxies was 2003. Looks like City of Heroes was borderline. Then there's EverQuest 2. I know EverQuest 2 came out like a week before WoW, so that's got to be the line right there. When did City Heroes come out? Yeah, City Heroes was April. So City Heroes had just come out, and EverQuest 2 had just come out. And then WoW came out. And WoW was like, nah. It just swept. Anyways. Let me double check something. Super quick. Hey, Maverick. What are you doing here? What the heck? What the heck? Sorry, one second. I'll say it several times in quick succession again. There we go. Here we go. Okay. Thank you for the subs, Maverick. Yeah, Matrix Online, I remember was after WoW. That makes sense. Sorry, I didn't answer you earlier. But then we got to BC. Satisfactory. Wow, midnight. Wow, patch night. So let's talk about BC. BC. One second. Let me pull this up again really quick there. There we go. Perfect. So BC, BC was WoW Vanilla Plus. BC was still pretty firmly in the older era of MMOs. Again, it was more MMO than co-RPG, right? But it was certainly starting to be more of a game. There was more game design. There was more level design. There was more trash design. There was more boss design. There was more class design. The talents were better designed. Druids were turned into a real class, if you can believe it. And there was about as much focus on story. It was still pretty rough on the narrative axis. There's a reason Alzheimer's was a whole thing for me. But BC was Vanilla Plus. Okay, cool. What kind of stuff can we come up with? Well, let's look at our worst gimmick first. What's the worst gimmick of BC? What's the worst back-of-the-box feature? Well, I decided to go ahead and grab a shot of this just to really explain this because... So you see this nonsense? I want to stress that this is not a joke. This is the attunement chain to access Mount Hyjal. So you had to go get the Karazhan key and the Arcatraz key, and then go do Botanica and Mechanar to gain access to Arcatraz. Hang on. While you're doing that, go to the Shadow Labyrinth to gain access to the Steam Vaults, to gain access to the Dark Portal, which you need to do Durnhole to gain access to, by the way. Then you have to do the Shatar rep in order to gain access to the Arcatraz. And then you have to do Karazhan in order to gain access to Serpent Shrine. You also have to do the Cenarian Expedition rep to get the Slave Pens to do Serpent Shrine. You also had to do Gruul's Lair to access Serpent Shrine. You had to do Sethic Hall's rep grind to do Shadow Labyrinth. You had to do Shatter's Hall's key, which I forget where that was, to do Honor Hold rep, or whatever the Duratar, the Thrall rep was, in order to gain access to the Shattered Halls. You had to do all of that to access the Tempest Keep and the Serpent Shrine Lair, both of which you had to do to access the Scales of Sands People and the Keepers of Time rep in order to gain access to Mount Hyjal. These are attunement chains. They're gone. They're gone for a reason. A lot of these quests are actually still in the game to some extent or another. But attunement chains were a bad idea. is the nicest and simplest way I could put this. The Black Temple attunement chain is actually worse than this, by the way. But it's worth noting the Black Temple chain includes all of this, because you had to do all of this to gain access to Hyjal, and you needed Hyjal to do Black Temple. Attunement chains were in vanilla, but they were less, there wasn't as much there. And it wasn't really a big feature. It's kind of something that just kind of naturally happened. In BC, it was like, chains, do the chains, attunements to access the raid. And it ballooned. It ballooned out of control. Yeah, exactly, perfect. The attunement chains were all stick and no carrot. Do this or else you cannot access content. Screw you, piss off. Not a fan. Well, hang on. What would be the best thing then? Like, what would overall be the best gimmick of BC? Well, I actually kind of already gave this away. And I got some footage of my druid out here to really emphasize this idea. Class design is what I put down as my favorite gimmick for BC. I know that sounds strange, but I gotta stress this. There wasn't class design in vanilla. There were class ideas. There were classes that happened to be fun or happened to be interesting, but there was no design. You remember the paladin talent trees in WoW Vanilla? Because I do. You remember how, like, it's just everything? I don't even know where to start. I just talked about Rogue, right? Rogue was mostly good because of coincidentally into utility usage. You remember what playing a Frost Mage was like back in Vanilla? Because I do. It was bad. I'm pointing at my druid here to really emphasize the point. Druids went from being a joke that would require a tremendous amount of work and effort in order to be worth a damn. Yes, exactly, Mook. Into an actual honest-to-goodness class. In fact, they actually made balance a viable spec in BC, if you can believe that. If you can actually understand, it's crazy. Actually having some honest-to-God class design was just such a breath of fresh air. It was literally the thing that made PAX come back to the game, just to use a specific example there. Bonus points, Badges of Justice. Really quick, Badges of Justice were a bad luck prevention mechanic. It was a currency. Every boss dropped Badges of Justice. You could spend Badges of Justice in order to be able to buy equipment. That was a huge deal for me as a raider in Vanilla, because let me tell you, nothing is quite as demoralizing as going literal months without getting a single piece of gear. Anyways. So what's the worst class? What's the worst class in BC, specifically? Anyone want to jump on that? And you're probably thinking, I have to admit, I was legitimately tempted to mention Rogue as worst class for literally every expansion after Vanilla. But that did feel kind of, even though it's true, and it is, that's still true now, by the way. I didn't want to just give everything Rogue. I didn't want to just be like, Rogue, oh, I like the flowers in his hair. Look at that. Look at that. I didn't want to just give it all to Rogue, so I started thinking about it. And I started being like, what else? Like, what else qualifies? What was unique to each expansion that was bad that isn't Rogue? So, BC was when I lost my first account, and I switched over to my second account. And my Alliance character was actually this character. This is actually the Alliance character I was on at the time. My priest, whose name is Zanej. Yeah, exactly, Ross. Moving on. It's always Rogue. Moving on. So you're thinking, what was so bad about a priest? Well, first of all, if you weren't a dwarf priest, get the hell out of my raid. But second of all, shadow priests were uniquely bad for two reasons. And those two reasons are going to sound small, but trust me when I say these two reasons combined made them terrible. Reason number one, you had an ability called Vampiric Touch, which if you had it up on a target and you did Mind Flay to the target, I think, you would generate mana for your group. Not your raid, your group. This meant your job in a raid was suddenly to be a mana battery. Go produce mana for your group. And so you kind of had this uniquely mandatory role, but you were never going to do the damage anyone else does. You're never going to be valuable for anything other than pumping mana into the real classes. Second problem. For reasons best left to the imagination, Shadow Priests had less range on several of their spares, most notably Mind Flay, the one I just mentioned. Now, you're probably thinking, but that meant you'd have like all the range, like, the Hunters, the Mages, the Warlocks over here, and then like 10 yards forward would be the Shadow Priests. And let me tell you, there are a lot of raid fights where we had to come up with a unique strategy for the raid. Asgalore comes to mind immediately. Just to accommodate the fact that the Shadow Priests had to be closer to the boss. It sucked. It was legitimately quite miserable. I was not a fan. And again, this is my main raid character. until I switched over to my hunter, and then my druid, and then my warrior. And I played a lot of BC. Anyways, moving on. What about the best? What's the best class? Best BC class. Well, it's not rogue. We know that. It's not priest. It's Death Knight. Yes, Death Knight was the best class in BC. I mean, that was technically true for a minute. I think so, Mook? I don't actually remember when that became a thing. I didn't main a Warlock until Wrath. And sorry, that's a lie. I didn't play a Warlock till Wrath. I didn't main a Warlock until Pandaria. But I'm actually going to go with someone who is not on my screen for some reason. There she is. Hunter. Janine may even recognize that pet, because it's the same frickin' pet. So, it's specifically Beast Hunter. Now, obviously Beast Hunter was great at soloing. Your pet was a full-on tank, you could heal, and you could control mobs. It's hard to explain nowadays, but the way you would control your pet back in BC was just different. The controls were different, the mechanics were completely different. So you could do weird things to kind of like be controlling your hunter and your pet simultaneously. You can't really do that anymore, right? Nowadays you can just tell a pet to attack a thing or stand on a spot, and that's it. But Beast Hunter was in a really good spot. Pax was playing an Enhancement Shaman. I was playing a Beast Hunter. The two of us duoed 5-man quests. Like, you know, that giant Gron, Dern, I think his name is, who's roaming around Nagrin. Yeah, we could 2-man that. And if that doesn't sound impressive, I got nothing else. God damn it, Mr. Ed. So yeah, I was really, really good at this. Janine can confirm this. For a brief period of time, I was our guild's main tank on my hunter. It was actually pretty rough. I don't want to oversell it. I don't want to, like, puff myself up here. But, like, it was possible to do... we did, like, Shadow Labyrinth, for example, or we did Steam Vaults is another dungeon we were capable of doing just by virtue of me using my pet, Heartless was her name, as the tank, as the main tank of the guild. This is also the only time I ever dipped into doing arenas, for those of you who even remember what those are. It was me and another shaman, actually, not Pax, it was a different guy. And let me tell you, we stomped. So what's the worst zone? Sure, I only have the one, Eleazar. But he's right here. It's this guy down here. Anyways, so... I know, Janine, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's Blade's Edge. Let's just get that out of the way. I'm not even going to show you it. I'm not going to go there. It's Blade's Edge. Of course it's Blade's Edge. Why would it be anything other than Blade's Edge? This is vanilla music. I don't want vanilla. Where's my BC music? Hang on. I actually have a BC playlist, because BC had some banger music, let me tell you. I had some difficult choices when it came to the music picks. Blade's Edge Mountains. So for those who are not aware, since we're in BC at this point, I have actually reviewed all of the BC zones, and Blade's Edge Mountains is the second worst zone in the entire game. The whole thing, top to bottom. Blade's Edge is a unique combination of boring quests, dull and disinteresting story. There was basically no real narrative to Blade's Edge. Go fight ogres. I guess there was the Arakoa stuff? That's kind of it. Oh, and the Gron, but that was part of the ogre thing. So Gron and ogres, and then Arakoa. And that was kind of it. So there wasn't much narratively going on. I do agree the visuals were cool. I'll actually give you that. But the thing that really, really made Blade's Edge stick out so badly, especially back in the day... I actually want to show you this. I should have gone here initially. I apologize. I'm running a little low. I'm going to pause for lunch after we finish BC. Yeah, Arakoa is that little foresty area. Obviously, it had a gorilla. There was a couple of, like, go fight some demons things. And, like, the ethereals were here. We had no idea what was going on with them yet because they didn't know what was going on with the ethereals yet. Yeah, a tiny bit of HVA going on, just a little bit of stuff. So I will admit, I like the spikes look. I actually think if they ever did Blade's Edge in like modern design, modern engine, modern textures, it would actually look really, really cool. Here, I mean, it looks like an older zone, right? Just look at it. Like, if you squint, you can see it, and it's like, yeah. But if you don't squint, then it doesn't look as good. So, I am going to get a quest here, okay? So I'm going to land. Because, you know, I don't have flying. I'm leveling. I would usually hit 70 in Blade's Edge, actually. Hey, Rexar. I need you to go kill some ogres. Okay, cool. For the sake of simplicity, let's assume for a moment that these are the ogres we kill, okay? So we spend like 20 minutes killing ogres. By the way, these are big kill quests, like kill 20. I actually pointed this out when we were doing the review. A lot of these kill quests are bad even by BC standards. Like kill 20, kill 30. One of them was like kill 50 total things. It's crazy. So you spend forever running around here killing these things, right? Okay, cool. We've killed all the things. Now, I'm going to make you sit through this. I want you to understand. I want you to understand. Thanks for killing those ogres. Can you go kill another group of ogres for me in the exact same spot? Sure! Okay, I'm not going to make you go through a second time. But do you get it? Do you understand? This is almost every quest in here. There are a couple of exceptions. Like, there's the wolf quests up here. But, like, navigating Blade's Edge without flying is just a thing. And they gave these ramps, but they wanted the zone to be huge. So the ramps take forever to traverse. And the quest design didn't... They didn't think about the quest design relative to the zone design. So going up and down that exact ramp I just showed you is something it is burned into my brain. Because of how many times I'd have to go down here and go over and kill these ogres. And then kill those ogres. And then you have to go kill those ogres. They're up there. You can't even see them, but they're up there. You just had to keep doing it over and over and over. And each time you had to come all the way back up this stupid goddamn ramp. Hi. Thank you for the sub, Uthor. Put it towards something, or else. Oh, and heaven help you if you died. So that was the worst zone in BC for me. What's the best zone? What do you think? There's not as many zones to pick from now. I'm actually more curious. Midnight is not funded yet. I would more curious if anybody... Whoa! That shouldn't have happened. How did I get... Why did I get... Huh? How did I get out of flight mode while in flight? How did that happen? Jedi Fallen Order. Jedi Survivor. And Midnight. Thank you for the sub. Floating landmasses. Well, that's several of them. Shadow Moon is a good pick. Great vibes, great music down there. By the way, here's some more quests. Hey, look, go down into that pit. It just started happening recently, Bragwin. Like, I seen it happen today. That's how recent it is. But you probably already know my answer to best zone in the game. I was actually torn on this for a while, but the review solidified it for me. Well, there are some issues with it. Netherstorm is just kind of a good zone. I know that doesn't sound like high praise, but actually, if you know me and my generally low opinion of BC, calling a zone good overall is as good as it gets in BC. I think I like Netherstorm. It had good visuals. It had good tomato soup, which is great, especially some grilled cheese if you get that. I like the ruins. I like the implications of what this used to look like just a couple of months ago. I love the Monoforges ripping arcane and demonic energy and pumping them into the freaking keep over there. I love the story about the Naru and how they evacuated. This also tied into something else we'll talk about later. And yeah, I'm one of those people who liked the inclusion of spaceships into Warcraft. I mean, we've had submarines since Warcraft 2. What's the issue? What's the issue here? Thank you for the sub, Linerith. As always, I'll put that towards Wing Commander. Urquan Masters, and... And so, okay. I can't put it towards FF14, really, unless you want to not put it towards Urquan Masters and Wing Commander. I'm okay with that if you want to do that. You're probably thinking, why? Well, because Patch Trail is already funded. We're just waiting for it to finish coming out. So the next expansion isn't even on the list yet. We also don't know what it's called, because it hasn't been announced yet. So if you want to add the next expansion, you can. Or you can just put it towards Midnight. Yeah, you get where I'm going with this, right? It's like, it's a weird situation, because Patch Trail's funded. I don't know if there's going to be anything after Patch Trail with the speed at which Square Enix is imploding. Ugh. That's another reason I want to speed up the FF11 review. Thank you, Linerith. Yeah, I love Netherstorm. Top to bottom. What about the worst dungeon? What's the worst dungeon in BC? I'm going to go and be honest with you. At a certain point, I kind of stubbornly insisted on coming up with a worst dungeon, even though at a certain point, those dungeons were just good. But back in BC, I think we have something that approximates an actually bad dungeon. I do think there is a bad dungeon, a legitimately bad dungeon in BC. And the more you know about where I'm going. Nope, Kara's a raid. Yeah, Mook, God, you figured it out immediately. You figured it out immediately. Of course you did. I do think that's a legitimate possibility, yes, the narrative. Yeah, why would I be going to Org? Well, Org has portals. Like this one. That's, I'd say 50-50, the narrative. You really have to understand the sheer monumental stupidity of Executive. We've actually talked about this recently because we were talking about FF11 and why it's stupid to shut down FF11. That happened again. Did you see that? It's stupid to shut down FF11, but they might. Doesn't mean they won't do it, right? I am unironically scared that they might shut down FF11. 14 less so, but it's still a possibility. All right, which one of these is Morass? This one. What do you know? I was going the right way. So yeah, obviously, duh, Black Morass. Now, you remember how I complained about Mount Hyjal as the worst raid in the game? What is Mount Hyjal? I mean, I know it's a Caverns of Time thing. That's not what I mean. Are there no textures? Oh my god, there's no textures. There's no textures. Oh god, the water's wrong. Everything's wrong. Ah! Everything's wrong. What dungeon in BC do you think is worse than... Oh, this is funny. Can I text this? God, it's been so... Could you please, Microsoft, please rehire all those QA people that you fired. Please? Alright, whatever. So we're just living with no textures. That's just our life here. That's not why. No, the reason why is because it's another Hold the Line dungeon. So portals open up there, there, and over there. And I think there's another one over there. And they pop out, like after a few seconds, they pop out a mini boss. You fight the mini boss, and they slowly spawn ads, and those ads go to Medivh. And if they kill Medivh, you lose. There you go. Boom. Hold the line dungeon. The bosses are disinteresting. The trash is irritating and has way too much health. And you got to slog through this gluck in order to get from point A to point B. How many of you have ever... Oh, I'm a human. How many of you have ever done this as a gnome? Now, I know this is a unique problem to point out because it only really affects one race. But it says a lot about how little effort went into this. Think about Hillsbrad for a second. And how much effort and work went into Hillsbrad, into making it an interesting, fun, cool dungeon with side stuff you can do and little narrative tidbits and tons of world building and things. But if you played a gnome in Black Morass, sucks to be you. This stupid water is just deep enough at points, so you start swimming, which slows you down, of course. And if you're in combat, you can't mount. So, I know that's a minor thing to point out, but it gets across the idea of just how little thought was put into the Black Morass. That's why this is the worst, among the fact that it's another boring Hold the Line mission. But what's the best? What's the best BC dungeon? For a minute, I was torn on this one. I was really thinking about this because there's actually, as we talked about during the run, honestly, BC had some good dungeon design and good trash design and some cool stuff. You know, I liked a lot of the dungeons in BC. Now, Tempest Keep, well, okay, so there's like Arcatraz, there's Botanica, there's Mechanar. You know, there's, what the heck is that? Oh, right, yes, that's the Shadow Labyrinth. I guess I've never done Shadow Labyrinth on this character. That's funny. But yeah, there's some cool... Shadow Labyrinth is a good dungeon. Steam Vaults, Arcatraz. Shattered Halls is a hallway, but it's still a well-designed dungeon. But you can probably tell where I'm going to go with this one. I'm going to be honest with you. While I am willing to accept and acknowledge that there's good dungeon design in BC, because there is, there's only one dungeon in BC that I think approaches closer dungeon design, like more modern stuff. And that is, it's the dungeon we're going to, Magister's Terrace. Magister's Terrace had, it followed the Tempest Keep concept of having very mean trash, in a good way. Like trash that was an encounter by itself. Yeah, exactly, Moog. It was very tight, it was very tiny. Magister's Terrace is this very small space, which I actually think was very, very, very good. It's the kind of thing I tend to value, especially when it's used well. So it's a very dense dungeon, right? So you got these guys who would be like your anti-casters. And right down there, you see that barrier? Yeah, that's the last boss. Right there. We go this way, we go over there, we come around, we go through, boom. So you get a bit of peeking going on, you better get a bit idea where you're going. The actual, there's another boss that's literally right below us right now. Oh my god, why are my talents so wrong? Why are my talents wrong? Hang on. I need an AoE. Give me an AoE. Why don't I have an AoE? Did they get rid of it? Do I not have AoE Ice Lances anymore? Oh my god, I think they might have gotten rid of it. No, there it is. Strikes one additional target. What the hell? Why isn't it hitting them? Look, it's just hitting one target. Why is it not hitting two targets? It's so strange. You're seeing that, right? It's only hitting one target. That's really weird. Okay, whatever. Moving on. Magister's Terrace was awesome. I loved the trash. I loved the bosses. They actually had real boss mechanics. I love the music. I love the visuals. I love the impact. In fact, frankly, I think Magister's Terrace does a better job narratively than Sunwell does. Mic drop. I mean that. I'm 100% on that. I'm not even being facetious or trying to drive up whatever. I actually think this did a much better job with all of this. Got it. Like, it's cool. Oh, I thought I could go over the edge for just a second. Yeah, this dungeon's solid on narrative. It even does a better job with Kael'thas than its raid did. Anyways. So what's the worst raid in BC? It's Mount Hyjal. It's Mount Hyjal. It's a gimme. It's Mount Hyjal. That's it. I've already discussed it. I went in depth into it. It's terrible. Moving on. What's the best raid? What's the best raid in BC? I have my own answers. I chewed on this one for a while because I think there are several good raids in WoW or in BC, and a lot of them are what I would call equally good. So I'm not going to go out there because it would take too long. Karazhan was damned good. We spent a lot of time in Kara. Black Temple was legit. Sunwell, we just mentioned that. Sunwell Plateau was legit. That's an interesting outfit. Oh, it's the new Koresh. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure I actually did get footage of this, which is good because I don't feel like flying out there. Just kind of pull this up. Hey, look, it's Hellfire Peninsula. But that's not what I mean. No, what I mean is... Zul'Aman, I have to admit, at least some of why I like Zul'Aman so much is personal preference. But Zul'Aman is Kara, but better. Like, even if you ignore personal ability, Zul'Aman is just a really, really tight 10-man raid. You could tell they brought their A game to this one. The gear was useful and helpful for filling in things. The trash design was on point. There was a very natural flow to it. There wasn't a lot of wasted time. You had to deal with the guys spawning, the Hawks, in the first arc. It didn't have an annoying attunement. That's actually a good point. That's actually a very valid point. It had the bears, who had that absolutely bonkers anti-tank ability, just like the boss does. It had the things where, like, you had to get the guys who were going to go hit the drums, or otherwise they'd summon more trash. It had the stealth lynxes who would pop out of you if you didn't know where you were going. Like, Zul'Aman was legit. And each of the bosses in here was actually very well designed, very crafted. But I have to be honest, the thing that pushes it ahead of Sunwell and Black Temple for me is the 4-chest run. Right? I have the 4 chest. Here, let me go and get rid of this for a second. I can prove this. In case you don't believe me. Here, boom, there it is. I have this mount. I am extremely proud of the fact that I was good enough to do this mount. That I was capable of doing this. And if you'll forgive me for gushing for just a second, what I loved so much about the 4-chest run was how little you could screw up. It was very tightly tuned. You could screw up. You could. And if you were on it, you could recover. But the whole point was you're on a timer. So if those of you don't know how this works, you start off with like X minutes. I forget what it is. It's like 15 minutes. You have 15 minutes to kill a boss. Get to it. Once you kill a boss, that timer goes up by a bit. Each boss you kill gives you more time. When the timer runs out, all of the people are killed. So you've ended your chest run at that point. Yeah, this was an optional hard mode, which was great. So the goal is kill each boss before the time runs out. Each boss gives you a timer. That's your range, right? Generally speaking, you could probably swing one wipe, especially on a boss. If you were right on it, got right back in, got rebuffed, got rehealed, and then went right back to the boss, you could usually recover from a wipe. One wipe. Past that, not so much. So you had... I'm sorry, I just left the music off. It was brutal, it was hard, it was fair, it was fun, it was rewarding, you got great loot for it. So it's very well designed, very objectively good. But if I could share a story. So I'm in Zul'Aman, and it's when you're going towards Nalarak, which is the bear boss to the south, so to the right as you're coming in. As you're going over there, there's these, I just kind of references, there's these bear bosses. They look just like the thing I'm riding right now. They had an ability which would absolutely destroy the armor of whoever it hit. And that was your tank buster, right? Because then they would just shred the tank, right? We came in here, and I was on my warrior, Frozen Sorrow, and there was some questions as to, well, it actually wasn't named Frozen Sorrow. There were some questions as to whether or not I could tank this. Like, is it really something? Her name was actually Zalosh. Is this really something you could tank? Because I was pretty undergeared. My warrior was in dungeon blues. There's no way I could handle something like this. We get to that pull, and Gary was a big part of this, but Gary and his friend, I can't remember his name, was a druid, really pulled for me and said, no, give him a chance, give him a chance. So we're on that bear pull, and the other tank just melts, just falls over. You know why? It's because he stood there while his armor had gone away. What then happened, I don't have full details. No, not Miz. Miz wasn't a tank. Miz was our disc healer. He also didn't do chest runs with us. So what ended up happening was I just pure muscle reflex. I would love to take credit for this, but it was just reflex at the time. Immediately taunted the stuff that was on him, which means I'm now tanking my stuff and his stuff. I rush up the staircase, wait for a minute until they get to me, make sure to re-taunt stuff so it stays on me, leap down to the bottom of the staircase, intervene over to this other guy, and then charge over to this other trash, and basically use all, because warriors are really good at utility tanking, they always have been, and use all of this stuff to literally prevent the enemies from ever hitting me. Literally, by just being out of range of them. Yeah, I was kite tanking. And I managed to hold the group together until they killed them. Me, the undergeared newbie tank nobody knew. They never questioned my slot again. And I am proud of that. I did that with pure skill. And obviously I got my I was one of the last ones to get my bear. I was actually really mad because they kept insisting that we roll for it, and my dice are terrible. And I started getting more and more worried that I was never going to get my bear because, you know, I kept rolling. But I did obviously finally get it. We also got PAX 1 the week before it went away. I am extremely proud of having this mount. I wish you could still get it. I don't agree with getting rid of stuff like this later on. But that's my own little personal reason why Zulamon is that high up on the list for me. What's the worst boss? What's the worst raid boss in BC? I knew who this would be the moment I thought about it. Just the moment. Why is it not? There we go. Caligos is a good pick. Kael'thas is an interesting pick. A lot of people list him as one of the better ones. Not sure I agree, but I get it. Sorry, wily bot. Someone killed my bots! I want to just pop up the Zulamon shot here really quick. Who could possibly be such a terrible boss, such an awful boss, that at the end of the day, I can't even imagine action. Oh, that's right. This fight sucked. I tried to explain this during the run. This might actually be one of the worst bosses in the entire game. So the problem was, it's a neat idea. Let's give them some credit. It's a neat idea. I get what they were going for, and I'd like them experimenting. It's just this experiment flopped hard. One of the worst things about this fight was that there was a cooldown involved in switching Mauru? Johnny Lovely? Switching characters, right? So in other words, if you hop into a pawn and you want to switch to someone else, you have to pop out and then wait before you can switch to the other person. It's a bit of a coordination check, but it also requires really weird coordination. It also completely invalidates any knowledge you have of the game. So your gear obviously doesn't matter, which I don't mind as much, but also your class doesn't matter. It's just you. And so this was just kind of irritating. There's also some legitimate RNG involved. And any boss fight which can go completely bad thanks to just a roll of the dice is not something I'm going to be overly praising. I hated the chess fight. It was kind of the breather boss, because as Huthor points out, it was easy. But that doesn't make it good. In fact, actually, if anything, that kind of made it worse. Like, at least the next boss was challenging once you finally reached him. Anyways. So, that leaves us with best raid boss. What's the best raid boss in BC? So Huthor's is Illidan. Okay, okay. Honestly, there's a bunch of fights in Black Temple and Sunwell that would probably qualify for this. Any other thoughts? Kael'thas fight, yeah, like I mentioned, some people list that as a best, and for good reason. Illidan is a good fight. Again, Black Temple was just kind of crushing it, so that makes a degree of sense. I think it's this guy. Oh, oops, sorry. This is Hexlord Malakras. He's the second to last boss of Zul'Aman. So, he had random ads, which were specifically, yes, Eleazar, different species, which meant different CC would work on them. And he himself had a few cool, interesting abilities, which I won't bore you with, because the thing that really made him work for me was that he would basically steal the soul of someone in the raid, and then he would gain abilities based on that person's class. It's worth noting they went back and backported this to add other abilities too, like Death Knights, for example. So this turned into a combination, coordination, execution, gear check fight. Because one of his mechanics is also, I'm going to do a bunch of damage to the entire raid. And let me tell you, healing through that, which I have done, there's a whole story about that, which I will not bore you with right now, is a thing. Fun fight, mean, random, and class stuff. Like that, just very, very, very fun fight. I very much enjoy this fight. Moving on. So who's the best dungeon boss? Well, since I happen to be right here, this is going to be funny, because Huthor just listed that as a fight he doesn't like. Huthor and I, we just, it's the oil and water thing, right? There's no mixing. There's no coherency here. Because to me, the best dungeon... Where's my music? There we go. Best dungeon boss in BC is right down there. If I could get a picture. There she is, right there. Do you see her? Priestess Delrissa. So, she's a PvP boss, not the last. And so, you got your composition down there. It's random. Each of them has their own completely unique mechanics based on whatever class they are. So there's like an arms warrior. That one's a rogue, I'm pretty sure. I can't read what the other ones are. There's an engineer. Each of them has their own mini mechanics. And the goal is to deal with all of them and then her. So they're all vulnerable to CC, which is kind of unique in its own way and helps you to kind of, that's the PvP aspect of it. And how you deal with it, how you strategize around it, depends entirely on which particular setup you got at any given point in time. She has almost nothing but support abilities, and therefore is mostly there to keep the rest of the group up. But you really can't focus on her because she also has more HP than they do. It was a nice counterbalancing fight, and as with basically every boss fight in Magic Terrace, it was well designed and awesome. Next, we have, where are we? Hang on, BC, here we go. Yep. So what's the best song in BC? I was actually very torn on this, because there are several individual songs that BC added that are really, really good. I kind of stand by mine, though. If it'll ever load, because it really likes not loading. This is specifically the Eversong song. It's just the right mix of peaceful while also being kind of lamenting, for lack of a better word to use there. And of course you get the tragedy violins getting in there. Gotta have the tragedy violins, very important, very important. I'm not going to play the whole thing. This is actually like a 13-minute song. You get the idea. Good stuff, but not as good as Mook. Thank you, Mook. As always, I will be a traitor in due time. Put that towards Dragon Age 4, Trails of Crossbell, Duology, Rogue Traitor. What's the worst looking zone in BC? Just pure visual design. What do you think? Blade's Edge. I mean, hard to argue. Let's pull Malacross back up here. Ignore him. He's fine. He's fine. Yeah, no, unfortunately, this one's kind of a gimme for me. As I pointed out during the run, Azure Mist actually has some legitimate design to it. While they're using some fairly basic pieces, you know, rocks, trees, bushes, they put some thought into what should go where. Azure Mist, for lack of a better way to put it, is a zone that looks good even now. Blood Mist had none of that, and then you combine it with this sort of weird puke red thing they had going on. And, like, I don't know. I don't know what else to add to this, honestly. And you still can't fly there, of course. It's just unpleasant looking, and more importantly, it's boring. Even by BC's era, WoW had reached the point where its visual design was distinct and interesting and fun. Except here. It's just a forest tinted, like where someone accidentally leaned on the red button a little bit too hard. But if this is the worst, what's the best looking zone? Well, I gave this place too many points, so I'm just going to tell you, it's Netherstorm. It's the Netherstorm. The crocs, the crags, the bits of lightning arcing everywhere, the storm in the distance, like the weird technology, the domes holding in the pieces of what used to be the Farallon Plains or whatever, the giant pipes everywhere, the seepage of guck. You can really tell that this used to be a cohesive place and has since broken apart. Recently, actually. This is all recent damage you're looking at. Like I said, within just a couple of months, I believe, is the timeline. Love the looks of this place. Absolutely love the looks of this place. Even though Mr. Red cut himself just to make sure that the Netherstorm would look this good. So we're thankful for your sacrifice, Mr. Red. No, actually, if you talk to, I can't remember his name, the mage, he mentions that the planes were perfectly fine until Kael'thas and his group bought the Monoforges from the Ethereals and then started using them. The Monoforges is actually what did this, right? Now, Hellfire Peninsula, this place looked more like Nagrand. They actually specifically say this place looked like Nagrand. So that's not me just making that up. They even have it was the Farallon Plains. So, yeah, that's what this place looked like until the Monoforges got set up. Stuff like the Hellfire Peninsula, that's a consequence of Ner'zhul and his nonsense. But you can also see that everywhere else too, like Zangarmarsh, Jericho, etc. Anyways. What's the best atmosphere, though? Again, atmosphere, I talked about this a bit on camera. Atmosphere doesn't just have to be something that is horrifying. A lot of people can conflate atmosphere with horror. Atmosphere can be a lot of things. And for me, personally, I was actually very tempted by Nagrand. But, I mean, like I said, the Dead Empire. One of the things that going back through BC really codified for me is just how much of BC is the story of the Blood Elves. It is the only real through line in BC. And it's all about their fall, their tragedy, them trying to recover from that, them having to deal with the Alliance, them having to deal with the Horde. The Dead Scar is right frickin' there. It's going to be gone in about a month. Or 2 months, excuse me. But yeah, I love that there's some people who are still leftovers of the aristocracy and the mageocracy. But for the most part, you can really feel the vibe of how this used to be a golden land, and it super duper isn't anymore. And hasn't been since Warcraft 3. The fact that there's, for one, I know this sounds strange, the fact that they're still recovering from an event that was like 6 years in the past at this point makes perfect sense to me. Which, yeah. Oh, hey, speaking of which, there's one of the new Dragonhawks alongside one of the old Dragonhawks. There's the difference in graphics fidelity. That's literally a Midnight and a BC model right next to each other. Same model, too, or same creature. Anyways. Love the atmosphere of Eversong. But what's the best music? Oh, I know, Johnny Lovely. That would have been really cool back then. Yeah, same animation rigging. You can see it. You can see it. What's the best music for a zone? I know I just gave Eversong the best song. No pun intended. But actually, I don't think that actually works for me. Where's Shadrath? There's Shadrath. This is another... You notice Nagrand keeps almost winning and then not? I was very tempted by Nagrand again. Oh, she's here right now. That's funny. Well, in that case, hang on. We're going to do something a little bit different to smooth this out. So for me, the best music in a zone... It's Hellfire Peninsula. That opening swell certainly helps, but that kind of slow, almost reverberating, deep guitar, right? Like the grunge guitar thing adds so much. I love listening to Hellfire Peninsula music. It's a wonderful mixture of ambiance and actual music. I can't remember who the composer was for BC, but they were on fire. Just crushing it. Just crushing it. Yeah, exactly, Johnny Lovely. So who's the best side character in BC? Well, you can probably already guess. And I'm trying to hurry this up a little bit because I'm kind of hungry. It's this dude. How many of you even remember he was here? Altruis the Sufferer. Even all the way back in BC, he was an interesting character. He was our second, I want to say, exposure to a demon hunter in the entire game. And he was the dude who was like, I'm not with Illidan. I'm not with that demon lord Illidan. Yeah, Garrosh had a standard model back then, exactly. And Altruis was trying to impart upon... So first of all, he was helpful. He was part of this little question over here to shut down these factors. But he was also part of going against the fight against the Black Temple itself, and would help us in bringing down Veritas, which, funny enough, will actually come back in Legion. It was a cool little quest arc, and he was a cool little character. It was an easy pick for me once I got to Legion. But who's the best major character? We actually did have a couple of major characters in BC. One or two. But by great fortune, she's right here, right now. Even back in BC, Liadrin was a bit of a character. She wasn't much of a character, but there was something there. She was the first of the Blood Knights, and head of the Blood Knights, Blood Knight Matriarch. She was clearly one of the less Blood Elves, because remember, that was a problem back in BC. She also, we got a little bit of her backstory, just a tiny bit of it. And she was the one who was like the face character for the Blood Elves, the good Blood Elves throughout the course of the expansion. She was the one who apologized personally to Adal, and she was, yellow eyes, by the way. She was also the one who, was part of the Sunwell thing and was part of that whole cutscene. And again, it's not much. This is BC. What do you want from me? But I still think she was a good character, even back then. And it's no wonder she was popular enough that people are still doing story stuff with her as recently as 2 months from now. So who's the best main character of BC? Well, try to be shocked. I'm going to default on this one, because just like Vanilla, I don't think there is one. I don't think anybody qualifies enough to have main character status in BC. So, what does that leave? Well, if you remember, our next category is Best Species Design. Now, I was really tempted by the Draenei, but honestly, it's only really the Draenei females, because Draenei males look really dumb. I was actually thinking about this recently. Amongst the playable races, this is not a question for players, it's just something I was thinking about. There are... Yeah, no kidding. There are very few playable races I like. No, it does not have to be playable. There are very few playable races, however, that I like both the male and the female models of. Most of the time, I like, for example, I don't like female trolls. I don't like female Tauren. I don't like male Draenei. I don't like male humans, yeah, etc., etc., etc. But there are a couple of races where I actually like both. And I'm trying to find a really good shot of one. I'm failing at it, so we're just going to zoom up here. Blood Elves. Blood Elves. This is one of those things. Huthor could probably talk about this in greater length than me, but I talked about this with Evo. I poked her brain a little bit about this. Blood Elves are weirdly well designed. So are Night Elves, actually. Oh, I don't like Night Elf males. But Blood Elves are weirdly well designed. There's a lot of thought put into their proportions and their size and how relatively human they look, which is amusing because Blood Elves actually probably look the most normal of most of the races in Warcraft. This makes a degree of sense when you consider that humans are just fleshy giants in this setting. And have a whole other aesthetic to them, right? Like, if you've seen, especially in cutscenes, humans do not look particularly normal. Blood Elves do, aside from, you know, the eyes and not the forearms, eyebrows. Eyebrows and the ears is what I was trying to say. But this is true for male and female, both. Both of them have good proportions, good styling, good design, and they look cool. There's a reason why I have like 6 Blood Elf characters, you know what I mean? And they did some good stuff with them, like I said. So what's the best individual character design in BC? So I just mentioned species design. So we introduced a bunch of new characters with their own unique looks. Obviously, Illidan got his modern look, which he's still using to this day. You know, we had Kil'jaeden and his I'm sticking out of a hole look. You know, we got a bunch of stuff. I'm just going to fast forward because for me, once again, I'm kind of tired and hungry. Please forgive me. It's the Naru. The Naru are one of the coolest, most interesting, and unique looking things. I know it's technically a species. If I had to pick one, I'll pick a doll. The Naru are a sound-based, like, crystal species. I don't know what else to say there. Yeah, the Naru look cool. The Naru look good. And they have such a unique styling to them. And I love whoever came up with this, whoever decided to have this kind of hovering, floating pattern. They don't even hover in the same ratio. You can tell it's just different pieces. Yeah, they're very alien. It's very well done. Love it. Absolutely love it. What's the worst story arc in BC? I know what you're going to say. I know what you're thinking. I know what's going through your head. You're going to say it's the Illidan thing. And I don't disagree with you. After all, the Alzheimer's thing is very, very dumb. On basically every level. But I actually think there's one that's worse. Can anybody guess? I'm legitimately curious. I'm kind of giving away too much just by my angle, but I'm in a hurry here. I want to make this point very clearly. What's the worst story arc in BC? Generally speaking, this is like a zone arc, but it doesn't have to be limited to one zone. Yeah, Kael'thas being assassinated, yeah. Yeah. So Huthor picked my number 2 pick. The Naga are stealing the water, which they never do anything with. In fact, they only ever confirm it once in a random line by the boss of the entire raid. Raid boss, by the way. Gotta keep doing that. Yeah, they're fish, of course. Yeah, it's just... No. it's why? They could have done so many interesting things. It's such an easy, obvious storyline. Like, imagine how rare water really is in Outland. Imagine the stuff they could do with the Naga trying to control the sources of water in an alien world. That sounds awesome. They don't do anything with it. But no, there is one story arc that's worse. So early on in BC, we're introduced to this group called the Ethereals. And they're here because their planet was destroyed by a dude named Dementius. May or may not sound familiar to anybody who's played War Within. So you finally get to Netherstorm. We see a ton of Ethereals here. And we find out that there's this group of people called the Protectorate. And their big thing is, we're against Dementius. So you do a couple of quests for Commander Amir that has nothing to do with Dementius, by the way. You talk to, I think actually is, this guy, I think. You get one quest from him. One quest, by the way. He sends you over to this guy. This guy says, okay, go farm a couple of trash mobs up there. Which you do. You come back and it's like, all right, let's go defeat Dementius. And then you do. I need to be clear that this is not, I'm not being facetious. This is 2 quests. You come up here to farm these things for a drop. And then you go kill Dementius. The guy who destroyed their planet. The big story arc. The reason for the Ethereals being Ethereals. The whole... It's even emphasized, even back in BC, it was emphasized that Dementius was a big freaking deal. And this is the whole crux of their entire story arc. Oh, it's done. What is this? Warlords? Like, even if we ignore War Within for a second, this was pretty... Oh, why are you level 80? Why are you level 80? Why is there a level 80 here? Oh my god, why is there a level 80 here? Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm not ready. I don't know my build. I don't know my build. I don't know my build. I don't know what I'm doing. Help! 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 I wasn't prepared. I literally wasn't prepared. Anyway, so yeah, Dementius sucked. This entire story arc sucked. Moving on. What's the best arc in BC? What's the best overall story arc in BC? So I'm going to tell you it now. Because it doesn't really matter where I go. Because this story arc hits everywhere. I call it the Crimes of the Blood Elves. From the very beginning of BC, when we're in Eversong Forest or Azure Mist, in both zones there is one recurrent plot arc, and that is the Blood Elves. Both story arcs, even the main overall thread of doing Blood Mist, is all about fighting against Kael'thas's Blood Elf forces. And both Eversong and Ghostlands are about the Blood Elves and trying to be, to restore themselves and take care of themselves and deal with all the nonsense that they've been dealing with. The BC is the story of the Blood Elves. It's probably the only actual through line that still exists in BC. When we get out here to Hellfire Peninsula, we see pilgrims who are here from Eversong, who are desperate to try and reach the so-called Promised Land. By the way, the Promised Land was the Netherstorm. It's not that great. We see that there's a resting stop. We find out that Blood Elves have been dying making the traversal across Outland because they are so unprepared for this. But they have nowhere else to go, and they have been told that it'll all be worth it in the end. And when they start to get further into this, they find out more and more that a lot of the Blood Elves that are already here, Kael'thas's forces, are either pants on head insane because of overdose of fell gluttony. Literally, by the way, they've actually been ODing, overdosing on magic. Or, not that. They're like, no, we don't want everything to do with that. So, yeah, and then we get to this place where we start to see that some pilgrims are just sitting here recovering and trying to have, like, food and water and dealing with all this stuff. And then we find out about the mana bomb, and then we find out about what they've been doing with the demons, and then we find out what's going on at Tempest Keep and how they've been destroying Farallon Plains. And it all culminates in the Sunwell, which is Keldanis, the betrayal of Kael'thas, the Blood Elves reconciling with the Draenei, and then the two forces forming the Shattered Sun and heading out and fighting against Sunwell and defeating Kael'thas and Kil'jaeden. And the final cutscene is all about reigniting the Sunwell. The Blood Elf story arc is a whole story arc of redemption. It's not very well done. I don't want to overpraise, but it is easily the best story arc in BC for me. Speaking of worst, What do you think the worst cutscene is in BC? There are, just like in vanilla, there are a few. Most of them are very crude. All of the cutscenes of this game are crude up to, like, Pandaria. As we saw, even the Cataclysm cutscenes were pretty rough. You see, I'm evil now. That means I'm going to do whatever it takes to continue to provide raid bosses for my Blizzard overlords. Even if it means turning them... No, it's this one. It's right here. It's not happening right now. It only happens periodically. Thrall comes here with Garrosh. I'm sure he won't be important later. And he does, like, the most crude, crappy retelling of the end of the Orc campaign in Warcraft 3 that I've ever seen. I kind of wish they didn't do it at all. Because it is such a grade school play level of a cutscene. Even by WoW standards at the time, this was pathetic. And it actually sapped any of the impact and point of the scene in question. No, that's just... what the hell? What were you thinking? I don't know what you were thinking. It's just, okay, sure, whatever. And of course, this gave us Garrosh. Thanks, Thrall. Appreciate you. What's the best cutscene in BC? Can you think of a good cutscene in BC? I can. I can think of one. You know, I just noticed, by the way, that I'm having some texture issues. I don't know about you guys. Everything's normal, of course. Everything's fine. You're having issues. I'm not having issues. Oh my god, it's spreading. It's spreading. Okay, I think I found the limit of it over here. Nothing. There we go. There's the line. Check it out. Check it out. You can see what the zone line is right there. Yep. This is normal. This is normal. Yep, there we go. Hi, what's up? Best cutscene in the game. It's the reigniting of the Sunwell. It's a bit much, but I do still think it's as close as we come to a good cutscene in BC. Velen shows up, gives his speech. Mauru sacrifices his essence. We find out why Mauru was going through all the stuff that he went through in Tempest Keep and then in Silvermoon. And then we reignite the Sunwell, and the Blood Elves get connected to the light and the arcane at the same time. And that totally will not have connotations or ramifications about 2 months from now. Ahem. Unique negatives. What are uniques? What's the individual thing about BC that's the worst thing about BC to you? Goodbye, Anfina, my love. You could tell I love you because I used that word and didn't put any emphasis in my voice that might convey something you might consider fondness. Abandonment's a good pick. I didn't put abandonment for any of these because I felt that was a gimme, and it's also for all of them. Look at this whole thing. Look at this. What is going on here? Rep grinds. Oh, yeah. The rep grinds were really bad. I wouldn't know anything about maxing out reps in this game. BC was very grindy. Almost broke me. Well, let's find out. Bonk. Oh yeah, I got that like last April, looks like. That's really recent. I have not earned level 50 on a newly created Mechanome? Bull crap, I haven't. Oh, the attunement. Oh god, attunement chains. These are all good picks, by the way. I need to talk to someone in the embassy. Ah! Anyways, but no, my answer is actually very simple. Again, this is personal, right? This isn't like review perspective. Just the thing that pisses me off the most about BC, and that is the total lack of cohesion in storytelling. There's a reason I came up with an entire term to describe how bad the plots were in BC. Alzheimer's. To describe how many of the writers were not coordinating with each other, and how many of the writers literally didn't know the lore of the setting they were writing for. It's an oft-repeated quote that some of the writers thought that Illidan was a demon lord who was in charge of the Legion, and that's why he was the final boss. And they had to course correct on that at the last minute because someone was like, "What are you doing?" They had to do an entire book. This is not a joke. They had to do an entire book to try and fix Alzheimer's. Anyways. But what's the best thing? The best thing about BC for you? Again, doesn't have to be any specific thing. Flying. Yeah, flying. I know a lot of people are like, "Ugh, flying's dumb." No, flying was a great introduction. The only thing better than flying is dragon flying. Karazhan. Karazhan was great. Or Karazhan. They say it a few different ways. Blood Elves. Again, they actually had a story arc. They had a species arc, which continued in Pandaria. Oh, hey, look. What's this? Oh, God, there's a level 80. Run! Run! My pick is actually fairly big. It's actually something I've already said. BC was the first time I would call WoW a game. I hesitate to call it a good game. But let's be very blunt. WoW Vanilla was a beta. All of WoW Vanilla was a beta. It was an extended beta. They were still making the game when WoW Vanilla launched. And they were still learning their own tools and learning their own systems and figuring out what they wanted to do with things and just stumble. Yeah, Blades of Vol'ghat, I noticed you picked that up immediately. WoW Vanilla was still just one long early access extended beta thing. BC is when WoW came out and had actual game design and systems and all kinds of stuff like that. I think it's one of the reasons why so many people think of BC so fondly. And again, just speaking personally, I know several people who came back to WoW with BC that had just gotten sick of vanilla and were just walked away from it. And then BC came out and was like, I guess I could give that a try. Huh. BC also started the abandonment trend. But again, if I was to give the personal negative to abandonment, it would be for, like, everything. If I had to pick, like, one expansion to give the abandonment negative to, because I didn't. That's actually a tough one. No, they all have abandonment to some extent or another. It's just BC kind of started that trend. BC established that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess Dragonflight by default, even though a lot of Dragonflight's still playable. I don't know. Either way, I'm gonna break for lunch. I haven't eaten lunch yet. When we come back, into Wrath. See you in a bit.